Twilight Tries to Have a Good Time by Local Medic Main. It's a beautiful day out. Birds sing in the distance, waves gently crash against the shore. A wonderful day to be out in the ocean. It's nice to relax with all her friends after all the friendship quests they've been through and the ludicrous work of managing a whole school. Twilight opens her eyes, spotting Pinkie, Applejack and Rainbow Dash playing foosball in the water. Applejack and Rainbow start glaring intensely at Pinkie because she won almost at least 50 times while they hadn't even won once. They tackled her, but Pinkie slipped away easily and started running away as her two furious friends gave chase. Twilight let out a light-hearted snicker at her friend's shenanigans. Twilight's eyes move from the water and goes up at the shore and sees Rarity and Fluttershy chatting their day away while sunbathing under the sun, occasionally letting loose small bursts of laughter. She looks to their left, spotting the three little fillies that plead to them until their sisters brought them along. Twilight rolls her eyes as the thought passes through their head. She sees that they are building a large sandcastle. Sweetie Belle was shaping the castle with her magic. Scootaloo was bringing buckets of water from the sea to harden the sand, while Apple Bloom was doing her best decorating it. Twilight smiled at the three fillies working together. Twilight looks up at Celestia's sun up in the sky, letting loose a sigh, and then she closes her eyes, focusing on the relaxing feeling of her floatable ring bobbing up and down as waves roll by. Twilight wakes from her almost trance-like state after hearing something odd, a ukulele being played. While that in itself is not weird, especially at the beach, what is weird, however, is the fact that it seems to be coming from under the water. What the hey? Twilight muttered to herself after hearing the strange ukulele. Twilight opens her eyes, looking into the water, trying to determine where the sound is coming from. Twilight then notices a large, dark mass rapidly moving up from under the water. Twilight is frozen, both confusion and curiosity at what it could be. The large, dark mass submerges beside her, covering her in water, blinding her temporarily. While she is blinded, she hears a male voice singing beside her.
I conquered the pesky shark, the one haunting all my dreams. I watched the light leave his eyes, all while his parents scream.
After Twilight recovers from her temporary blindness and looks up to see what's beside her, her eyes go wide as she takes in the strange view of a nun on top of a dead shark playing a ukulele while wearing a necklace of shark teeth. Anon? Why are you on top of a shark playing a ukulele while singing? Twilight looked at Anon, surprised at the fact he managed to kill a shark and was singing a song about it. Anon completely ignored Twilight and continued singing on top of his dead mount.
Now look at the world around me, the water is safe at last. Now I'm the one who's in charge, the fish about to be taxed.
Anon says the last part with a crazed look, staring right into Twilight's soul, boring right into it. She can feel her fight or flight reflexes kick in under the pressure. Anon! Don't look at me like that, you're creeping me out! Twilight backs away from Anon slowly. Anon's face visibly relaxes before continuing with his, as much as Twilight hates to admit it, nice song.
Under the sea, hey, under the sea, under the sea, at the beautiful sunny shore in the light sea, baby I'm free!
As Anon sang, Twilight could swear on Celestia's large bubble butt that she could hear ethereal voices singing alongside Anon. Anon! What did you do? Twilight asks him in fear as the ethereal voices sound more and more like him blending together as he sings. Anon disregards Twilight's comments and continued to sing without pause with his ever cheerful voice.
Spending the entire day on my prey, staring at this stupid shark's face. Now I'm just vibing, full time to chillin'.
Anon looked right at Shark's still dead face before folding his leg up, closing his eyes and resting his back against the shark's fin. Twilight honestly didn't know what to say or do as Anon continued to strum his ukulele, taking a small break from singing. Twilight looks at the shark's dead expressions and sees that all his teeth have been ripped out and is now hung around Anon's neck. Twilight takes a deep breath in and out, trying not to panic as the shark's blood pools on top of the water. Anon, how did you... Twilight is interrupted as Anon starts singing again.
I brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
Anon finally stops strumming his ukulele, putting it at his side, finally finishing his song. Once he's done putting the ukulele, he looks at Twilight. You were asking? Anon smiled at Twilight smugly. One of Twilight's eyes twitches as strands from her hair start going into random directions, while Twilight's ears also start turning red as smoke bellowed from them. She takes a long, deep breath in and out, repeating the process 5 times until her ears are no longer steaming like a kettle. She looks at Anon. How did you kill that shark, Anon? And don't make up anything or I'll show you what my horn can be used for aside from magic, Twilight says in a warning tone. Anon lets loose a low whistle. Kinky, aren't you? But sure, I'll tell you how. Anon grabs a small knife from his pocket, throwing it hilt first at Twilight. I stabbed that shark to death, Anon said, as he leaned back, putting one hand behind his head and inspecting the other hand's nails. Twilight deadpanned at him for a few minutes before picking him up with her magic, then teleporting him and his ukulele to the castle. Twilight then vaporized the dead shark's body. She sank into her floatable ring and fell into a deep sleep, already tired from having to deal with Anon. Anon is teleported to the castle, falling bum first on the floor. Oh, I think I fell on my balls, Anon said before his ukulele fell on his head, breaking and knocking him out for the foreseeable few hours. A tired Starlight sits by a nearby table, watching Anon's now unconscious body, occasionally taking a sip from her coffee. I don't get paid enough to babysit an entire school, let alone a man-child, Starlight said to no one in particular before slamming her head on the table. Perpendicular Curves by Monochromatic. Rarity made her way downtown, trotting fast, Golden Oaks bound. A saddlebag bounced at her side, reminding her with every thump of the heavy book inside it. She knew she would have said, "No, thank you," when Twilight insisted she took it home to read. She knew she would hate it. Really, who would like a risque romance book titled Calculust, except for Twilight? But she'd been too polite to say no, and so now there she was, returning it that same day. The word tangenitals seared into the depths of her mind, ready to haunt her every waking hour until she was dead, and then probably beyond that. Tangenitals, she whispered, still horrified. My stars! If Twilight asked her what was wrong with it, she would simply say that the prose wasn't really captivating her. Simple as that. Hopefully she wouldn't needle Rarity on what specifically it was, because Twilight really loved the book, and who was Rarity to eviscerate her apparently abominable taste in novels? The pace of her step increased when she saw Golden Oaks in the distance. She would soon be rid of the weight of romance writing so mediocre it might have put her off the genre a little bit. Alright, maybe she was being a tad uncharitable. It wasn't that awful. It had helped to appreciate her good books all the more. A sign hung from the library's doorknob, stating that the library was closed at the moment. Of course, this only applied to regular Ponyvillians, and not Twilight's friends. With that in mind, Rarity opened the door and barged in, initially singing out Twilight's name only for her to stop mid-sentence and choke on her words at the sight before her. There was no sugarcoating it, no trying to hide it or pretend she hadn't seen it, or frankly going back to normal life. What she saw, she could not unsee. It being Rainbow Dash and Twilight Sparkle, who were not dating, standing in the middle of the lobby, making out. Obviously they stopped as soon as Rarity barged in, the unicorn and Pegasus practically jumping away from each other in flustered horror. "Rarity!" they yelped. Rarity had many a thought racing in her mind, so she grabbed the simplest one and voiced it. "Why were you two making out in the foyer?" "We weren't. You're dreaming," Rainbow Dash replied immediately, which earned a groan from Twilight. "Rarity," she said, as harrowed as she was red, which was as a lobster. "I can explain, Why the foyer?" Rarity interrupted. Bear in mind, this was not her only question, but it was the easiest one to get to without needing a glass of wine. "Who picks the foyer of their house to make out?" Rainbow snorted. Why not? Any place is a hot place to make out, right?" she said, turning to Twilight in search of confirmation, but instead Twilight was intently studying the floor. She did, however, slap a hoof against her forehead when Rainbow gasped and exclaimed, "Not that we, were making out or anything." "Rarity," Twilight managed, directing her frustration towards the innocent unicorn. "The library is closed. Did you not see the sign?" Rarity scoffed. "Twilight, what are you talking about? That's for normal ponies, not your friends." Twilight slammed her hoof on the ground. "It's for every pony!" "Wait, really?" Rainbow asked. "Sweet Celestia!" Twilight exclaimed, doubtless examining her life choices. Rarity thought, "Holy..." "Stop!" Rarity interrupted again. "Every pony stop! I need to process this!" While Twilight and Rainbow stood there, awkwardly waiting for Rarity to do something, the unicorn closed her eyes, rubbed her forehead, and processed. "How long has this been going on?" she finally asked, eyes still closed. "A month," they replied. "A month?" That wasn't too horrific. Any longer than that, and Rarity would have been appalled they'd kept her in the dark. "A month?" she repeated, finally looking up at her friends and then asking, "And why, pray tell, has this been a secret?" It wasn't like she or the other girls would have disapproved. Certainly Rarity had thoughts on the dynamics of such a pair, but she would have never been anything but supportive. So then, why? There was a moment of pause, followed by both mares hanging their head and saying, perfectly in unison, "Because it's embarrassing." This was promptly followed by both of them going wide-eyed in shock, turning to each other and indignantly exclaiming, "What? You're embarrassed to be dating me?" "You're an egghead!" Rainbow exclaimed, as if this was an obvious justification. "You're a nerd! You do smart stuff that's, not cool, Twilight!" Twilight arched an eyebrow, cold. "Oh, so the things I like aren't cool? That's not what I meant!" Rainbow stammered, backtracking. "I think you're cool, it's just other cool people don't think you're cool." "Oh, well, same for you," Twilight protested. "You're a jock. My peers in the academic world don't think you can even..." "Well," Rarity interrupted before things got worse. "Clearly there are some unresolved matters here which I would love to help with once I fetch my wine. But first..." Finally, she fished the book out of her saddlebag and levitated over to Twilight. "Here, what I actually came for." Before Twilight could even react, it was Rainbow Dash who spoke. "Wait, is that Calculust?" Rainbow exclaimed. "I love that book." "You what?" asked the two unicorns, saying the same thing while sporting expressions from complete opposite sides of this spectrum of emotions. Twilight looked surprised, enchanted, delighted, and quite flustered too. But Rarity? Horror, disappointment, shame. Horror again. Yeah, Rainbow continued, grabbing the book and leafing through it, ignoring her two friends, re-examining so many things in very different ways. She then snorted and said with a mischievous grin, "Man, it even has my favourite word ever!" Rarity tried to stop Twilight from asking. She knew the answer from the moment she saw Rainbow's infantile grin. She tried to stop it, but Twilight was faster. "What word?" she asked, forcing Rarity to sit there and hear it again. "Tangenitals, haha!" But that wasn't the worst part. Oh no. No, what truly made the moment one that would curse Rarity forever was Twilight Sparkle blinking and then giggling affectionately. Endeared. Charmed. "It is really funny," she admitted. Again, many a thought shot through Rarity's brain, but the first and foremost was a sudden clarity, an understanding, if you will, of why these two mares were compatible as they both giggled together lovingly. They were both idiots. John Marston and the Unicorn. Story written by Slippin' Sweetie. Dark clouds hang over the Mexican frontier as a lone horse and rider trek across the lonely dirt roads that lay empty, barren of any living travellers or animals. What was once a quiet and comforting sight had become an uneasy and dangerous setting for a potential attack. It had only been a few days since the outbreak. It seemed to happen overnight. The disease and illness slipping under the cover of the night before overtaking his beloved son and wife. The man, scarred and grizzled, his slim and narrow face devoid of expression as he scanned the horizon, noting the large orange rocky cliffs and large storm clouds tucking the sun away from view. The cowboy sighed as he took off his leather hat and fanned himself with it. The humidity was starting to soak his shirt, the smell of sweat and dirt permeating through the air before the sickening scent of decay and blood filled the man's nostrils. Suddenly a sharp whinny escaped his stallion, as a strained groan broke the uneasy silence as a pair of decaying hands suddenly grasped John's hip and threw him off his horse. The man shouted as he was thrown to the ground, looking up to see a half-rotted corpse standing over John, with his back hunched over the left side of his ribcage exposed, his hair and nails overgrown and unkempt, blood, mucus and pus oozing from his mouth and yellow eyes. The beast grunted and screeched as the hell spawn swayed wildly up and down before attempting to pounce on John. The cowboy quickly drew his revolver and placed a bullet right between the creature's eyes. The heavy, dull sound of the monster's body hitting the ground as John slowly climbed to his feet, seeing that his stallion had run off without him after being spooked. Slipping his fingers in his mouth, he whistled before calling out to the empty badlands around him. "Horse! Come here, boy!" called John. A minute passed as John examined the landscape, combing through the cacti and shrubbery for his horse. A dull anger and frustration bloomed as he sighed. "God damn it," grumbled John. A crack of thunder boomed as lightning crackled across the empty sky before thick, heavy droplets of water began falling on the earth below. John grunted as he began walking the road ahead of him. A sour expression pinned his face as the rain came pouring down. Hours passed, and the rain had finally let up as the orangish hue of the setting sun slipped through the storm clouds. John was soaked. His jean jacket, shirt, jeans and hair were doused in the rain, covering John in a pound of water and the sticky humidity that came with it. John quietly pondered when he'd get to the nearest functioning town. He was fortunate to not encounter any hordes of the undead or opportunistic bandits stalking the countryside. Thankful for any ammunition not spent on a man already past tense. John wondered if there was any irony in killing a man twice, but reasoned that irony was beneath him in a state like this. There was only so much humour in a situation, and chewing the bit about it only seemed to tempt fate, and the last thing Mr. Marston needed was to tempt his future and fate any more than he already had. His train of thought was interrupted by a shrill scream coming from the left, off the side of the road, quickly snapping his attention to the small group of undead monsters chasing something. John couldn't quite make out what it was from the mass of bodies surrounding it and chasing it around, but he quickly grabbed his repeater from his back, racking the lever before shouldering the weapon as he narrowed his good eye down the barrel and iron sights. "Wonder if I had killed any of you before," muttered John as he squeezed the trigger of the weapon, a loud crackling through the air as the gunslinger racked the repeater's lever and fired again. The bullet struck the skull of one of the demons before firing again 3 more times. John exhaled as he relaxed, slowly lowering his repeater as he looked across the road to see the carnage, looking for any human remains or someone left standing. John cocked a brow at the sight of a purple mare cowering over the mass of corpses that surrounded her. Stepping off the main road before trekking across the wilderness to meet the creature he spared from being eaten, curious to see the pony's purple coat and branded mark on its flank, John mused as he slipped the repeater over his back and placed his hands on his gun belt and hips as he approached the creature. "Well, it ain't every day you see a purple horse. I'm a unicorn and a pony," replied the purple pony as she panted heavily, looking up at the human with fear and confusion. "You're not going to try and eat me, are you?" "Not until you're properly prepared and seasoned," replied John. What? cried the pony. "I'm joking. So, unicorns are real? I suppose I owe Jack an apology," replied John as he rubbed his chin and stubble before spitting a wad of mucus beside him. Pony winced at the man spitting in front of her, and she gave a bewildered expression. "What do you mean, real? Who's Jack? Who are you? And what's going on?" cried the pony. John looked around to see if any living soul was near, feeling unsure of his own sanity as he started talking to the horse. My name's John Marsden, and I've been trying to figure this out myself. Do you have any idea where the nearest town is?" "I don't rightly know where I am or where anything is. I just remember trying to enter the magic mirror and cast a spell and..." John cleared his throat. "Let's start with your name and where you came from," he said as he prevented himself from being any more confused than he already was. The pony trotted awkwardly in place as she glanced around the bodies around her. "Can we, walk and talk?" "Sure," replied John. "Not like I have anything better to do as of now." The mare quickly joined the man as they walked back to the road and then began travelling down it together. "You asked for my name? It's, Twilight Sparkle," said Twilight. John glanced down at Twilight, his expression muted and reserved, but his eyes revealing a curiosity and uneasiness towards the pony. "That's certainly a name. And I'm from Equestria. Have you heard of it?" "No." Twilight bit her lip as she winced, slowly looking up at the human. "Is there magic here?" "Probably. Maybe. I'm not too sure, but given how strange everything up until now has been, I wouldn't take magic out of the question," answered John. "What about the magic of friendship?" inquired Twilight. I wouldn't know too much about that. I'm not the best person to talk about when it comes to making friends, chuckled John. What happens now? Asked Twilight. John shrugged. I reckon we'll go into town and part ways then. That is, if the next town isn't overrun with those blood-sucking monsters. You're free to do as you please. I've got my own list of problems to deal with. How are you so calm and accepting about all of this? You're not my first talking animal, surprisingly enough. You're only a fraction of the peculiarities and horrors I've seen, answered John. And, well, I'm not accepting of any of this. Just calm, because I have to be. Locked In by 6D Pegasus. My head. What happened? Huh? What the? Where am I? Where's the ground? I can't feel anything under my hooves. And why is it so dark? I can't see a thing in here. Am I floating around in some sort of void? I need some light. Let me just... No. This can't be. Where's my magic? There's nothing there where it should be. I can't feel it anywhere. Is my horn... Wait. This can't be right. No. Where's my horn? What? Where's my head? I can't feel my hooves, or my body for that matter. Why can't I feel anything? What's going on? Please, is any pony out there? Can any pony hear me? Hello? I don't know where I am. Something's very wrong with me. Please. Oh, okay. Think, Twilight, think. Just calm down and focus. Panicking won't help any pony in an emergency. Let's just retrace our steps. Yes, that's it. Maybe I can figure out how I got here. I messed up a spell, a really important spell. Celestia sent me an old spellbook containing an unfinished spell of Star Swirls. Supposed to be some secret masterpiece, and I cast it on accident. My friend's cutie marks, destinies, and memories got all switched around, sending the town into chaos, and I fixed it. I used a memory spell on each of my friends, the same one I used to fix their corruption when Discord came back. Together we put everything back to how it should be, and then I solved it. I realised that friendship was the key and that Star Scroll was missing from this spell. Together with my friends, I added the final piece to the spell and cast it properly, while we all wielded the elements of harmony. Then everything turned white and now I'm here, wherever here is. Am I dead? But I can still hear myself. Or my thoughts at least. Maybe I'm asleep. If so, this is one stupid dream. Princess Luna, can you hear me? Maybe she's tied up at the moment. Wait, I hear something. Beeping noise? Sounds close by. I don't understand. Why am I? Is Howie like this? Huh? Wait, who's there? Hello?
Your Highness, nothing seems...
I can hear you. Hey, where am I?
I understand, but... me see her...
Princess Celestia! Oh my gosh, I'm so glad to hear your voice. I don't understand what's going on. Can you...
I'm so sorry. Did everything we could. Fix pupils.
Nurse Redheart? Why would she be here? And what does she mean by fix pupils? So bright, I can see now. I'm in Ponyville General Hospital? And why can't I move my head? I'd like to look at something other than the ceiling. Wait, I can't move my eyes either? What is... Oh, there you are, Nurse Redheart and Princess Celestia. And Spike? Why do you all look so... Hey, get that light out of my eyes!
We don't know the full severity yet, Princess, but none of our treatments have been able to rouse her from the current conscious state.
My conscious state? What? That can't be right. I'm right here. I can hear you. I can see you.
Twilight, I'm so sorry.
Spike, what are you talking about? You're hugging me? But I can't feel it. Why can't I feel it?
Our scans show some amount of brain damage, but we have been unable to pinpoint the damaged regions in order to determine a proper cure.
Brain damage? But I'm right here. I remember everything fine. I can 6.48. Yeah, I can still calculate my square roots.
I understand, nurse. If I may, I wish to briefly check for something. Of course, Princess.
Check for what? Oh! Celestia, that feels weird. Why are you... Wait, it's starting to hurt. What are you... Stop it. It's hurting everywhere, please. I can't...
It's much worse than I thought.
What? What was that? I've never hurt so much before.
The damage to her is magical in nature. I believe there is a local zebra shaman living in the forest near here who may know a concoction that can heal her body. Her brain, however, the brain is a highly complex and extremely delicate organ. I cannot repair the damage within without severely hurting her or worse. I don't believe there is anything more we can do at this moment except hope that she wakes up. Thank you, Nurse Redheart. You may go for now.
Wake up? Celestia? What do you mean? I'm awake. I'm right here. I can see you. Why can't I move?
I understand, Princess. Come on, Spike. Your friends have been waiting to see you.
The girls? Where are they? Let me... Wait! Spike, come back! Please don't go!
I'm sorry, Twilight Sparkle.
No. This can't be happening.
I really believed after so many years that you would be the one.
Celestia, what are you talking about? Come on, we can fix this, right? Are you crying?
And you did it. You solved the spell. You were so close, and then you weren't.
No, don't say that. There's got to be something, anything.
I must repair the damage to the element of magic, and I will continue to look into a cure just for you. Just sleep well, Twilight Sparkle. I love you.
Celestia, I'm not asleep. I can hear you, please. What are you doing? Why are you reaching for my... No. Please, I'm begging you, don't close my eyes again. I don't want to go back to the dark. Please, no. Celestia, don't leave me. Spike? Girls? Shiny? Mum? Dad? Anyone? Is any pony there? Please don't leave me here. Hello? Sunny Sparkle by Misty Bright Dawn. The beautiful warm sun shines on Maritime Bay, creating a beautiful spring morning for its citizens. Every pony can be seen slowly waking up to start their day, to get to their daily chores and to begin school. Among them is a small earth pony with purple mane who goes by Sunny Star Scout. About a year ago, Sunny reunited the three pony nations, Earth, Pegasi and Unicorn. She helped to return magic back to Equestria, and in return, she made some friends herself. Sunny, along with her foalhood friend, Hitch Trailblazer, formed friendships with Unicorn Izzy Moonbow, and twins Pip and Zip. Sunny eventually came out of her room and sat down at the breakfast table. Her friends were busy today, so none of them gathered around the table with her. She got up from her seat and decided to make the beloved breakfast pancakes herself. As she was gathering ingredients for the batter in the kitchen, Sunny's eyes fell upon an old photo of her father, taken when she was a filly. She held it to her hoop and looked at it longingly. "Dad, I wish you were still here," Sunny said to herself. She continues what she's doing. After she's gathered milk, the box of pancake mix, eggs and a cup of water, she begins to pour each ingredient into a bowl, one by one. Once she mixed the ingredients to its desired texture, she mixed it twice more to rid of the slight batter lumps. She already set aside the pan for the pancakes, and while gathering ingredients earlier, Sunny turned on the heat to the stove to preheat the pan. These pancakes are going to smell good," she said with glee. The pancake eventually heated up a few seconds later, so she was able to pour in 2 imperfect circles of batter at a time. Noticing how imperfect the shape was, Sunny gave a little chuckle. She decides to use the rest of the batter, hoping to make enough pancakes for her friends later during the day. When she was done using up all of the batter, she continued to flip pancakes until she could flip no more. After spending half an hour prepping pancakes, she eventually gathers all the fully prepared goodies and wraps them in clear food wrap. "This should keep it nice and fresh," Sunny said to herself. She then sets the pancakes into the fridge immediately to take out for later. After a satisfying breakfast for herself, she heads down to the next part of her house to explore, the rooms. Near Sunny's room, there was a bigger room once belonging to her father a few years ago. Sunny went into her father's old dusty room and slowly opened the rather worn down door with her hoof. The room was full of notebooks, including maps and signs of old Equestria. Sunny and her father used to always research about the Equestria's past and what happened to the friendships among the pony folk. Unfortunately, they never came to any conclusion, making Sunny depressed. Sunny looked at the faded photo of her father, one taken on his wedding day. The photo was so old that she could not make out her father's face, even the pony next to him. As she looked at the photo closely, a thought came to Sunny's mind. Who was my mother? How come I don't know anything about her? Thinking about this made Sunny sadder and more confused. I must go someplace else to think this over. Being here in my father's room won't help. She gathered her saddlebag, fills it with her main essentials and heads out the door. Sunny then closes the door behind her after making her exit. A little later, Sunny arrives at the porch overlooking the clear blue sea. The cool spring breeze was blowing in her face as the sound of the sea waves calmed Sunny's mind. As she closed her eyes to enjoy the euphoria for a second, she opens her eyes to a sudden purple light in the distance. Sunny jumps in surprise as she observes the purple light covering the entire bay. The purple aura eventually envelops together into the form of a tall alicorn. The sight of the aura was heavenly. Sunny couldn't believe who she was seeing directly in front of her. It was the former princess of Equestria, Twilight Sparkle. Princess Twilight Sparkle? Sunny gasped. The one and only, the purple alicorn replied. You must be Sunny Starscout, I presume. Princess Twilight then walks closer to Sunny. A strange shock comes to her. How did my own role model know my name all this time? She's never even met me. Sunny replied to Twilight in a shy tone. Yes, I'm Sunny, but how do you know my name? Twilight just smiled. I knew your mother, Sunny. When I saw your appearance from afar earlier by the bay, I had a feeling you looked a lot like her. Sunny looked at Twilight dumbfounded. You knew my mother? But how? The princess took a deep breath. I knew all the guardians of the three crystals. Your mother was one of them, Sunny. Twilight continued her sentence. She was a very kind pony and a very beautiful unicorn. Sunny was speechless. My mother was a unicorn? Twilight answered her with a slight chuckle. Yes, Sunny. Is that why my father didn't tell me anything about my mother? Was he ashamed to admit it because they were two different species? I always knew she was from Bridalwood. Is that why she sent me to live in Maritime Bay with my father? Because I was born an earth pony? Thoughts of hatred filled Sunny's whole being, but the princess's answer was the only thing that could calm her down. Twilight gently put a hoof on Sunny's shoulder to reassure her. You're right about one thing. You're no ordinary horse. You're an alicorn now. Those words almost calmed Sunny. I need to know. You said my mother was one of the three guardians of the crystal, right? Twilight nodded as she placed her hoof off of Sunny's shoulder. Yes, Sunny. After the separation of Pegasi, Unicorn and Earth Ponies, I had no choice but to choose a guardian for each of the crystals. But because the guardians were not eternal, a replacement had to be chosen. One of them was your mother, Sunny. The spiritual holographic form of Princess Twilight slowly begins to fade. Princess, why are you disappearing? Every word Twilight tried to say slowly became fainter. I don't have much time left, Sunny. Take care of yourself. Be careful of any negative thoughts and energies you may encounter. Villains will do anything to make you lose your character and be able to infiltrate you. Look out for Izzy. Twilight Sparkle's face became pale. No, Princess, don't go. Please tell me who this villain is. What happened in Equestria's past? Why should I take care of Izzy? Please don't go. Who am I? Princess, please, I have so many questions. All Sunny could hear was the princess's face give her a faint whisper.
You must discover yourself, Sunny. Not everything is supposed to be known. Sometimes you must research the unknown to reach the unknown. You are now the new guardian of the crystal. Find yourself, Sunny. Sunny Sparkle.
The princess's face completely disappeared, and Sunny was left alone on the porch. The events of today left her mind clouded. Whatever Twilight told her, it was going to be a lot to think about. But all of this would become clear over time, and all Sunny needed was a little patience. As Sunny was staring into space, some pony's hoof tapped her, bringing her back to reality. Hey Sunny, we're done with our task for this morning. Let's go over to your place and eat those pancakes, Zip said. Zip, along with Pip and Izzy, trotted off to Sunny's house for breakfast. A little later, they arrived at Sunny's place and gathered around the breakfast table. The smell of pancakes filled the whole room. Today's morning was sure an eventful one. Or is it? A few kilometres away, on the other side of the old fences, was the old city of Canterlot. Next to the ivy-coloured palace was a stained glass window containing a purple unicorn with a cream mane, along with a pink unicorn beside the alicorn. It was a work of glass, a work of art that might reveal all things, all the secrets of Equestria. Meanwhile, in a dark palace located near a valley, there lived a blue unicorn and a purple alicorn who had seen everything and heard everything that happened from a bird's eye view. One day I will become powerful, Sunny. You will see, then all of Equestria will kneel before me, and I will finally rule above all. As the young blue unicorn watched her adoptive mother, a sinister laugh echoed the room. Would her mother manage to rule Equestria one day? Would she finally be able to get her cutie mark? Why did the mother of this blue unicorn show herself to Sunny? All these questions occupied Misty's mind. All secrets will be revealed one day, and nothing will ever remain behind the scenes. This was something Misty knew, and was waiting to find the answers to her questions. Seance by Muramasa. Ponyville was an open casket. No pony else knew this except for one. It was a casket defiled. Princess Twilight had seen as the once cozy houses and rural greenery of the town she'd come to love had been damaged greatly during her battle with the centaur Lord Tyrek just yesterday. She was certain the ponies of the town did not sleep well that night, but that wasn't the case now. It was very, very late, but she seldom saw a light from the windows of the intact residencies she passed as she made her way through the town with just a candle-lit lantern to guide her. The casket flickered in and out of her vision with the sway of the candle, but that was no hindrance to her. She knew where she was going. The problem was with how long it took to get there, as the battle had left her with a million scars, cuts and bruises all across her body that made every step torture for the princess. A small price to pay. It was cold. She donned a black cloak for warmth when she stepped outside, but she lamented not going for something heavier as the wind bit into her and the chill stiffened her already weary bones. Her new home had sprung up, quite literally, a bit outside the town proper, so she'd been walking in the elements for quite some time now. She could feel her teeth chatter from the chill every few seconds, and it was particularly noticeable when she was carrying something in her mouth as she was now. A single white carnation brought from Lily Valley's stall at the Ponyville morning market at dawn today. Twilight was mindful to fight the cold a little harder during the trek, so as to avoid snapping the flower by the stem with her jaws. She was almost there. Lord Tarek had taken a life, and the body lay in wait for her toward the middle of town. She'd been nervous about the journey all day, but she found her nerves strangely sound when she stepped out the massive double doors of her new home tonight. As she began to cross the town square that sat mere minutes away from the body, though, she could feel her heart begin to pound just a bit faster. After walking among the towering town hall and taking one last corner, the outline of the body pierced through the gloom. As she approached, she felt her steps getting slower. She had only gotten a glance of the freshly felled corpse after Tarek had destroyed it yesterday. But even obscured in darkness, its ruined and broken body caused a breath to catch in her throat. Still though, she trudged on, and it wasn't long before she stood right in front of the body as it lay still in the earth. The front door had come off its hinges, the only evidence it had ever existed, a mess of speckled splinters. The balcony she'd stare at the stars from for nights on end was barely hanging stable, and the ornate rails that surrounded it were twisted and splayed. Very little greenery remained on the half of the giant oak that still remained, and from the tree's left side sprouted its last remaining branches, pointing up to the night sky in a final act of defiance. She closed her eyes. In life, the body had been vibrant, luscious and proud. At this time of night, when the rest of the town had long drifted into slumber, the glass windows would be a beacon where Ponyville was dark, and Twilight would be buried in a book or engrossed in her notes well after her friends and neighbours had retired. She could see it as clearly as she ever did in her head, and for a brief moment she wondered if she could let the painting hang in her mind forever. She did not wonder long. Her eyes opened and the ruins before her assailed her view once more. She took a deep breath, letting the cold air infest her lungs, and she walked inside. What was left of inside at any rate. The floor made from the roots of the oak was mostly intact, but everything else had been disintegrated in the blast that butchered it. It now served as a semi-open platform of a sort, with the pieces of its trunk that still stood surrounded her just so, and Luna's stars shone above it unobstructed. Twilight moved around the perimeter, dragging a hoof along the remnants where they were. The wood felt as rough and unpolished as it had always been, and she couldn't help but feel her lips curl upward as 1,000 different memories of those very walls flooded her mind as she walked. Once she was done, she headed to the centre of the ruins and gently placed her lantern down, watching as the light washed the body with a warm ember glow. She rested the carnation right next to it. With an audible effort, she lied down on her back. She pulled a part of her cloak to the side for a moment, just so she could feel the texture of the wood as she gazed at the sky above her. For a good long while she said nothing, and then, as the wind howled and the crickets sang, she spoke. I had a dream about you a while ago, she started. It was a bit strange, so it was one of the ones you remember, you know? I dreamt that I was you, that I could feel the grass and dirt through my roots, and I saw every pony that came in to pick out a book or walk out on the balcony. I felt like I knew them. When I woke up the next morning, I laughed about how strange it was. Twilight shifted her gaze to the moon. On the first night the two had met, when she lingered in her room as a party she wanted nothing to do with grew louder and louder downstairs, she looked out her window to see it hanging from the sky. If you squinted hard enough, then you could almost see a mare inside of it. Twilight knew she couldn't find her this time. I took you for granted. All these years, I've been blessed with so many wonderful friends, but you were my very first one. Whenever I had a long day or a tense battle, I knew you'd be there for me at the end of it. I never thought I'd ever live my life without you. And now I have this new home. It's massive and has so many hallways and rooms, and it has my cutie mark emblazoned all over it. When I first saw it, my friends were in awe, but I felt sick. It was like it was made for me, like destiny had willed it so that I wouldn't be able to protect you and had discarded you without a thought. It was me, wasn't it? If we never met, you wouldn't have... Tears began to well as she tried to push the words out, but it was no use. They came down heavy, and she twisted to her side as she held her hooves to her eyes in a futile effort to stop them. She lied there weeping for what seemed like an age, letting memories of their time together flood her mind as the tears flooded her face. And then suddenly, a violent gust of wind coursed over her. The lantern shook and rocked, but stayed its place upright. The white carnation she'd left next to it was taken a few feet from where she'd placed it, and she could hear the branches above her sway ever slightly. She shot up from her prone position, and just as she was about to get up and rearrange the carnation back to where it had been, she felt a tickling sensation on her nose. A single leaf had fallen right atop it, and stayed balanced just so. She didn't dare to move, pointing her eyes inward to better observe it, but she began to feel the same sensation across the parts of her coat the cloak didn't currently cover. Grabbing the leaf, she felt her back to find that a dozen more leaves had fallen on her as well, and still more adorned the wood right below her. She looked around as the lantern lit the entire floor, but no other leaves had fallen anywhere else. They'd covered only her, and the rest of the oak's base remained spotless. They'd covered only her, as if to blanket her, as if to hug her. The tears in her eyes began anew, but not from grief as they'd come moments prior. Twilight looked up to the branches that towered over her, and she let out a quick chuckle as she readjusted her cloak. "Thank you," she croaked out after a pause. "I'm going to really miss you, and I know every pony that checked their book out from your shelves is going to miss you too. I'm so glad you were my friend for so many years, and I'll never forget everything you've done for me, everything you've done for us." With a grunt, she got back on all fours. She took one last look around at the body, filling in the blanks where the missing pieces were as she scanned every inch of it. She felt more tears coming on, but she fought them off, and with a nod to herself, she began her final goodbyes. "I thought that dream was weird for a while," she said, "but I think I'd like to be you, to be there for every pony the way you were always there for me, to know so much and to share it with the world. I hope I can be a friend like that." Twilight trotted over and returned the carnation to its space by the lantern. Satisfied, she turned her back to the offerings and headed toward the doorframe. When she got there, though, she paused. She turned her head back toward the body, and she took one final look at the glow of the lantern and the mellow white of the flower petals at its side before she addressed her old friend for the last time. "We'll meet again.
she told her friend. When it's my turn. And as she walked away into the black of the night once more, she saw the oak's little leaves in the corner of her eye dancing in the wind. Playing with Myself by The Peer. I don't think it was supposed to do that. Time travel is complicated. Twilight knew that. She was surprised she was even able to make it to this point of experimentation without any consequences. Twilight has been fascinated with time travel ever since Starlight used it against her a year ago. She wanted to improve Starlight's spell to make it more stable and predictable, and with the help of Starlight, she did. Except, she fucked up. Really fucked up. And now she was staring at herself, a 20-year younger version of herself. The young Twilight confusedly looked up from the book she had been reading and noticed the older Twilight with wings in front of her.
Hi there, identical twin.
Twilight carefully backed up, keeping her eyes locked onto the younger version of herself. Starlight, can you put young me back to her time? Starlight frantically tried to quickly recite the spell once again, but her horn faltered, and when she tried to cast the spell, it simply fizzed out into nothing. There is not enough ambient magical force for me to do it again. It was all used in that first spell. Twilight took her eyes off herself and gave Starlight a pleading glance. Come on, please, there has to be something you can do. If I come in contact with her, there is a 99.9% chance that we explode into 1 million time shards. That will completely break today's to-do list. Starlight was about to open her mouth to respond, but stopped. Her eyes widened, and her panic quickly turned to horror. Twilight felt something tug on her leg.
Hey, identical twin, what does this word mean?
Twilight's heart dropped. The room filled up with anticipation as fear overtook both the mares. But then nothing happened, and Twilight was surprisingly not in 1 million pieces, but instead in one very confused piece. Her eyes slowly darted from her own body to her own body again, but smaller. The younger self was tugging on her leg, pointing at a particular word in her book. Penis fork. Twilight's cheeks flushed red. Her attention shifted away from the fact she had not exploded to desperately trying to maintain her fillyhood innocence. A very bad fork that you should not think about. The young Twi shrugged.
Okay.
She jumped off of Twilight's leg and started hopping around the room, analysing the various magical and scientific devices within. Twilight! Both Twilights turned to Starlight and simultaneously said,
Yes?
Starlight rolled her eyes. No, not you, Twilight. The small one. She activated her horn and focused her magic on the younger Twi. She cast a levitation spell and lifted Twilight into the air, successfully stopping her, the older Twilight. Starlight, don't use that on me. Use it on me. Twilight dramatically pointed at her false self, who was currently on the top of a table, tapping a bottle filled with glowy green liquid. Starlight shook her head and reset the spell. She then refocused on young Twilight, this time powering up a freeze spell. Don't worry, I got this. Starlight fired off the freeze spell, and the magical ray zoomed right toward Twi. The right one this time. Starlight let out a breath of relief. Finally, a success! And before Starlight could even finish her sentence, the freeze spell zipped right past the foal, made a U-turn around her,
and hit the very angry Alicorn Twilight directly in the face. Starlight yelped out an apology. "Sorry!" She immediately aimed her horn toward the frozen Alicorn, who could not talk but was currently glaring bullet holes into Starlight. Starlight cast an undo spell, and this time the spell finally hit its intended target, the foal, who was now in the process of unscrewing the bottle. "Oh, for buck's sake!" Starlight instinctively rose her hoof to cover her mouth, silently praying the foal version of Twilight did not just hear her curse. Her prayers were not answered.
Buck?
Twilight activated her own horn and broke out of the freeze spell, and then immediately scolded Starlight. "Starlight, there is a foal here, don't use that bucking language!" Twilight then shut her mouth with her hoof. "Buck, since when did I curse? Buck, I did it again!"
What does buck mean?
Both grown mares ignored the foal's comment as they broke down into bickering. Twilight directed her annoyance at Starlight, momentarily forgetting about the 7-year-old Twi playing with the bottle. "Since when did you have worse aim than a bucking drunk stallion? I aimed it fine, it's something wrong with the magic." Starlight reached into her mind, trying to find some sort of explanation. "If only I knew exactly what the problem was." "Buck magic, I'll just grab myself. Twilight turned her head towards the foal, and her minor annoyance turned into abject horror. The foal burped. She had drunk half of the bottle, filled with Celestia knows what. She could visibly see the green liquid dripping down her young face. The filly spoke with slurred, nearly incongruent words,
We have the same magic field.
and pointed sluggishly at Twilight. The realization hit Starlight like a truck. "Oh, that's why!" Twilight could not care less about the exact reason why the spells Starlight cast failed. Instead, she was far more concerned about the fluids the filly had just put in her face. "Don't drink that!" She ran forward and reached to snatch the bottle out of the filly's hand, but was too slow. Twi shoved the large bottle's finish into her mouth and dodged Twilight's attack.
Whee! Tag with my twin. Let's see if you're as good as my best big brother forever.
Twilight slammed right into the wooden table and yelped out in pain. "Ow! Starlight! What was in that bucking drink?" Starlight bit her lips and then let out a nervous chuckle. I don't know. It could have been anything, including glow-in-the-dark liquor." Twilight snapped her head to Starlight. "There was bucking what in there?" "Sometimes I get bored, Twilight. That's beside the point. Right now we have to stop you." Twilight decided to ignore the implications this will have on her now stunted brain development and focused her attention on stopping the bucking damage from getting any worse. Twilight shook the pain off and started chasing her smaller and more agile self around the room. The filly jumped in between the various magical and scientific equipment, and Twilight would knock the items to the floor in her fruitless attempts to grab her, creating a massive mess and adding to the absolute chaos. Starlight guiltily sat in the middle of the room, trying to think of some spell that will fix everything. After about a minute of this, Twilight finally gave up. As years of neglected exercise caught up to her, she collapsed to the floor, huffing and puffing. "Fine, you win." The drunk filly ecstatically jumped up into the air.
I love playing with myself.
Twilight's cheeks were flushed red. "Don't say that!" Twi tilted her head in confusion.
Why not?
You'll learn when you are older."
Okay.
The filly paused for about 3 seconds before saying,
Okay, I'm older now, so why can't I play with myself?
Twilight was trying to think of a response when she was suddenly saved by laughing, not from Starlight or the filly, but by a new mare who had just entered the picture. The filly waved at the newcomer.
Oh, hi teacher.
Twilight and Starlight both spun around to the source of the laughing, and they were both shocked to find the tall mare behind them.
Princess Celestia!
Celestia looked between all three of them, smiling. "Oh, you finally noticed." Celestia levitated both Twilights toward her. "That was the funniest thing I've seen all month.
You know you have to watch your mouth sometimes, Twilight. Who knows what you're putting in that poor filly's head? Celestia placed them on each of her sides. You know, it has been a long time since I have seen you this young. The young Trier cuddled up into Celestia's fur, while Twilight sat nervously. Twilight looked up to Celestia, praying that her former mentor had not seen too much of this disaster. How long have you been here? Celestia chuckled. Oh, me? I teleported here the second you two punched a full-sized hole in the space-time continuum. Celestia looked down between both of them with a shit-eating grin. I think you both need to spend some extra time in magic kindergarten so something like this does not happen again, don't you think? The foal version of Tri could not be more ecstatic. Meanwhile, Twilight was completely and utterly devastated.
Yeah, magic kindergarten.
Magic kindergarten? Celestia wrapped a hoop around each of them. Yup, magic kindergarten.
I'm so far away from home, in this desert of regrets. Never thought that I would have to let you go. Tell me, how can I forget? If I could travel back in time, I'd lay a blanket full of stars to brighten up the darkness of our sleepless nights. I'd find a way to make you smile. But I will break your fall, even if you don't love me, even if you don't love me. I will break your fall, even if you don't love me, even if you don't love me.
Twilight was never going to mess with time travel again. So class, why is saying bad words bad? Twilight sat at the back of a class of magic kindergarten class, in a chair size for a foal. Twilight was a royal princess, the princess of friendship no less, and now she had been reduced to a kindergartner. Even if it was just for one day, it was one day too long. The younger Twi, who sat in the front seat, energetically rose her hand.
Ooh, call on me.
Cheerily looked past the filly and pointed towards the sad alicorn at the back. You, sitting in the back. She could not help but chuckle under her breath at the sight of Twilight being one of her students. Do you have the answer? The whole class turned around to look at her. Twilight sighed and broke defeatedly. Because bad words can hurt other ponies' feelings, are inappropriate, and can threaten foals' innocence. Cheerily smiled in satisfaction. Good answer, Twilight. You look like you are on track to becoming a princess one day. Twilight was never going to touch time travel ever again. The Great Ponyville Book Fort by Runic Treetops. The sound of your footsteps echo through the grand halls of the Castle of Friendship. It was only a few short weeks ago that this place came to be, and a lot has happened in that time.
Twilight wasn't too keen on living here at first, but with the help of her friends, like you, she was able to slowly become a bit more comfortable. That being said, you still get the impression that she would rather have her library. This castle is huge and downright gaudy, so you don't really blame her. Still, it's only fitting that the Princess of Friendship has a castle, right? You walk through the twists and turns of the castle's large hallways, doing your best to mentally map out where everything is. You've been here more than a couple of times by now, but that doesn't make the darn place any easier to navigate. It could take months before you remember where everything is. How does Spike do it? Finally, you come to a stop in front of a grand set of double doors that hang open. Peering inside with a smile, you see Twilight using telekinesis to sort through about a dozen books. Taking a couple of steps inside, you look around at the grand library before you. Rows upon rows of books are stacked high, reaching all the way to the ceiling. There are a few tables and chairs for reading and working, as well as several more bookshelves not attached to the walls, cutting off your line of sight in several places. It's hard to tell if there are more books here than there were at the Golden Oak Library, but this room alone is probably bigger than that whole tree. Twilight mumbles something to herself as she checks the covers of a few books before sorting them on the shelf and removing about a dozen more. With her back turned to you, she hasn't noticed you yet. Seeing this as an opportunity, you tiptoe towards her, being as careful as possible to make as little noise as you can. Sure enough, you manage to make it within arm's reach. Just a little more. Twilight goes stiff as you start to scratch behind her ears, moving only to look back at who her assailant is. When she realizes it's just you, she breathes a sigh of relief before having to catch her breath. You and Twilight have been together for some time, and you know that her weak spot is right there. She whimpers as she practically melts into your hand. After a couple of moments, she composes herself just enough to take a step away with a giggle before turning to look at you properly. "Hi, Nonny. What are you doing here?" You shrug. I had some free time and figured I'd check in on my favourite princess. How's the castle treating you?" "It isn't without its problems, but I probably shouldn't complain, considering that it came from the Tree of Harmony. I figure I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth." "Well, I guess every princess needs a castle. Probably could have used a better location though." "How so? Ponyville is where I met all of my friends, including you. Doesn't that make it ideal?" "Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you didn't have to move away after we lost the library. I'm just saying that the castle sticks out like a sore thumb. Makes the town feel less, I don't know, quaint, I guess." "I see what you mean, but there isn't much to be done about it now. I choose to believe that the Tree of Harmony planted it right here for a reason." "If you say so, Twi. What are you up to?" "Oh, just trying to sort the new library. I've been having a lot of books shipped in to replace the ones that were destroyed, so I think I've been having to do a lot of organising and reorganising." "Wouldn't it be easy to just wait until all of the books are in? Then you could sort them all at once?" "Then I'd just have a big mess until they're all here." As if on cue, Spike enters the room, pushing a comically large cart, upon which sits what must be over 100 books. He looks up at the two of you, clearly worn out from getting the cart here, and he pants as he speaks. There's a couple more loads of these downstairs." He takes a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. I'll go get them." He quickly unloads the cart's contents haphazardly onto the floor. With the cart in tow, he turns around and slowly makes his way back towards what is presumably the front door of the castle. You look at the new pile of books on the ground before glancing at Twilight with a cocky grin. She looks unamused. "See what I mean, Twi?" "Fine. I can at least wait until all of today's books have arrived." "Atta girl. You've been pushing yourself too hard lately. Relax.
Heh, easy for you to say. The list of things I need to take care of seems to grow with every passing day. I'm not complaining or anything, but right now I just don't have the time to sit still for too long.
Not even to, I don't know, actually read one of these books?
I can multitask. A blush reaches her face as you call her out. You know full well that she spends a great deal of time reading and is probably overstating how much work she has. You figure that her dramatics aren't intentional though. She tends to get stuck in her own head, and this prevents her from seeing the forest for the trees.
You do have a lot of them in here. It's crazy that a castle like this can house such a huge library.
I'm certainly not complaining, that's for sure.
You know, a castle is partially defined by its defensive capabilities, yes?
Well, I suppose castles are more difficult to penetrate than a regular building. Why?
Would that mean you could also refer to this castle as a fort?
Where are you going with this?
Is this room then not a book fort?
She looks at you with half-lidded eyes. She's trying to show that she isn't amused by your antics, but you don't really care. No, Anon, my new library is not a book fort.
Kinda looks like one to me, Twi.
She elbows you in the side of the leg. It doesn't hurt, but you can't help but laugh as she does so. Her cheeks go pink once more. Don't tease me, Nonny. I'm still trying to get used to the castle in the first place. There's no need to make fun of it. You innocently hold your hands in the air.
I'm not making fun of it. I'm just trying to make it seem a bit more homely.
Well, the Golden Oaks Library certainly wasn't a book fort either. It was a place of learning. The same will be true for this place. You look around at the library. It already looks complete, but with a few hundred more books coming in, the shelves are going to be stuffed. Well, either way, I'm sorry to cut our conversation short, but I have a meeting with Mayor in about 15 minutes. I probably won't have time to talk again today, but feel free to stick around in here for as long as you like. She gently grabs you by the shoulders with telekinesis, a motion that you're very used to. Understanding her request, you bend down to give your mare friend a parting hug, and she kisses you on the cheek as you pull away.
Good luck, Twi.
With a wave and a smile, she trots out of the room. You don't fail to notice the smile disappear as soon as she looks away from you. The poor mare has a lot on her mind right now. Maybe there's something you can do to help with that. The next day rolls around and Twilight, with bags under her eyes and a drink levitating in the air by her side, yawns as she walks into the library. What she sees immediately snaps her awake and nearly makes her drop her cup. Anon, what is this? You smirk at her through the makeshift window. Over the night, you had come up with and executed a plan that was downright silly. With the help of Spike, who currently sits on top of your glorious creation, you made a massive book fort out of the books in the library. Thanks to the massive size of the room and the thousands of books ready to be used there, the fort stands at about 2 stories tall, featuring glorious medieval-style towers on each corner. It has 2 main floors, as well as a roof that has 1 more tower on top of it, with a flag bearing Twilight's cutie mark proudly displayed above the whole thing. The inside, meanwhile, is about as comfortable and lavish as you could make it, with pillows and blankets galore. The whole thing is really comfortable, with closable windows and everything. You don't get the chance to make things like this all that often, but Equestria has a way of bringing out your inner creativity. It helps that the books were surprisingly easy to work with, and allowed your vision to become a reality. Hey Twilight, check it out! We call it the Great Ponyville Book Fort! Spike's voice rings throughout the now very echoey room. Why did you make this? What did you do to the library?
Because it was fun, duh. Come on, Twi, join us.
Your offer makes her face palm. Face hoop? Whatever. Anon, this was your idea?
Yup. Do you realise how much work it's going to be to put all of these back? Sure I do, and I have every intention of helping you do so when the time comes. But for now, just get in here. It's super comfy. I have more important things to— Twilight! Your sudden increase in volume makes her jump a bit and lock eyes with you once more. You've already learned this lesson, Twi. It's not good to overwork yourself, and I can tell that this castle is only contributing to your stress. Come on, let yourself have fun. Let yourself actually enjoy your new home for a change. With a sigh and a growing blush, she slowly makes her way to the fort, stopping just outside as she looks at your excited face through the window that your head is sticking out of. How do I get inside? Haha, funny story that I probably should have worked from the outside rather than the inside out. Which means I accidentally barricaded myself in the first floor. Spike's fine though. Spike gives her a wave from up above. You should be able to teleport in there no problem. Seriously, Nonny, do you ever think these things through? I think them through right up until the part where I know I'll have made you happy. After that, I kind of stop paying attention. She sighs once more and shrugs in disbelief as she places her cup on a table outside the fort. Suddenly, she disappears, and a quick flash of purple light next to you tells you exactly where she went. She lands softly on the floor inside of the fort, which is covered in about 3 layers of blankets. The room is lit by what little light is pouring through the windows and a magical lantern that you have hanging from the low ceiling. She looks around at the veritable mountain of softness and comfort you have prepared before noticing a few of the new books that came in yesterday piled in the corner. Spike confirmed for me that you haven't read those ones yet. I figured you might want to do so in here, where it's nice and cozy. Twilight's face goes from annoyed to shocked as the stress that was visible in her expression slowly melts away. Her features soften, and she looks at you, who has to crouch to get around in here, with a warm smile. This is all very silly, Nonny, but I'm touched that you did all of this for me. Only the best for my favourite mare. She closes her eyes and leans forward. Thanks to your crouched stature, she easily reaches your face, giving you a quick, loving kiss. After a moment, she backs off, both of your faces a beet red as she sheepishly takes a few steps back towards the books. Well, would you care to read some of these with me? Absolutely, Try. The two of you find a nice, soft corner of the great Ponyville book fort, snuggling up against each other. The hours seem to fly by as you read together. Perhaps this castle can be a home, after all.
I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine.
First Date with Twilight by Geodesic Dragon. You always told yourself that Ponyville at night is always something special. This feeling is only heightened as you walk slowly through the quiet streets, enjoying the feeling of cooling breeze on your face and the sounds of a town which is about to shut down for the night. The market vendors are packing up their goods. Most of the tourists are heading back to their hotels after seeing the sights, and the locals are heading home to their comfy beds. Your own bed, however, will have to wait for now, as you are currently on your way to the castle to take Twilight out on your first date together. You have a plan, and with Celestia, Luna and Discord as your witnesses, it is going to work, damn it! When you first arrived in Equestria, Twilight was the first pony you met. The friendly Alicorn took you into her home, and gave you a room to sleep in while she tried to figure out a way to send you home. Naturally, that didn't work, and you both came to realize that your stay in Equestria was going to be permanent. So, being the good friend that she is, she helped you to adjust to your new life in Ponyville, culminating in you getting a job at the local bakery alongside Pinkie, who thinks very highly of your kneading abilities. Over time, you met the rest of her friends and soon became a part of everyday life in Ponyville, but a few months later, when Tourette came along, you found yourself hiding in a basement along with some other townsponies. Twilight had told you she was actually going to fight him, and you were worried sick. The next few hours were the worst of your life, as you heard nothing but explosions, crashing, banging, and Tourette's incessant gloating. A particularly loud explosion close to your hiding spot had made a little bit of pee come out, but other than that, you couldn't do anything but remain hidden and hope for the best. That came after a while, when Rainbow Dash opened the door to the basement and told every pony it was safe to come out. When you did, the first thing you did was head back to the library, which was now a pile of blackened and splintered wood. You feared the worst, but soon caught sight of Twilight, who smiled as she laid eyes on you. All at once you were overwhelmed by your feelings and sprinted towards her, tackling her in the biggest and most bone-crushing hug you have ever delivered. And then, just for good measure, you planted a big wet one on her lips. It was as much a surprise to you as it was to her, but the main thing was that she eventually reciprocated. The two of you separated and gazed into each other's eyes, a gaze which was only broken when you finally noticed the giant castle which had definitely not been there a few hours ago when the fighting started. And that brings you to now, nearly 2 weeks later. Twilight needed some time to recover from the events of the battle, particularly when it came to the loss of the library. You and the rest of her friends salvaged what you could, but the damage was done. You are hoping that the date you are about to take her on will go some way to taking her mind off things and help her take the first steps along this new road in her life. In other words, doing for her what she did for you all those months ago. You pass Town Hall, casting your eyes briefly over the notice board outside the entrance. Besides the usual adverts about items for sale and services such as the local tour guide, there is also a faded bounty poster depicting a pony whose name begins with S, seemingly wanted for being two-faced. You're not sure why that is worthy of a bounty poster, but they've clearly annoyed someone with the money and time to go to this much trouble. Pressing on, you soon had the castle in your sights, the ornate crystalline structure looking seriously out of place amongst the simple wood of the nearby homes and businesses. You almost feel as though you are part of a child's playset and their youngest sibling has come along, plonking their own toy down in an attempt to join in the fun games. You stroll up to the door and knock on it a few times, then smooth your hair and wait patiently for it to be opened. It takes a while. Twilight is not used to the layout of the place yet, and often finds herself in a cupboard instead of where she wants to be. She eventually throws the door open, her smile broadening and her cheeks turning pink as she lays eyes on you. You smile back and lean in for a kiss. She is all too happy to return the gesture, breaking away from you with a contented sigh. 3 minutes, you say. A lot quicker than last time. Twilight giggles. I'm still in the process of making a map, she replies. At least this time I only ended up in one cupboard. You laugh, and she looks you up and down. Pardon me for saying, but you don't look as though you're dressed for a date. Her horn flares up and a book, titled First Dates for Dum-Dums, is soon floating in front of her face. It says here that the stallion, or man in your case, should be wearing a suit and tie. She closes the book and puts it on a table near the door. So either the one Rarity made for you is in the wash, or that book is out of date. You roll your eyes. Trust me, Try, I don't need a suit. You point at the dress she's wearing. Technically, even you don't need to be dolled up. At least not for the place we're going to. Speaking of which, you hold out your hand. Shall we depart, my beloved? Twilight nods, discards her dress, and takes your hand and follows you down the stairs. Ponyville has pretty much shut down by now, though a few businesses remain open to cater to the tourists who aren't quite finished doing tourist stuff yet. A throng of ponies lingers outside the only bar in town, licking their lips in anticipation of the delightful booze that awaits them inside. So, Twilight says, where are we going? All in good time, babe, you reply. All in good time. Follow me and I promise you it will be worthwhile. At least, I hope it will. Can I at least guess? Twilight asks, to which you nod. Alright, let me see if I can deduce where we're going before we get there. You shrug. You can try, but I'm fairly certain you won't. Twilight sticks out her tongue at you. Challenge accepted, Mr. Smarty Britches. She looks around. This is Hoofton Avenue, where the burger place is. Her eyes light up. Are you taking me to try the new Triple Haze Shot Deluxe? I heard it's really good. Nice try, but nope. You laugh as she lets out a small whine. To be perfectly honest, Try, this is our first date. I wouldn't take you to a dang burger place on such a special occasion. You think for a moment. I'll save it for our fourth date, which is when I expect to have run out of ideas of where to take you. My book says that the fifth date is a special milestone, because after that is when it's best to... She blushes. To, you know. You get what she's saying, and blush along with her. The two of you walk in silence for a moment, ignoring the stares of tourists wondering why the Princess of Friendship has suddenly become a walking light bulb, and soon approaches the train station. Oh, the station! Twilight says, snapping out of her stupor. Are we going up to Canterlot? There's a sale at the big bookshop up there, and I'm eager to see what they've got. Really, Twilight? You've got so many books already. You could start selling them yourself, you reply. At least find some space for those first. Heck, Spike was telling me he was able to build a makeshift bed using some of the many hardbacks you've got. Twilight turns to face you so fast, you hear her neck cracking. He did what? She shouts. I was wondering why I was missing a few. I honestly thought I was losing my mind. Crap, you mutter. I wasn't meant to tell you that. It was only a temporary measure. One I'm sure he's addressed by now. Twilight pouts. He better have, she says. Speaking from experience, I can say that books make better pillows than beds. Noted, you say. And now, steering the subject back on track, I'm sorry to tell you that we are not going to Canterlot. Twilight thinks for a moment. It's not the burger place, and it's not Canterlot. She taps her chin with a forehoof. What about Sugar Cube Corner? They're still open for another hour or so. You do your best impression of a buzzer. Buzz. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong answer, you say. You've missed out on the grand prize, but would you like to try for a consolation prize instead? Haha, very funny. Twilight rolls her eyes. Alright, keep your secrets as much as you want, but I'll figure it out eventually. You shake your head. I bet you won't, but I'm not going to stop you from trying. You smile at her. You're cute when you try to figure stuff out, you know that. You're cute too, Twilight replies. I love you. I love you too, Try. You glance at your watch and smirk to yourself. Right then, I think we've dawdled around town for long enough. Let's head back to the castle. Twilight cocks her head at you. The castle? She parrots. Why? You'll see when we get there. You tap your nose. Trust me. Twilight nods, and the two of you begin to walk back to the castle in contented silence. It doesn't take long for you to reach the front door, arriving just as it opens to reveal the rest of the girls leaving. "Hi girls," Twilight says. "What brings you here?" "You'll see, darling," Rarity replies. "You'll see." She turns to you and winks. "Everything is ready, dear, just as you asked." "Thanks, girls." You give them a thumbs up. "I appreciate it." The five of them smile and nod before bidding farewell to the two of you and taking their leave. Once they're gone, you head inside with a curious Twilight in tow. "What's going on here?" she asks. "What was Rarity on about?" "She was referring to..." You head upstairs and open the door to the balcony, motioning for Twilight to go in ahead of you. "This..." Twilight walks onto the balcony. After a moment, you hear her let out a small gasp. You follow her inside and survey the scene to see that the girls have done their job impeccably. In the corner, a telescope points towards the starry sky. In another corner stands a large pile of books next to two large beanbags, and in the middle is a rug with a basket on top of it. A multitude of candles give off both a soothing light and the smell of lavender. A record player stands ready with a selection of songs for both relaxing and dancing. And there, amongst it all, stands the mare you love, her eyes shimmering as she takes in the sight. "I wanted to do something special," you tell her. "So here we have stargazing, combined with reading books and enough food to keep us bloated for a week. I asked the girls if they could help, and they were more than happy to. It was actually their idea to distract you by taking you for a walk around town." You take her forehooves in your hands and look into her eyes. "So, do you like it?" Twilight responds by kissing you. "It's great," she says as she pulls away from you. She then walks over to the rug and opens the basket, her eyes widening as she looks in. "Are those..." "The new triple H shot deluxe?" You nod. "Sure is." Twilight grins at you, delivering another kiss as she goes over to the telescope. You let out a massive sigh of relief and go to join her, confident that this is the start of something amazing. And funnily enough, it's all thanks to Tirek. Twilight finds a brick in her shower by 6D Pegasus. "Ow! What the..." Twilight, her eyes squeezed shut as warm water showered upon her soapy mane, reached out blindly with her magic for the shower faucet. Eventually, she felt it in her grasp and turned it all the way to the right, shutting off the flow of water. Still suffering from a soap-induced blindness, she reached her hoof up to grab at her towel hanging nearby and brought it to her head to dry off her mane and eliminate what remained of her shampoo from her eyes, lest they add even more annoyance to what a typical shower should ever bring. With her eyes finally clear of the stingy suds, she opened her eyes and turned her gaze downwards, curious as to what had mysteriously scratched her back hoof in the middle of her relaxing afternoon shower. A single reddish-brown brick sat interestingly on the floor of her shower. Twilight blinked in surprise. The brick did not return the gesture. Not to say the brick in of itself was anything interesting. She prodded it with a hoof, confirming from its slight movement that its density and weight matched that of an average brick. She rubbed the end of her hoof against it, confirming from its rough, coarse feel that its texture matched that of an average brick. She stared at it even harder, confirming once again from its rusty hue that its colour indeed matched that of an average brick. No, the brick in itself was quite normal, really. It was the fact that it was sitting on the floor of her shower that perplexed her. Spike? She called out hesitantly to her faithful dragon assistant. No response. Twilight kept her gaze glued to the brick as if it might disappear should she blink. She reached out with her magic and cautiously scanned the foreign object. Any hidden enchantments? No. Any convincing illusion spells? Nuh-uh. Any latent mana signatures that might indicate a recent transportation, transmutation, or other magical means by which a perfectly normal brick could be mysteriously moved into a shower? Nope, nope, and nope. Spike!
Yeah? What is it, Twilight?
Spike's voice rang out from behind the closed bathroom door. There was some rustling as Twilight imagined Spike was hastily extracting himself from his basket where he had been reading his Power Ponies comic just minutes prior.
Is something wrong?
After several seconds, Spike finally burst into the bathroom. As predicted, he was still carrying his beloved comic in his claws. Twilight rolled her eyes. Well, no, not exactly. After spinning her towel around her lower body a few more times to remove the last of the potentially dripping water from her coat, she carefully stepped out of the shower to give Spike a clear view of the extremely ordinary brick sitting in her shower. Twilight heard Spike let out a quiet gasp, and she turned quickly to face him, letting her catch the quickest flash of recognition within his emerald eyes before they darted up to meet hers. Why is there a brick in your shower? She narrowed her eyes suspiciously at her number one assistant before turning back to the brick. Honestly, I have no idea. I was in the middle of my shower when I accidentally stepped on it. I guess I didn't see it when I stepped in at first cause. Well, I'm not really expecting anything to be sitting on the shower floor since I always keep the whole bathroom organised, much less a brick. Spike walked up to the shower and picked up the incongruous rectangular anomaly and made a show of inspecting it in his claws. Twilight raised an eyebrow. Having raised the young Drake, she knew all there was to how he acted when he was trying to hide something. He was definitely trying to hide something. Spike tossed the brick back and forth between his claws. Twilight noticed with each pass he took a discreet step closer to the door. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Twilight. It's just a completely normal brick. Spike? Twilight took a step closer, her tone carrying a serious edge that made Spike freeze in his tracks. What aren't you telling me? Spike's eyes widened, and he lifted both claws defensively. Nothing! Twilight raised an eyebrow. Spike, come on. We're the only ones that live here in the library. The only way a brick can make its way into our shower is if either of us put it there ourselves. And I know I didn't because I haven't gone in there since this morning when there wasn't a brick there. Or Pinkie is up to a usual... Usual what, Twilight? Pinkie curiously inquired as she trotted out from behind Twilight, giving the purple pair a couple of heart attacks. Twilight, after taking a few breaths to calm her now racing heart, levelled her gaze towards the pink intruder. She snatched the brick out of Spike's claw with her magic and hovered it in front of her. Pinkie, did you put this brick in my shower? Pinkie stared long and hard at the brick for several seconds, her eyes narrowing in intense focus before she let out a giggle. Nope! She looked up and put a hoof to her chin and thought, though now that you mention it, this gives me an amazing idea for how to give Dashi her next pie. Twilight internally cringed and made a note to apologise to her polychromatic Pegasus friend for any future inconveniences she might have just doomed her to. You're absolutely sure? Pinkie promise? Yepperoni, cross my heart, hope to fly, stick a cupcake in my eye. Pinkie smoothly carried out the signature movement of her famed Pinkie promise, eliciting a wince from Twilight as she, as usual, bashed a hoof into her still open eye with zero reaction. Twilight and Spike watched in silent confusion as she proceeded to casually trot out the bathroom and down the library stairs to the entrance, as if spontaneously manifesting oneself in somebody else's bathroom was a normal day-to-day occurrence, all the while humming one of her many joyous tunes. As per long-time habit, Twilight shook off the desire to question Pinkie's shenanigans any further and turned back to face Spike. "Alright, Spike, out with it. You're the only other creature living with me." She caught Spike sparing a glance back at Owlicious' currently empty cage that can only open the bathroom door. "Come on, if it was really you, I'm not mad or anything. I just really want to know." Spike maintained eye contact with her for a few more brave seconds before slumping down in defeat. "Yeah, it was me. Sorry, Twilight. I just wanted to see if I could melt a brick with my flames, but it caught on fire, so I panicked and used your shower to put it out." Twilight blinked. Bricks could catch fire? To be fair, Spike's flames were magical in nature, so it wasn't exactly out of the question. Not to mention she knew Spike's tendency to act on curious impulse. "That's an interesting experiment. Why didn't you just use the sink?" I panicked." Twilight hummed in thought. It wouldn't really do any pony any good to chastise the young Drake for trying an experiment far more tame than the ones she used to get away with as a filly. Besides, no one was hurt. Much. Fair enough. Next time you want to experiment your dragonfire like that though, please don't do it in our very wooden and paper-filled library home, alright? She reached out a foreleg and pulled the little dragon into a quick hug. Spike squirmed awkwardly in a grip a little before pushing away. Yeah, thanks Twilight. Don't worry, I'll remember next time." The two of them stood there in silence for a bit, not knowing what to do next now that the mystery had been solved, until Spike spoke up. "Well, I'm gonna go, put the brick back where I found it, if that's alright with you, and run some last few errands too." "Oh, alright then, Spike." Twilight gently floated the brick back to Spike's claws. "Just be back in time for dinner, okay?" "Will do. See ya, Twi." Spike scampered down the stairs and out to the library, shutting the door behind him. Twilight giggled and rolled her eyes, turning back to a shower. Small particles of red powder still remained on its floor, so she briefly turned the water on again to wash them away. As she watched them spiral down the drain, she turned her thoughts back to her initial brick sighting. Now that she thought of it, the brick had been perfectly brick-coloured, nothing but brownish red hues. This was completely normal for your average brick, but hadn't Spike been trying to burn it with his flames? She pondered it for a few more moments before chuckling and closing her eyes. "Nope, magical flames. Do not question now. Can look into it some other arbitrary time. Need to lay down and read." With that final thought, Twilight trotted out the bathroom and shut the door, eager to shove all mysterious brick and shower incidents far back in the recess of her mind as she eyed the comforting prospect of reading a book in bed. Spike tiptoed slowly up the steps to Cutie Mark Crusader Clubhouse, clutching the brick tightly to his chest. He crept right up to the edge of the door frame and rapped against the wall beside it. He lowered his voice down to a whisper. "Psh, you in there?" After a few seconds of silence, he felt matching hoof taps against the other side of the wall, and a soft, squeaky voice quietly sounded out. "Yeah, I'm here, Spike." Letting out a sigh of relief, Spike walked all the way into the clubhouse. A lone unicorn filly with white fur and a purple and pink mane sat against one of the room's side walls, a saddlebag laying in front of her. "Hey, Sweetie Belle, were you able to get yours?" Sweetie nodded and lit her horn, bathing the room in a dim light green glow. With her magic, she opened a saddlebag and floated out a shiny, cylindrical object about the same length as a rolled up scroll. I had to be real sneaky. Rarities usually always keep these in a locked box. But she was so tired last night from wrapping up her winter fashion line that she forgot to lock it. I only grabbed one, so she doesn't suspect anything. Spike chuckled quietly. Twilight keeps them locked away as well, but unfortunately she never ever forgets to lock it. He snickered a little and lifted his claw, drawing the filly's attention to the sharp tips on his fingers. Thankfully, these babies have gotten especially good at picking locks. He sat down across from Sweetie Belle and placed the brick in front of him. She opened her mouth to speak, but Spike raised his index finger to shush her. Carefully, he grasped both ends of the brick and pulled hard. The lid of the convincingly fake brick popped off, revealing a hidden cavity in the centre. With the additional dexterity granted by his fingers, he reached in the gap and tugged out the extremely folded magazine from within. I grabbed the thinnest one since it was the only one that could fit in here. He unfolded the entire thing and began pressing down on it with his claws to flatten it out. Oh, you should have been there. Twilight came home earlier than usual. Right when I managed to close the lid on it, I got scared and just hid it in her shower. But she still found it. Sweetie gasped and put her hooves to her mouth in shock. No! Did she find out? Spike shook his head and puffed his chest proudly. Nope. Turns out these fake bricks are top quality. Don't know why Applejack has so many of these, but if you ever need one in the future, she's your best bet. Twilight totally bought my lie about it too. Whew, that's a relief. Sweetie placed the cylinder on the ground and used her magic to unroll it, revealing it to also be a magazine. She pressed it with her hooves to flatten it as well. Sweetie and Spike stepped back to admire their spoils. 2 magazines, one with an uncountable amount of creases all over it, rested on the floor of the clubhouse. On the top of them both read in bold, stylish font, Canterlot's hottest. Too bad neither of them knew what that meant. Let's see what secret mysteries our sisters have been reading about that they don't want us to find out. Tired by Kodiak. Rainbow Dash suppressed a sigh, her eyes fixed down into her lap. Her head felt like it was stuffed with cotton. Vague and fuzzy noises filtered in from the outside world, almost unrecognisable. Some pony was talking, some pony was laughing, a group chattering happily all around her. She didn't really feel like joining them. Didn't really feel like anything at all, really. She was just tired. The chattering stopped. She noticed that. The silence it left. Her head was heavy, difficult to lift, but she managed to look up to see the group of gathered mares looking at her expectantly. Her mouth was dry, her drink untouched. Huh? Her voice croaked out, more scratchy and rough than usual. Rarity's eyes narrowed, slightly, annoyed that she'd been ignored, probably. I asked how your training was going, she said. None of us have seen you out practicing recently. Oh, Rainbow said. She shook her head. It's fine. Applejack cocked her head to the side. Fine? She echoed. Not amazing or awesome? Who are you and what have you done with Rainbow Dash? She asked jokingly, earning a small chuckle around the table. Rainbow didn't laugh. I don't know, she muttered under her breath before she could catch herself. She winced and coughed, hoping no pony had heard her. She puffed out her chest slightly, and her usual bravado felt like an ill-fitting mask as she said, I've got ponies lining up for autographs as usual. You know how it is. Rainbow Dash? Fluttershy asked quietly from her right, and Rainbow forced herself to smile as she turned to her oldest friend. Are you okay? No. Yeah, just a little tired. Why wouldn't I be shy? If you're sure, she said, you've seemed kind of strange recently. I think you mean awesome, Rainbow corrected with a painfully forced chuckle. You haven't touched your sandwich, Pinkie noted. Rainbow looked down at her plate and the offering slices of bread. She shrugged. I'm not that hungry. Had a big breakfast this morning. You can have it if you want. Usually Pinkie was on leftovers in a heartbeat. This time she just quirked her head to the side. Are you sure? Waving a hoof dismissively, Rainbow said, Yeah, I'm sure. You kinda ambushed me for this get-together right after I finished eating. We apologise for the abruptness, dear, Rarity said. It's just that you've had to cancel the last few meetups for work. So when we heard from Flitter that you had the day off, we wanted to take advantage of it. Flitter? Oh, of course it was Flitter. Heh, yeah, work's been crazy recently. Rainbow reached up to scratch the back of her neck. A lot of clouds rolling in from the Everfree this time of year. Gotta keep them in check or they'll cause a real mess. Been pretty tired because of it. And you're sure you're okay? Applejack asked. Rainbow felt her muscles tense slightly. I'm fine, AJ, just tired. If you say so, Applejack conceded, accepting the answer. And why wouldn't she? She was the element of honesty, and Rainbow was telling the truth. She was tired. Tired of these questions, tired of... Scootaloo hasn't seen you in... What is this, 20 questions? Rainbow shouted suddenly, slamming a hoof down on the table as her wings snapped open. Some kind of interrogation? Why do I have to answer for every second of my day? I've been busy at work and I've been tired, so I've been napping. The hell else do you want from me? The outburst left the group in silence. And Rainbow cursed herself under her breath. Sorry, she said, tucking her wings back against her sides. I'm just tired, and I guess a little grumpy. A little? Pinkie asked. Rainbow glared at her. She didn't mean to, but she did. Okay, fine. A lot. Have you been sleeping well? Rarity asked. Rainbow's teeth ground together. I'm fine, just tired, she repeated. I'm gonna go find some place to nap, okay? Sorry for snapping, she said, her chair squeaking as she stood up. She was stopped as something pulled on her tail, and she whirled around to chew out whoever it was, only to find not a pony, but a rather sparkling magenta aura around her tail. She looked back to its source, a similar glow around Twilight Sparkle's horn. Their eyes met, and Rainbow could see the silent question lingering behind her violet irises. I'm fine, she growled lowly, grabbing her tail with her teeth and yanking it out of the unicorn's grasp. Just tired. I'll see you all later. A cheerful jingle announced her departure as the bell above the door was shaken, and she slammed it shut behind her as she took off into the sky. She cursed Flitter for ratting out her day off, cursed her friends for trying to stage some kind of intervention or whatever that was supposed to be, cursed herself for making them worry. She was fine. She was just tired. So very tired. She didn't bother using the door, instead opting to fly right into her bedroom window, crash landing directly on her bed with a soft bounce. Clouds were the best places to nap, and she was so tired. She felt like the second her head hit the pillow, she'd drift off to sleep. Maybe she'd be a little less tired when she woke up. If she woke up anyway. She recognized that thought and frowned, her eyes pinched shut. She wasn't supposed to think things like that. Normal ponies didn't think things like that, or at least if they did, it scared them. It didn't really scare her. "Shut up!" she growled, flipping onto her back and staring up at the blank white cloud ceiling. Being unable to sleep was another unfortunately familiar sensation. Long nights spent staring at nothing were an old friend, but she didn't much feel like getting out of bed either. Instead, she just lay there, bored and lost in thought, until she heard a noise she was dreading, a faint magical popping noise right outside her door.
Rainbow!
She groaned as Twilight's voice drifted in through her window, and she pressed her head back into her pillow. Maybe, if she stayed quiet, the unicorn would assume she was asleep.
You can't sleep, can you?
Rainbow raised an eyebrow. How would she know?
You're so tired, all you want to do is sleep, but you just lay there counting the minutes, right? And sometimes you think about getting out of bed and doing something else, but the thought of doing anything makes you feel more tired.
Eyes wide, Rainbow sat up in bed, looking towards her window. Did Twilight too?
Please, talk to me.
Rainbow licked her lips and found them painfully dry. The door's open, she said quietly. So quiet she wasn't sure if she'd been heard, but a moment later she heard the door open, and a set of who's was climbing the stairs. Then she appeared in the doorway, a small smile on her face. "Hi," she breathed. Rainbow swallowed nervously. Do you... She trailed off, but her question was obvious, and Twilight sighed. Instead of answering, she trotted over and glanced at the bed, then back to Rainbow, silently asking permission. Rainbow shifted and nodded, and Twilight sat down on the bed next to her, her sides pressed together gently as the mattress depressed under her weight, forcing them closer together. "Sometimes," Twilight started, but paused and had to take a deep breath. "Sometimes it feels like I'm so tired I can't even keep my eyes open, but I still can't sleep. Reading is exhausting. Everything is exhausting. Everything that I'm supposed to love or enjoy just seems so boring and tiring, and I just feel numb." Numb. That was a good word for it. Rainbow found herself staring at the man next to her. Twilight's eyes seemed to shimmer distantly. "I'm tired," Rainbow said slowly. "I'm tired of everything. Tired of being awake, tired of being asleep, tired of my flight practice and my pranks, and tired of reading Daring Do. I'm tired of... She stuttered and struggled, as a thought she'd felt so often was forced into words. Twilight remained quiet, waiting patiently. "Sometimes," Rainbow said, and she felt herself swallow a lump that hit her stomach like a bowling ball and stayed there. "Sometimes I just get tired of being alive." She winced, bracing for Twilight's reaction. Anger, maybe, at having such a thought. Maybe she'd be disappointed or offended. Instead, very gently, Twilight reached out and put a hoof around Rainbow's shoulders, drawing her into a hug. "Sometimes," Twilight whispered gently in her ear, "when I do finally fall asleep, I wonder if it would be better to just not wake up." Rainbow Dash felt her heart throb, and it felt like something inside her shattered. She croaked out, but her voice broke and nothing more came, until Twilight squeezed her a little tighter, and like forcing the water out of a sponge, tears poured down Rainbow's cheeks as she took a shuddering breath. Then she buried her face in Twilight's chest and sobbed. Twilight just held her tightly, letting her cry as much as she needed. Even as a few empathetic tears leaked from her own eyes, she felt her chest quickly become damp, but she wasn't particularly concerned with that. Her hooves rubbed in small circles over Rainbow's back. Slowly, very slowly, Rainbow calmed, even as her breath still came in fitful hitches and sniffles. The warmth of the mare holding her seemed to drive away the numbness that had taken over her. Eventually, she pulled back just enough to look up and see Twilight's face. Does it ever go away? Twilight smiled sadly at her. Not entirely, she said, but it can get better. You can find ways to manage it, make it easier to deal with, so that it happens less often, or doesn't last as long. How? Talking about it is a good start. Rainbow nodded slowly. Try? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she asked, Can you hold me for a little longer? Twilight chuckled quietly, once more drawing Rainbow tight against her chest. For as long as you want. Though her face burned with shame and embarrassment, Rainbow felt herself smile into the damp purple fur. As her heartbeat gradually slowed with her breathing, before two long, soft snores slipped past her lips, and Twilight smiled as she held her sleeping friend. Rarity, I'm Pretty Sure You're Dead, by Jest. Like, 90% sure. That's preposterous, darling, replied Rarity, not looking up from her sewing. She was on a delicate double over-under stitch that needed to be just so. Twilight tapped her hoof and frowned. I'm quite sure you're dead. You're ice cold to start. Rarity shrugged, hardly giving the conversation a single iota of attention. Yes, I suppose it is a little chilly in here. Would you mind turning up the heat when you leave, darling? Contrary to popular belief, Twilight Sparkle was not completely lacking in social graces and knew most of the normal cues to leave, but she chose to ignore what her friend said. After all, she had just lost said friend. Well, sort of, anyway. Rarity, your body is literally room temperature all the way through. I've scanned you completely. Twilight tried to impart a modicum of seriousness in her voice, but Rarity brushed it off. Oh, pish-posh, darling. It might be a little cold out today, but it's nothing to get worked up about. She leaned in closer, focusing her magic to the size of a head of a needle. This last part right near the hem would be difficult and would take every ounce of concentration she had. Twilight groaned. Rarity, this is serious. Yes, I know it's serious, The weather team should really decide if they want it sunny or cloudy. None of this annoying in-between business that makes the day so blah. She flipped the dress over and instantly began working on the other side. Fine. Well, explain this then, Rarity. Why haven't you had to breathe the entire time I've been here? Twilight's confident smile faltered somewhat when she realized the dead unicorn in front of her was still locked to her work. It's called holding one's breath, darling. You really should try it sometime, Rarity said with as little malice as she could manage. The whole time I've been here though. It's been 10 minutes. You can't hold your breath that long. No pony can. Twilight threw her hooves up in exasperation. Not so, darling. You would be quite surprised what the girls and I have gotten up to in that hot tub of yours. Rarity casually twisted the dress in her grip and bit her lip, not noticing when the appendage fell off a moment later, when she realized what she had done wrong. That was you who did that to my hot tub? I had to throw out all the water and scrub the entire thing. You could have at least told me. Told you what? That me, Fluttershy, and Big Mac had a little too much fun in your not-so-secret hot tub on the 4th floor balcony? If I said that, our shy friend would just die from embarrassment. With a flick of her magic, the offending stitches were ripped out and the sewing machine was kicked back into high gear. Whatever, I'll lecture those two on respecting private property later. I have a lich on my hooves right here. She pointed an accusatory hoof at the oblivious fashionista still staring intently at the dress. You should think about getting that removed. I heard Salt could take those little buggers right off. Not leech, lich. Like an undead evil sorcerer. Not the mildly annoying parasite. Ah, I see. Well, would you kindly ask the evil undead sorcerer to leave my boutique alone? I have quite the order from Celestia herself, and as the world, as my witness, I will not fail. Without taking her eyes or magic off her stitchwork, she raised a triumphant hoop in the air and held it for a moment before letting it drop down and help its twin push a difficult part of the dress through her machine. You're impossible, you know that? I think you can be more stubborn than Applejack sometimes. Twilight dropped her butt to the ground and rubbed her chin deep in thought. Rarity didn't remark, though she did disagree. There were more important things at Hoof after all, like what to do with this extra dangling bit of fabric she had left attached to the edge of the dress. Should she cut it off? No, that wouldn't do. It looked almost good where it was. It just needed some... Aha! Idea! She folded it neatly into a stylized sun and tucked some loose cotton into it to give it some form. Then, with a quick flourish of her needle and thread, it was sewed together nicely and attached to the main dress by a thin sunbeam. She levitated the dress further away to scrutinize her work, taking extra notice of the dangling sun hanging from the edge of the fabric. It looked so good, it just needed something more... it didn't match. She would make a little sun on both sides, and it would be perfect. Meanwhile, Twilight Sparkle had come up with the perfectly logical argument that was sure to convince Rarity. Rarity, she stated firmly, hoping her confidence would help her dead unicorn friend see reason. You have not pooped in 4 days. That made Rarity stop for all of a second. The frequency of a lady's bowel movements is none of your concern. Furthermore, I must ask you to no longer spy on me in the loo. It is quite uncouth. She then went back to sewing. What? That's... What? Twilight shook her head. I have done none of that. I just scanned your bathroom as well as your, internals and... Miss Sparkle, you better choose your next words carefully and explain to me why you just admitted to scanning my internals. Or so help me, I will sew your eyelids closed. Her words were like ice that shot through Twilight's veins, and for a split second, some deep animal instinct commanded the alicorn to run in the face of this superior predator. Her logical side, however, like usual, won out in the end. Surely a well-reasoned and thoughtful explanation would suffice, right? Well, like I was saying, it started off because I wanted to see if your heart was still pumping, which it wasn't. But then I grew curious about what else in your body had shut down. Your brain is completely inert. Your circulatory system has stopped completely, and your entire digestive tract is about to eat its way through your midsection in a few minutes. Despite the fact that she was fairly certain her explanation was enough, Twilight Sparkle couldn't help but sweat. Rarity stopped sewing and lifted up the dress she had been working on. It was a relatively simple number, a lithe black dress that was both dark, utilising light black to deep grey fabric, but had little shocks of yellow running through it. It was a cocktail dress Luna had commissioned since she felt something that symbolised both her and her sister would help spread the idea that they truly were equals. It was perfect, though hard to come by, and even harder to perfect. The idea of blending dark and light motifs had taken off quite spectacularly, and had even given her several spin-off ideas she intended to work on later. She frowned. Apparently Twilight was still going on about something or another while she had been staring at her work. What had she been saying? Something about eating? Yes, darling, I know you're hungry, but we could grab you a hayburger in a minute. Right now, I really need to finish these dresses. Without bothering to listen to the response, Rarity placed the dress back down and started ripping out a small set of stitches, already thinking up a much more elegant solution. Come on, are you even listening to me? Twilight pleaded. Unfortunately. Twilight snorted in anger and stomped her hoof in frustration, but a sudden idea stopped her fuming. Rarity? Yes, darling. I will let you give me a full makeover and a new wardrobe if you listen to what I have to say for just 5 minutes. That gave Rarity pause. And throw out that dreadful black hoodie? Oh come on, that hoodie is nice and comfy. The perfect study hoodie, Twilight pleaded, remembering all the late night study sessions her and her favourite hoodie had been through together. Then no deal. Twilight huffed but ultimately resigned herself to her fate. Gone were the days of cosy reading sessions and warm Sunday mornings. Fine, I will throw out the hoodie. Rarity's chair swiveled to reveal a face and body that was already beginning to decompose. Her face sagged pretty much everywhere, and she was missing most of her lips, which seemed to rest all over the ground in various half-chewed pieces. What, is there something on my face? Rarity asked, reaching a hoof up to touch her face. No, it's nothing. I just thought I left the stove on for a second there. Twilight gently grabbed Rarity's hoof and pushed it back to the ground. Anyway, how long have you been working? You missed our picnic with Pinkie Pie and Applejack. They both made really good pies. Twilight was desperately trying not to stare at Rarity's right eyelid, which drooped slightly more than what was normal. She was failing horrendously. I don't know, a few hours I would think. Rarity tapped her chin and looked off towards the clock. I must have pulled an all-nighter by accident. Funny, I don't feel tired. When did you start work on your order from the princesses? About 3 in the afternoon. About a half hour after I received their letter from that nice new courier. What day did you start work? What day was it yesterday? Monday, I think. Yes, that's it. Rarity looked around her workshop, noting the flurry of designing and sewing had left it in a dreadful state of disarray. Rarity, it's Sunday. What are you trying to say, darling? That I went back in time or something? Rarity snorted in amusement. I don't work that hard, you know. No, it's been 6 days since you got that letter. Our picnic was on Wednesday, remember? Rarity's eyes glazed over, and for a split second Twilight panicked whether or not her friend had gone blind all at once. Then all of a sudden they went back to normal, and her gaze refocused on the alicorn. Give me a mirror, the unicorn demanded. Twilight broke out into a nervous sweat and instantly moved between Rarity and the closet washroom. I don't know if you should do that. You're kind of, falling apart. Twilight Sparkle, if you don't move right this instant, I will sew every orifice of your body closed. Rarity's eyes narrowed, her right eye slightly more than the left, taking away from her intimidation somewhat. However, that was still more than enough to scare the, thankfully not literally, piss out of Twilight. "Yes, ma'am." Twilight leaped to the side, one part jump, one part a pump of her wings. Rarity was gone in an instant, bolting towards the bathroom. "Here it comes!" Twilight magicked her ears shut and winced, looking away from the bathroom. However, after a few moments and still no ear-splitting shriek, Twilight opened one eye and looked towards the bathroom. A second later, a blank-faced Rarity exited the bathroom, her entire body rigid. Her face wore a mask of indifference. "How did this happen?" Twilight gulped. "Well, some think that when a very powerful unicorn with immense willpower dies, sometimes their will combined with their magic mix into a potent form of dark magic. The dark magic combined with the unicorn's overriding willpower leads to a self-resurrection and subsequent state of undeath. But that's all theoretical." Twilight gulped again. "Well, not anymore, I suppose." Rarity's eye twitched. "Twilight Sparkle, pack my things. We are going to Canterlot. I need a new body ASAP, and I need as many pictures of myself as you can find." Rarity's magic grabbed a sewing machine, needle and thread, and all manner of fabric, stuffing and throwing them into a waiting trunk. Twilight nodded and ran for the door, stopping at the last second. "Rarity, what are you planning on doing? You're not gonna kill some pony that looks like you and take their skin or something, are you?" Rarity, however, hardly noticed. She stared intently at a piece of paper, her magic working a pen at nearly lightning speed. "No, nothing so barbaric." She stopped and paused to chew on her lip while she thought, only to realise she had no more lip left to chew on. "I'm going to make a new body." She smirked, though the expression was lost as she had no lips to emote with. She flipped the paper around and revealed a quick but detailed sketch of a life-sized Rarity doll. "Oh, thanks, Celestia." Twilight wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I have not quite mastered soul transference spells anyway, and Why are you looking at me like that?" Rarity squinted at the alicorn. "Were you really okay with helping me murder some pony and steal their body to wear like some dress?" "No." "Well, maybe." Rarity shook her head and frowned scornfully. "Honestly, Twilight, you couldn't have been more dead wrong." Twilight groaned. A Lullaby for Big Brother by King Ice. Twilight, now an older and taller alicorn, strode quickly through the halls of the Crystal Empire's General Hospital. Carefully avoiding bumping into anyone, she paid little heed to the few ponies who bowed to her along the way and made a beeline toward the door where Spike was standing. The sorrowful expression on his face conveyed everything Twilight needed to know, and Cadence's heart-rending cries only confirmed her fears as she witnessed the older alicorn breaking down in sobs, with Spike providing comfort. The other alicorn standing nearby was as tall and beautiful as Cadence, someone Twilight knew quite well too. It was Flurryheart, with teary eyes but more composed than her mother, who ran up to Twilight. "Auntie, you came!" she exclaimed as she hugged her aunt, which was quick to return the hug. "Of course I did. I only wish I was faster," Twilight whispered while patting Flurry on the head. "It's understandable. Twilight, you have many duties, being the ruler of Equestria." Cadence stuttered between her tears as she attempted to calm herself down. "How is he?" Twilight asked as Flurry looked down. "Not good," her niece answered with a trembling voice. Twilight could see she was trying to stay strong, but she understood perfectly how hard losing a parent was. "The doctors said he might not have a lot of time left," Cadence revealed, making the ruler of Equestria close her eyes. She didn't seem as heartbroken as the rest of her family, judging by her expression, but Spike knew better. He could tell how much she was hurting. "Spike came out of the room a couple minutes before you arrived," she added as Twilight turned to look at her oldest friend. "He asked me if you were here. He didn't outright say it, but it was obvious he really wants to talk to you," Spike stated while rubbing the back of his neck. Clearly, his talk with Shining didn't leave him unaffected. "I'll go in without further ado then," Twilight said, only to be stopped by the older Alicorn. I wish I could be there with you, Twilight. I talked with him for a few hours earlier, but I don't think I can be there when it's time," Cadence stammered as Twilight put a hoof on her back. "It's alright, Cadence. I understand it's hard for you," she reassured her. Cadence wasn't a stranger to losing loved ones, but that was her husband and the stallion she loved for decades. Having never married or loved someone romantically, Twilight couldn't say she knew how Cadence felt. But she was aware it was more painful than she could imagine. "What about you, Flurry?" "I was with Mum earlier, but I don't want to see Dad go. He must feel so lonely. Am I a bad pony for this?" Flurry inquired as she hid her face with her wings. "Of course not. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to see this. Shiny already knows you love him, and I'm sure that was enough to him." She hugged Flurry with her wings for a couple of seconds, then went into Shining's room. She closed the door behind her and laid her eyes on her brother, lying in bed. He was noticeably slimmer and covered in wrinkles, with a white mane and coat, a far cry from the strong stallion she remembered from her childhood. But one glance at his face was all it took for her to recognize her beloved sibling. He was connected to a machine that monitored his heartbeats, which revealed that his heart was beating at a slower pace than it should be. "Thought you would be late?" he teased in a weak tone as he looked at her. "Really? You know how anxious I used to get when I was late for anything. I'm always punctual, Shiny." Twilight chuckled as she sat beside his bed. "I'm glad you're here, sis. Did you get taller since the last time I've seen you?" he asked as he looked at her from head to hoof. "Nope, just got shorter," Twilight replied teasingly as Shining snickered. "Well, getting old will do that to you," he retorted weakly. The way he was smiling didn't make it seem like he was on his deathbed at all. They didn't speak for a few seconds, letting their small laughter die as the tension in the room increased a little. "How are you holding up?" Twilight asked with concern and in a more serious tone than earlier. "The doctors said, well, they said I don't have much time left, but I feel fine. I mean, I'm tough, so news like this won't bring me down. Nothing even hurts. That's what I told Cadence, Flurry and Spike anyway," Shining replied as he lowered his eyes in shame. "Truth is, I'm scared, Twily. And I knew if I told that to the others, they would insist on staying. I'm not saying I want to be alone, but I don't want to see them heartbroken. I'm so happy that you came, Twily. But you don't have to stay either," he added as his voice trembled. "What are you saying? Of course I'll stay. You're my brother, dummy. We always said that we would be here for one another." The Princess of Friendship smiled, showing no hints of sadness. If her brother didn't want to go while everyone else in the room was in despair, then she would respect that wish. "And I would have done the same for you, sis. We were together when Mum and Dad..." Shining paused. And that wasn't the last time either. Twilight already knew who he was referring to. Applejack and Rarity. It wasn't easy. She didn't want to think about it since this was already too much. I wish I could always be there to comfort you. I'm sorry.
Shiny, Twilight smiled reassuringly. You've been the best big brother a filly could ever ask for, so please don't apologise for something like this. I told you I'd be fine, didn't I? So trust me. She placed her hoof on one of his.
I know, but a big brother's always got to worry about his siblings. He chuckled.
Twilight's words seemed successful in cheering him up.
I'm also happy that Spike seems to take it like a champ.
He wished he could have spent more time with the dragon, if only to make sure he knew he always saw him as a little brother. He told him earlier, but actions were always stronger than words after all. Well, he isn't a baby dragon anymore. Twilight grinned, thinking back on how small Spike used to be. She used to carry him on her back, but that wouldn't really be possible now, would it? And he would be embarrassed too.
We've really come a long way, haven't we?
Shining smiled warmly, his life and accomplishments as well as Twilight's flashing before his eyes. His sister nodded in agreement.
I'm really proud of you, sis, and I'm sure Mum and Dad are too,
he added, which made Twilight's wings twitch. Shiny, She started hesitantly as if holding down something in her throat.
Hey, do you remember that time when we stole cookies from Mum's cookie jar? I think you ate like 5 of them all on your own.
He laughed at the memory. How could I forget? Didn't we blame Dad for it? Twilight replied while snickering.
Mum was so mad at him. She even made him sleep on the couch that night.
Shining laughed.
Wonder if she ever knew it was us,
he added warmly. I would bet she did. Our lies never worked that well before, Twilight whispered.
She was like a lie detector. Nothing could fool her. At least we couldn't.
Shining chuckled. Simply sitting down like this and talking was nice. At some point they even stopped thinking about why Twilight was there or why he was lying in a hospital bed. Those details didn't matter at the moment, did they? They both understood that if you were so close to the end, you'd rather spend your time having fun and making good memories. Those last moments shared would be remembered fondly, and Twilight knew that this would be how her loved one would be remembered, as someone who lived a happy life with no regrets or resentment. Someone who said everything that needed to be said and lived life to the fullest. They didn't know how long they talked, but they shared their early memories and the competitions they had as foals. Twilight wondered why it took her so long to realise. She didn't have many friends when she was a filly, but she had nothing to be envious of when she had a big brother like Shining by her side. This was one of the other reasons she refused to cry in front of him. She already promised him she would be strong, didn't she? Besides, it would be a shame if she were to bring the mood down, so she would keep it in, keep her emotions in check, and she wouldn't allow herself to cry while he was there. Eventually, Shining's voice grew weaker as he got more and more tired.
The sibling supreme competitions, they were fun too. Kinda missed them, but I think it's fitting that Spike won that last one.
Shining breathed, smiling at the memory. We could always have a rematch, you know. On the other side, I mean. Twilight grinned as Shining raised an eyebrow.
What do you mean?
Well, alicorns don't live forever, silly. She chuckled as Shining grinned competitively.
Well, I'm up for it, but no cheating with your alicorn powers or anything, okay? I'll have Mum and Dad watch the competition and make you play fair.
As if I needed wings to beat you. They both laughed, pleased with what they had planned. Silence fell upon them again, as the grim realization that Shining's time was almost up came back.
Twilight didn't need to use much of her magic, nor check the monitor to see that life was slowly leaving him. Her brother was aware of that too. It was his own body after all, but she wouldn't cry, not yet. "I love you, Twilight," Shining started hesitantly, trying to keep a small smile on his face. "I love you too," his sister answered almost immediately. "But I'm getting kind of sleepy, so I think I'll just close my eyes and rest for a bit. I'm glad you came," he said as his eyes were getting heavier. No, she still wouldn't cry. "Of course, you shouldn't push yourself too much," Twilight replied, then fell silent, unsure of what to say or do. "Hey, Twilight," Shining called out to her weakly. "Do you remember that lullaby Mum used to sing when we had nightmares?" "I do." Can you sing it to me? I think that'll help a little." "For my brother, anything," Twilight replied as she caressed her brother's head.
In the land of Equestria, where the skies are always bright, there's a special kind of magic that weaves through the night. Hush now, my little one, close your eyes and rest. Drift off to sleep with the stars, safe and sound in my nest. The moon is high above us as Luna keeps watch tonight, and the gentle breeze in the meadow sings you to sleep tonight.
Shining softly hummed as he listened to Twilight's soothing voice while he slowly closed his eyes. He lived a great life, didn't he? The princess continued to caress him, patting him on the head as she went on.
Hush now, my little one, close your eyes and rest. Drift off to sleep with the stars, safe and sound in my nest. The ponies in the fields are sleeping as we snuggle close and warm, and the night sky twinkles brightly as we weather any storm. Hush now, my little one, close your eyes and rest. Drift off to sleep with the stars, safe and sound in my nest. So close your eyes, my little one, and dream of happy things, for in the morning light you'll joy a new day brings.
Twilight finished the lullaby as tears finally streamed down her face. She cried. Distracted I Dream by Boopy Doopy. Hey, you? Twilight stared awkwardly as a friend she should have known the name of greeted her. She rubbed a hoof behind her head and put on an embarrassed smile, one that asked for forgiveness for a poor memory. Thankfully, the mayor she spoke about was nice about it and waved a hoof as she giggled at the awkward situation. "It's okay, princess," she said gracefully. "I know you're busy with your royal duties and whatnot. It's okay that you don't remember me. I'm the mayor you played chess with a few days ago during parent-teacher conferences at your school. But I'm sure you've met with a lot of parents. It's fine." "I do not remember playing chess with you in the slightest," the purple pony thought silently. It wasn't the least bit distressing though, not anymore, only mildly annoying now. Some pony certainly must have played chess with her, but it wasn't Twilight. I'm sorry," Twilight apologised, "but it's nice to see you again. Remind me who your foal is?" When were parent-teacher conferences anyway? She wondered as the two conversed. She said it was a few days ago, but it must have been longer than that, right? Those are supposed to be in October. "It's still October, Twilight," another voice said again. "November's not for another few weeks." "Celestia, I must be losing it today." "You're losing it every day, but that's what we're here for." Suddenly, there was a pause in the conversation, and the mayor looked at her expectantly. "You were about to say something?" she asked curiously, tilting her head. "Huh? You said Clawfoot is doing good, but he could be..." and then cut off. "Oh, I'm sorry. I just completely forgot what I was going to say. I have a lot on my mind right now." "You always have a lot on your mind," another voice said light-heartedly. "Now is not the time for the peanut gallery, thanks," Twilight quipped. Anyway," she started again, shaking her head clear. "I was just going to say he'd been acting out in class a bit and I was wondering if..." "Don't ask if he's getting enough attention at home. That's going to come across as rude." "If he was getting enough free time before bed to let loose all his energy," the mayor finished. "Studies show that 60 minutes of activity a day helps foals who are restless. It's also good exercise too." "Oh, you know what? That sounds like a good idea. Thank you, Princess. I'm glad we have some pony like you running a school in Ponyville. You're doing so much good for all these foals and other creatures." "We're doing so much for these foals. It's a team effort here. I'm trying to have a conversation, so if you could be a good member of the team and be quiet." "Well, every creature could use friendship, I always say." The mayor smiled, then she paused and asked, what was your name again?" "It's Silver Crescent." The mayor giggled, putting a hoof to her mouth and replying, "It's Silver Crescent." "Told you. It's lovely to meet you again, Silver," Twilight told her politely. "Stop by the school and check up on Clawfoot whenever you feel. We're going to be having a Nightmare Night party soon, and we hope to see you there." "Dang it, I hope she didn't hear that." "You're fine, that pronoun is correct in this context." "Well, I think it's correct in any context for you guys' information, and I'm not in the business of coming across as weird, so let's use singular pronouns, please," Twilight asked. "No offense, Twilight, but you're always weird, and I know because I live here." "Anyway, I need to get going," the mayor finished the conversation. "I have an important appointment that I can't miss, but feel free to hit me up anytime or stop by the school for a Nightmare Night party that we're throwing." "You just said that." "Of course, Princess," Silver said politely with a smile. "I'll let you go now. I don't want to keep you up. Have a good day." The two parted ways with that, Twilight walking to where she was headed now instead of teleporting. Walking helped her have time to recall the information she just took in and what she just did. There was always a good chance she'd lose track. Not that consciously trying to recall what just happened helped very much either. Even now, just a couple of minutes after the conversation, she was already forgetting the details, forgetting that it even happened. It happened all the time whenever she did anything. Once again, not distressing, but definitely frustrating. But that was why she kept a saddlebag with a note and a list of things to do for the day and what she did. Having written evidence that something happened helped to recall it better later, usually. She took a second to sit on the bench and write about the brief meeting, but by the time she'd gotten the book and quill out, she'd stopped focusing for long enough that she couldn't even remember what she was supposed to be writing. Her face contorted into a scowl because of it, and she let out a huff of breath. "It's okay, Twilight," a voice said. "I remember. You were talking to Silver Crescent about her son Clawfoot and how she'd played chess with you at your parent-teacher conferences. Then you told her about coming to the Nightmare Night party." "Thanks," she replied gratefully as she wrote, quickly recording the meeting and closing the book before heading back to her destination. Yes, they were a nuisance, but it did help her to have some creature there to tell her what happened. Something that would be less necessary if they weren't there to begin with, but they were, so it was better to be grateful for the help than to get upset and complain about another thing she couldn't remember, like needing to go to the therapist. As meticulous as she was, she completely forgot to even write it down, and was surprised that it was scheduled for today. Thankfully, she was reminded. Otherwise, it would have slipped her mind completely. Before she knew it, she was sitting in front of her therapist, a tan earth pony named Paperclip, one who had glasses and looked a bit like Dr. Horse. She wondered if the two were related. "How have things been since we last met, Twilight?" he asked as she lay on the couch with her hooves crossed over her barrel. "You were speaking last time about how Beating Heart annoyed you." "Yeah, but that's just because he won't shut up," she said. "He thinks it's okay to talk Maya and every pony else's ears off when I'm trying to get sleep. It kept me awake last night because he wouldn't be quiet." "What can I say?" Beating Heart started. "I have a lot of things I want to say." "Okay, but there's a set time we agreed on when you can talk, and bedtime isn't it." "I can't control that I have things to say at that time. When something comes up, it comes up. Plus you're the one who keeps us up with all those lists anyway." "Because I'm trying to stay organised. I'm not going to remember it, and every pony else likes to tell me in the last possible second. I don't want to have to rush to do things." "Except to go to Pinkie Pie's parties," someone else started. "It's okay you think she's..." "Nope, we're stopping that thought," Twilight told herself silently as she stared blankly at Paperclip. He tilted his head, but didn't look confused. Twilight didn't expect him to either. She'd been seeing him for over 2 years now. He knew what he could expect from these sessions. Never mind," she said quickly, brushing the thought away. "It's nothing." Paperclip smirked a little at that. "I already know you think your friends can be annoying at times, Twilight," he said. "You told me before." "I definitely don't remember ever saying that." "It might have been Rodart who said it, but regardless, it's okay to think your friends are annoying sometimes. I'm sure there's ponies out there who think you're annoying. It's okay." "Ha! I think I'm annoying. Well, some of the ponies in my head anyway." "And that's fine. Bottling it up, though, isn't healthy. I'm sure you always speak up when they're frustrating you, don't you?" "She does," Beating Heart commented silently. "Yeah, I guess." "Well, you can apply the same in real life. If Pinkie Pie throwing off your schedule with a party frustrates you or distresses you, you should tell her. I'm sure she'll understand, since she's your friend." "Yeah, it's not as easy as all that, though. I'd rather not risk hurting her feelings if I can." "At your own expense?" he asked. Twilight let out a breath, and the stallion continued. "I'm certain if you don't say something, somebody else will, and depending on who it is, that might not be a good thing." "I know. I will. Hopefully." "Probably not, since you hardly ever listen to me, Twilight," another voice said. "Yeah, well, your advice is kind of bad sometimes, so no, I'm not going to yell at Pinkie Pie." "And it wouldn't do you good anyway," Beating Heart commented. "I like her parties." "Well, you certainly are something," Twilight finished. "I can say that much." The mare sighed again and put her head in her hooves. "Celestia, it feels like I'm faking this." She looked up after a second to see the stallion still smirking, and she couldn't help but give a little smile back. I know what you're going to say. I know it doesn't make sense that I would fake something that actively hinders my life and is a nuisance and something I don't want any pony else to know. But it feels like that sometimes. I'm sure it does, and it might always feel that way, Paperclip told her. But that's part of how this works, she sighed. I know. Have you been practicing those mindfulness exercises I gave you our last session? Not as often as you should be. I would do them more if I could remember to do them. Yeah, sometimes, and they help, she said. I've also been working on trying to keep what just happened in my head too, recalling it over and over every so often. I don't know how well either of those things are working, but I'm doing them, so. She shrugged and looked at the ceiling. Well, those are 2 good steps to help you, he finished. It might not be working right now, but with a little patience, I'm sure it'll help. I was also thinking about trying EMDR therapy for you. I'm sure you remember me telling you about that last session. She actually did, and knew that because she immediately went home to study it. It seemed quite complex, and she wasn't convinced it would work. But hey, it was worth a shot, right? Flashing lights with therapy sounds incredibly cool, Beating Heart said. Sign us up. It does sound kind of cool, Twilight agreed with a little smile. I'll take that as you like the idea then? Paperclip asked. Yeah, we like the idea, she confirmed. When is that going to happen? I'll find a date later, but I believe it's getting close to our hour. Already? Twilight asked. The time seemed like it flew by, but that was nothing new. A bit disappointing though, since she actually liked going to therapy, unlike what most ponies said. It seems like it, but we'll meet again in 2 weeks, okay? He told her. Take care until then, and remember those mindfulness exercises. The pony nodded and left with that, casting a teleportation spell to take her home. Nothing left to do for the day, or so she thought. As a second after she was in the building, the lights turned on and a surprise party was underway. You've been seeming sad lately, Twilight, Pinkie Pie started, and you've been so busy with being a princess and running a school that you haven't had time to enjoy one of my parties for weeks. So I decided to put this one on specially for you. Pinkie Pie, don't. Nope, we're not saying that. That's too mean. She deserves it. I wanted to relax, not be drawn into a party. I don't care, she's our friend. Pinkie Pie? Twilight started again after she took a breath and closed her eyes. Please, I would really appreciate it if you didn't throw surprise parties while I'm busy. Our therapist said I should tell you that it's frustrating me when you do. Whoa, you have a therapist too, Twilight? Do we have the same one? Oops, how did she let that slip out? It was completely unintentional, but someone must have let it loose. And she said, our. She might as well have spelled what was going on out for her like the idiot she was. No way, I'm not the idiot who let it slip. Who the heck was it? No answer came, and Pinkie Pie was still staring at her, waiting for an explanation. A quick look around showed that no pony was listening to them, or seemed to hear, thankfully. And Pinkie Pie was a good secret keeper. Not that she was going to get that deep, but she wouldn't spill the beans about therapy if she told her not to. Yes, I see a therapist, she confirmed for her, taking great care not to use the word we. I don't know if it's the same one you have, but I don't really like talking about it, if that's okay. I want to talk about it, Beating Heart said. Heck, I kind of want to introduce myself. No, heck no, I feel crazy enough as it is. I don't need you to exacerbate that. Thank you very much. I was kidding. I know better than to do something that would hurt you. But it would be kind of cool to actually meet her. That's okay, Pinkie Pie said. I know that a lot of ponies don't like talking about stuff like that. But if you wanna, we can. Oh, we can even be therapy buddies. No, the purple pony said flatly. And I'd very much appreciate it if you didn't tell any pony either. Thank you. That came off extremely rudely. It's kind of hard to remember not to be when I have to deal with this party that I wasn't prepared for. I can deal with it for you, Beating Heart offered. Okie dokie, I won't tell a soul, cross my heart, hope to fly, stick a cupcake in my eye. She had a cupcake nearby to use to complete the promise, something that made Twilight laugh. Thanks, Pinkie. No problemo, but also, if you super duper need to talk, you can trust me. I'm a good secret keeper. Now let's boogie! Nope, Twilight didn't think she would be revealing anything to the mayor. Not now or ever. She'd rather keep this all a secret if she could. Half the time she couldn't even believe what went through her head on a daily basis, and she'd dealt with herself for years, but talking to Paperclip helped. Maybe one day you could tell her about how annoying you think I am when I keep you awake talking your ear off before bed, Beating Heart told her jokingly. Maybe. Certainly not now though. Pinkie would think she'd have to throw a party for all of you, and it's kind of embarrassing anyway. That's okay. You don't have to tell any pony ever if you don't want to. It'll be our little secret. Twilight laughed at the little joke and let Beating Heart enjoy the party. Rainbow Dash, your fanfiction is weird, by Errant. The sun shone brightly on a clear summer day, while Princess Twilight Sparkle flapped her way through the sky with all the fluidity of a brick that's temporarily forgotten how gravity is supposed to work. Come on, Rainbow! She called to her flying companion who soared behind her and to her right, kept aloft by easy strokes of her wings. You're falling behind! Rainbow Dash just snorted in disdain. Philly, please, I could outfly you with one wing tied behind my back. That's not how aerodynamics work, Twilight snapped back. Who needs aerodynamics when you're awesome? Rainbow retorted. Who needs friendship when you're a total show-off? Twilight countered, before she gave a loud, triumphant whoop of joy and dove down into a steep dive. Last one to your house is a... She never finished the sentence because at that moment a cerulean blur rocketed past her. Outracing the crack of thunder, she broke the sound barrier with the same effort most ponies use to trot down the street. Twilight glared after her as she pulled up out of the dive and flapped her way to a graceful landing on the sculpted cloud that formed the structure of Rainbow's home, floating gracefully just outside Ponyville and conveniently outside the borders in which Ponyville could extract taxes from her. As her hooves touched down, she had to remind herself that there was no need to cast the cloud-waking spell. Her Pegasus anatomy charged the bottom of her hooves with a magical field that repelled the molecules of water in the clouds with even greater intensity than they normally did towards solid matter, courtesy of the Poulain exclusion principle. What's the matter, Twilight? Not as aerodynamic as you thought you'd be? Rainbow Dash stood in front of the cloud house's open front door, smirking as she leaned against the wall. Twilight rolled her eyes and levitated a saddlebag and books off her back. I was perfectly aerodynamic, she said, trotting through the cloudy doorway into Rainbow's home. I was just a little slower than you. It's okay, Twilight. So's every pony, Rainbow quipped. Twilight sighed as she entered the foyer. The cloud house's interior made from solidified, magically shaped clouds, polished by Pegasus magic until they resembled marble. It was very pretty, and Twilight knew that it was also very comfortable for ponies who preferred to take wing thanks to Rainbow Dash's insistence on having as much flying space as possible, and the way she'd magically woven the cloud structure to mimic the look and feel of ancient Rome. Graceful sculpted columns and sweeping arched windows included. How about something to drink after our trip? She suggested, walking through the cloudy foyer and into the living room. We had to fly all day after all. Sure, Rainbow agreed, trotting through the living room and into the kitchen. How about some nice, cool apple cider? Twilight gave a non-committal grunt. I'd rather just have some water if you don't mind. Fine by me, Rainbow replied from inside the minor disaster area formerly known as her kitchen. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. Thanks, Twilight said, trotting over to the lone couch and plopping herself down onto it with a level of grace and decorum that would certainly fail to impress any pony who assumed princesses came equipped with poise and grace as standard features. She placed her saddlebags down on the floor beside her and then levitated out her prize, the book she and Rainbow had flown all the way to Canterlot to purchase, the newest adventure of a certain courageous Pegasus hero, Daring Do in the Kingdom of Umbra. Rainbow Dash popped back into the living room, 2 cups balanced on her outstretched wings. Here you go, she said, passing one of the cups to Twilight. Twilight accepted it gratefully and took a sip. Thank you, she said, as Twilight turned to sit down herself. Twilight spied a pile of papers sitting on the couch next to her, picking them up to relocate them lest she accidentally spilled some water on them. She glanced briefly at the words they bore. First, her eyebrow arched, then a deep blush flared across her face and her wings sprang to extension in surprise. Rainbow, are you still writing these? She cried. What are you talking about? Rainbow asked, settling onto the couch with casual ease that belied the fact that she was balancing a cup of water on one wing and just grabbed her novel from Twilight's book in her front hooves. Of course I'm still writing them. But, Twilight sputtered, but they're about you and Daring Do. Yeah, Rainbow replied with a confused look on her face. Isn't that the point of fanfiction? It's about the characters you like, and you write what you'd like them to do. But this is different, Twilight shouted, waving the papers in Rainbow's face. This is about you and Daring doing things together. Very intimate things. You mean having sex? Rainbow replied, smirking. Yes! Twilight yelped. Sex scenes with you and a pony who really exists and who you know personally. It's fucking weird. Well, what about your fanfiction then? Rainbow demanded, glaring at Twilight. You write about ponies doing things too. Why is it weird that I write about me doing things? Twilight flushed an even deeper red. Because I write about fictional ponies. That's normal. So, you still write about ponies doing it? Rainbow protested. Well, Twilight said, pausing for a moment to consider what Rainbow had just said. But they're not about me or some pony I actually know. So, Rainbow demanded again, setting her novel aside and folding her forelimbs across her chest. How's that make it any different? The characters are still yours and they're just doing what you want them to. But it's... Twilight paused again, still uncertain as to how to respond. It just seems perverted. Look, Rainbow said, sighing and rolling her eyes in exasperation. It's just a bit of fun, and you're just being a prude. I am not, Twilight cried. I'm just not comfortable with this whole thing. What? Are you really going to let a little thing like sex make you feel uncomfortable? Rainbow asked with a disbelieving snort. It's not about sex, Twilight retorted, her voice rising in pitch and volume. It's about how you're writing about Daring Do having sex with you. She's a real pony, one that you know personally, and it's rude of you to write things like that about her. It's not like she's going to know, Rainbow shot back. It's just a fanfiction. She'll never find out. It's just for fun. How do you know that? Twilight demanded. I just do, Rainbow replied with a shrug. It's not like I'm going to tell her. I still don't think you should do it, Twilight said, pausing as she took another sip of her drink. It's weird. And wrong. Okay, you know what? Rainbow said, throwing her hooves up in the air before being interrupted by the sound of a faint shout. Oh, hey, that must be Quibble Pants. Twilight sighed, setting a drink down on the coffee table as she stood up. I'd better go help him get up here then. He'll need the cloud walking spell. No need, Rainbow said, waving a wing at Twilight. Just use your magic to levitate him. And have him fall through the floor as soon as I set him down? Twilight asked, rolling her eyes as she trotted towards the door. Oh, I didn't think about that. Rainbow chuckled awkwardly. Twilight rolled her eyes again. I'll be right back, she said, and then flew out the door to go fetch her fellow Daring Do fan from the ground below. Okay, maybe I got a little carried away with the smut scenes, Rainbow muttered to herself as soon as Twilight had left, the words leaving her muzzle with all the grace and eloquence of a herd of stampeding buffalo. But so what? Twilight's just being a prude, and I'm not going to let her make me feel bad about it. Quibble Pants stumbled through the front door and into the foyer of Rainbow Dash's house, Twilight fluttering behind him. And that's why Daring Do and the Cursed Amulet is totally non-canonical to Daring Do and the Lost Empire. Now, this new book, Daring Do and the Kingdom of Umbra on the other hoof. Quibble? Rainbow interrupted with a flat look as he and Twilight took seats on her furniture. Quibble had the grace to blush and bite his tongue. Oops, sorry. Old habits, you know. Yeah, Rainbow grumbled. Look, I need an opinion from a fellow Daring Do fan, a real aficionado, and some pony who knows Daring's a real pony. Okay, what's the question? Quibble asked. Twilight thinks it's weird that I've written a couple of fanfics where Daring and I kinda, have sex, Rainbow finished. Twilight here thinks it's weird, and I think it's fine. What do you think? Quibble blinked. Rainbow, that's weird as hay. Yes, Twilight crowed. She's old enough to be your mum, Quibble added before Rainbow could respond. Rainbow scowled. So what? Older mares can't be sexy? Hey, she's the same age as Try's mum and she's a hot piece of flank. Excuse me? Twilight yelped, wings flaring back wide in shock. Okay, maybe hot piece of flank was kinda rude, Rainbow admitted. Oh, you think? Twilight demanded. But you know what I mean, Rainbow continued, ignoring Twilight's protests. So what if she's old enough to be my mum? That doesn't mean she isn't attractive. Wait, are you talking about Daring or Twilight's mum now? Quibble asked. Hello, I'm right here, Twilight said, waving a forelimb in the air. It doesn't matter, Rainbow said, continuing a conversation with Quibble as if Twilight hadn't spoken. That's not the point. What matters is, do you think it's weird that I'm writing fanfics about Daring and me? Quibble scratched his chin thoughtfully. Well, yeah, it is kind of weird, especially given how much older she is. But I don't see what the big deal is. It's just fanfiction after all. It's just a fantasy at the end of the day. It's not about how old she is, Quibble, Twilight insisted. It's about how she's writing about a real pony. You know, one that we actually know. And she's writing about her doing sexual things. It's just rude. Have you ever thought about a pony you found attractive? You know, fantasized about being with them? Quibble asked, shrugging. Is that rude? So long as you keep it to yourself? No, Twilight admitted, because it's private and it stays in your head and... She trailed off. And what? Quibble pressed on. Go on, finish your sentence. I don't think that's something to talk about in front of ponies, Twilight finished with a blush. It's fine, Quibble replied. We're all grown mares and stallions here. We're allowed to have dirty thoughts. I don't have dirty thoughts, Twilight insisted. None that I'd want to share anyway. They're just fine staying in my head where they belong. I do, Rainbow admitted, smirking. My dirty thoughts about Daring Do are really dirty. In fact, I can't wait to write more of them tonight. Hey, maybe Daring Do and a loyal companion will hook up with a certain older unicorn mare from Canterlot as part of their adventure. Twilight sputtered for a few moments before she managed to find her voice. Please don't do that, she said, her voice dropping to a pained whisper. It's wrong. Look, Rainbow said, rolling her eyes. I was just joking about writing about your mum. Besides, you're the one who keeps bugging me about my fanfiction. But, Twilight said, trailing off, it's just weird to think about, that's all. Maybe you're both just weird, Quibble suggested with a smirk. What? Rainbow demanded. You're both equally weird, Quibble said again. You're both writing about ponies bucking. Rainbow opened her mouth to respond, but before she could say anything, Quibble interrupted her. And that's okay. You both have your own ways of enjoying writing, and you both still enjoy it, right? Well, Twilight said, trailing off. And Twilight's not going to stop writing because you don't like what she writes, Quibble added, glancing at Rainbow pointedly. Of course not, Twilight replied, shaking her head vigorously. And Rainbow's not going to stop either, just because you don't really like what kinds of fanfics she writes, Quibble said. Hey no, Rainbow agreed. Well, you should just let each other enjoy things your own ways, Quibble said. You're both just trying to have fun. He stopped, frowning and thought. Now, why does that sound familiar? He's right, Rainbow said, smirking and poking Twilight in the shoulder. It's just a bit of fun, and you're just being a prude. I am not, Twilight protested, gently flicking Rainbow on the nose with her wing. Sure you aren't, Rainbow said, grinning as she poked Twilight back. Look, Twilight said, rolling her eyes as she leaned back and playfully batted Rainbow's wing away. I still think it's really, really weird that you're writing these fanfics, but that doesn't mean you should stop. You're not really hurting any pony, and I guess I shouldn't complain about anything that broadens your literary horizons. Yeah, whatever, Rainbow said, rolling her eyes. It's just a bit of fun, right? Just for fun. Just for fun, Twilight said, nodding in agreement. Now, how about we get back to reading these new books so we can talk about them without spoiling each other? New, non-canonical books, you mean? Quibble interjected. We know, Rainbow and Twilight chorused, rolling their eyes in unison. But we'll still read them anyway, Twilight added, smiling as she levitated a book into the air and began to flip through the pages. Yeah, Rainbow said, opening her own book. Even if the first 3 books were better, I still like talking about them with you two, Quibblepants said, cracking open his copy. Oh, and Rainbow? Twilight asked, attention already being sucked into the newest adventure story. Remind me to teach you about the difference between how to use comments and how you mutilated them in that fic of yours. Huh? Oh, sure, Rainbow said, a sheepish blush spreading across her face. I'll do that later, totally. 2 disbelieving chuckles answered her, and with that, 3 friends turned their attention to their respective books, content to simply enjoy each other's company now with the promise of lively conversation later.
Love enough to go around. In space, breathe it in and slowly breathe it out. There's a place just for us here in the gold dust.
Not that, Twilight! By Galaxy Knight. Alright, my faithful student, do you have an overall understanding of the teleportation spell? Celestia asked, looking down at the filly, who was listening to her mentor's every word. Twilight reread the spell in the book and glanced up at the ceiling with her initial thinking face. And then she met Celestia's face with a smile as bright, if not even brighter than the sun itself. I think I got it. Celestia smiled. That's great. Now, show me what you've got. Twilight stood up and put a look of intense concentration on her face. Her aura came to life and gradually became brighter every second that passed. Eventually, it lit up the walls of the empty room they were in, and then there was a blinding flash that enveloped the room. However, as a result, much to the filly's disappointment, nothing happened. The light faded and she was still standing in that very same spot. She proceeded to put an extremely grumpy but delightfully adorable pout on her face. Celestia had to stifle her chuckle.
What did I do wrong?
Twilight asked. Celestia tapped her chin thoughtfully while scrutinizing the spell in the book. Worry not, my dear. You just skipped an important step. She placed the book down and explained. You can't just teleport to nowhere. You are required to picture the location you desire to go to. Since you're a beginner, I advise you should begin with a small distance. Twilight watched her with curiosity. Why can't I go a long distance? Long distances require more power and focus, Celestia answered. Twilight sighed. Okay, I'll try again. Celestia swiveled her head and tried to find a reasonable distance for the filly to try teleporting across. As her surprised eyes tracked the room, she spotted the perfect spot by the window. Why not try teleporting to that window? Twilight followed Celestia's gaze and spotted the window. Oh, okay, princess. Her horn flares up again and her nose scrunches up as her eyebrows furrow. Like before, a lightning bright light fills the room and Celestia heard the familiar sound of teleporting. When the light faded, Twilight was gone from her spot. Celestia's face lit up. She brought her hooves up and clapped. Well done, Twilight, you did it! A minute later, but where did you go? I'm over here, she shouted. Celestia whirled around to the window she pointed to earlier. She found the foal dangling outside. Help! She cried. Celestia lit her golden aura and lifted Twilight up and placed her gently on the ground just beside her hooves. My goodness, Twilight, you did it! You teleported. I'm so proud of you. Twilight jumped up and down on her spot. Yes, yes, yes! But as she cheered, her horn flashed with uncontrolled magic. She was leaning against Celestia's hoop. She ended up teleporting herself and Celestia to another place. Celestia's eyes widened as the magic took hold of them. She squeezed her eyes shut and braced for the impact. A loud explosion drilled into the princess's ears and then silence. Celestia opened her eyes only to realize she was in the air. She exchanged a wide-eyed look with her student just before both ponies splashed into the water below. Celestia was underwater. It was a great sensation, one she hadn't felt in a long, long time. She felt lighter than usual, and her mane was waving all over, but it brought a soft, spring-like glow to the dark depths of the lake. She relaxed for a minute and melted from the euphoric bliss. That is, until she remembered how she came to this place. Celestia jerked back to reality and looked around frantically for her student. She spotted Twilight somewhere in the distance and flapping around for the surface. Celestia swam over to the filly, moving ever so smoothly. She took Twilight in her hooves and took them to the surface. 5 seconds later, and the ponies broke through the top and gasped for oxygen. Twilight held on tight to the princess, but her expression was plenty anxious. I'm so sorry, she cried. I'm super sorry, Princess Celestia. I didn't mean to. I just lost control of my magic. I swear, I didn't. It's okay, Twilight, Celestia assured. I'm not angry. I can't just expect you to be perfect at this when you only began. You will get better with time. Twilight rubbed one leg over the other. But I got your beautiful mane all wet. Celestia giggled. That's okay. It's just water. It will dry off. And besides, she leaned and brought her voice down to a whisper. That was fun. Celestia finished with a wink. Twilight laughed. Yeah, it was. Celestia swam over to the shore and pulled herself out of the water. Twilight was on her back. Celestia used a quick spell to dry herself in Twilight. She then looked around and tried to identify where they were. I believe you teleported us to the grassy area just beyond Canterlot's mountain. I'm slightly surprised you were even capable of teleporting us both so far. Then again, you are my curious and brilliant young student. Twilight smiled. Thank you, Princess. Celestia closed her eyes and teleported them back to the room they were practicing magic in. She let Twilight climb off of her. So far, I could see you have a strong understanding of the teleportation spell. All you need to work on is maintaining more control. Twilight nodded. Okay. Celestia smiled. There is one more spell we will study today. Twilight smiled from ear to ear. Her tail wagged back and forth from her sheer excitement. And that wonderful, amazing, I'm so ready for spell is? Celestia chuckled and answered the filly. The transfiguration spell. Twilight sat on her haunches and set her ears forward, showing she was ready to take in every detail her mentor will provide her. She levitated her notebook over to her. Celestia went on with explaining. Now, listen carefully, Twilight. Lots of students tend to confuse this spell with the teleportation spell, as they are very similar to each other. However, the teleportation spell is meant to teleport a live object, whether it is a plant, thing, creature, or pony, from one place to another. The transfiguration spell, on the other hand, is simply meant to turn one object into another object. Celestia looked around the room to give her pupil an example. You see that vase over there? Twilight stopped, scribbling in her notebook, and trailed Celestia's gaze. If I were to cast a transfiguration spell on it, I would basically turn the vase into a flower. Once the spell clears, you will no longer see the vase there, but in its place you will see the flower. Do you understand? Twilight eyed her notes and then beamed at Celestia. I got it! Celestia passed her the Star-Swirled of Bearded's Book of Spells Volume 1. Twilight paused for a minute and read the section under the heading Transfiguration. She placed the book down and looked around the room. Her eyes landed on the vase Celestia pointed out. Her face became her concentration face once more. And remember, my dear, the idea of the transfiguration spell is somewhat similar to the teleportation spell. You will be required to picture the other object in your head. Twilight angled her horn, and the bright light blazed on. It lasted for a few seconds. Celestia waited for the pop sound of transfiguration, only to hear silence. The light faded, and the vase was still there. Ah! Twilight scoffed. She stomped her hoof angrily and lit her horn again. She put in all her might, and a second later Celestia heard the pop. The magic cleared. The vase was gone, and in its place was a 5-layered chocolate cake. Celestia's eyes widened. That was the cake the bakers were working on for the upcoming Summer Sun celebration. But that wasn't the main reason Celestia was stunned. The main reason was it was a cake! Celestia was obsessed with cake. Twilight looked up. Ooh! She cooed. She spun and faced Celestia. Did I do it right? Her eyes were shining. Celestia gave her a sheepish smile. Well, yes, Twilight, you did do it right. How else would this? She flicked her eyes to the cake and felt her mouth water. Absolutely delicious cake, get here. Twilight giggled. Oh yeah! The baker wandered to the opposite shelf. His eyes went as wide as the moon when he found that the cake wasn't there. Wait, where is the cake? Bakers! There is an awful emergency! Twilight moved toward the cake. She leaned over it and sniffed it. This smells so good. She looked all around before biting out a large chunk with her mouth. It tastes even better. Celestia froze when she heard the sound of ponies running in the hall. She had told one of them where she was going to be for the afternoon. She had to hide the cake and Twilight. If the bakers see her chocolate-covered cheeks, they will suspect that the filly stole the cake. The Sun Princess swiftly grabbed the cake in her magic and stuffed it behind a nearby bookshelf. Then she picked Twilight up and covered her from view with her large, swan-like wings. The door to the study room burst open. 5 panicked bakers skidded to the floor just before the monarch. They paused just to give a quick bow. Then the baker in the centre, a green stallion, spilled out his horrifying tale. "Princess, the cake we made for the summer sun celebration is gone! I was working on the opposite shelf, and then I turned around and it wasn't there. I'm so sorry for my lack of responsibility. Will you ever forgive me?" He threw himself down into a deep bow. Celestia blinked in surprise, but then her eyes softened. Hey, it's entirely alright. And why would you apologise? I know you are very responsible." She thought for a minute. "I forgot to tell you this, but Candlelight is actually visited by ghost ponies every time the summer sun celebration comes. It's a rare occasion, but they come and they apparently really like cake. They must have taken it. But that's alright, and don't be afraid of the ghost ponies. They're really friendly." The bakers exchanged a look of relief. The green stallion turned to the princess. That's good then." Celestia smiled. "Worry not, we have plenty of other desserts for the summer sun celebration, and if that doesn't assure you, I promise I will come after and assist you with baking a new cake." The green stallion looked dumbfounded. "Really? I mean, you don't have to, princess." Celestia shook her head. "No, I want to help you. No doubt together we can bake a cake twice as fast. Perhaps that cake can be even bigger than the last." The green stallion smiled. "In that case, thank you very much for your mercy, your highness, and your kind and generous offer." He and the other bakers bowed. Celestia chuckled and winked at them. "No problem." After they were gone, Celestia looked down at Twilight. "Phew, that was a close one." She released the filly. "Wait, princess, are there actually ghost ponies?" Celestia glanced up in thought. Maybe, who knows? They both exchanged a laugh, and Celestia took out the cake from the bookshelf. "This cake is ours now, but don't tell any pony, got it?" she whispered. Twilight nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Celestia cut them both equal slices and they gobbled them up happily. Celestia loved relishing the taste of this wonderful treat. Once they were done, Twilight's cheeks were covered in chocolate cream and crumbs. Celestia scolded her. "Twilight, you need to remember to eat carefully next time, okay? You got your face all dirty." Twilight lifted a hoop to her face and wiped the edges of the cream. She brought the hoop to her eyes. "Oh, oops, sorry, and okay, I'll remember." Celestia used a handkerchief to wipe the filly's face. "Now, are you ready to practice the 2 spells once more?" Twilight bobbled her head with a look of fierce determination. Celestia had the impression that if Twilight were to be the hero of Equestria, she would have the gut to face off any evil of any sort, and if she were to fight them, she wouldn't give up until the very end. Celestia teleported a bunch of random items on the table, set just a meter from the bookshelf. "Let's begin practicing the transfiguration spell. I want you to turn these objects into something else." Twilight faced the table and readied her horn. It sparked to life, and with great concentration, she fired a laser at the teacup. A moment later, the teacup became a butterfly. "Woohoo!" Twilight cheered while she jumped up and down with excitement on her spot. Her horn flashed with out-of-control magic again. "Oh, no!" Twilight yelped, but her horn didn't listen and blasted to a book. The resulting flash was brighter than the last. When it cleared, there was Celestia's crown in its place. Celestia's eyes went straight up to her head, only to find it missing. Twilight looked terrified. I'm so sorry." Celestia laughed. She levitated a golden crown back to her head. It's alright, but here, let me show you how to control your magic. You need to relax and concentrate, angle your horn, and pay attention to the aura. Twilight did as she was told. She bent her head and her eyes crossed up as she tried to look straight at her filly-sized horn. Twilight's horn glowed again and she was still looking at the magic. This time the aura surrounded Celestia. Celestia called out to her, "No, Twilight, not that!" Twilight's eyes were wide, yet her magic stubbornly carried on. Celestia squeezed her eyes shut, and a heartbeat later, a magical explosion rang in her ears. The next thing she knew, she was hovering above a bunch of chickens. Celestia's blood ran cold. She feared chickens. She didn't know why, but she just did. So Celestia lit her horn and teleported herself away seconds before that horrifying impact. If she landed, all those chickens would come on her and look at her and squawk at her. Brrr. She reappeared in the study room. Twilight's magic was still spinning crazy. Her eyes had gone white and she was transfiguring things out of random. Celestia gasped when a pony doll became a chicken. The chicken waddled forward and stared into Celestia's soul. Celestia shrieked and threw herself in the air. She needed to stop this, so her aura blazed. A golden sphere filled up the room, and everything turned back to the way it was before. She landed and Twilight thudded to the floor. Celestia sighed. Goodness, that was something. Twilight looked up with tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry. Celestia smiled and extended her wig. She pulled the filly close. There, don't be sad. You won't believe how fun that experience was. With all the boring meetings and delegating stuff I do, this was like a breath of fresh air for me. Really, I should be the one thanking you. Twilight blinked in surprise. You actually liked that? Mm-hmm, Celestia responded. Twilight grinned and stood up again. In that case, can I try practicing the teleportation spell, please? She gave her mentor her puppy-eyed face. Celestia found it impossible to say no to that face. So she relented to the filly's wishes. That could also be an excuse to have some more fun. Alright, Twilight, yes you can. Twilight grinned a toothy smile. Then she inflated her cheeks and scrunched down her eyebrows. Her aura burst forward and encased both her and Celestia in a fuchsia hue. Celestia's eyes widened for the 10th time that day. No, not that, Twilight! She shouted. Her warning came late as they vanished from their spot. They rematerialized over a hill running right down to a lake. Ah! They yelled in unison. They went rolling down the hill. Twilight teleported them again. Approximately 2 seconds later, Celestia and Twilight were keeping their balance on a tree branch. They were being blown in a powerful hurricane. Celestia spat some of her hair strands out of her mouth. Twilight was holding on to Celestia for dear life. They were on the wild blue yonder in Las Pegasus. Celestia couldn't help but scream with utter delight. The filly she was with wasn't faring so well. Celestia and Twilight landed in the middle of a play in Manhattan. The whole audience stopped cheering immediately and stared at the princess as if she was an alien. Celestia and Twilight were in the Everfree forest just beside 2 very hungry timber wolves. Twilight was too busy panicking and shrieking, so Celestia had to pick her up and run, the timber wolves chasing behind. Celestia unfurled her wings and took off into the air with speed she had no idea she possessed. She did a loop in the air and faced the timber wolves. Take that! Celestia taunted. With that, she turned and flew to a nearby open field. She landed, breathing heavily. Twilight was speechless. Her eyes met Celestia's. They stared at each other for what felt like a long time. Both ponies fought to catch their breath. Then Celestia started to laugh. Twilight stared dumbstruck. But Celestia continued laughing. She laughed and laughed and laughed. It was a slow, gradually building thing, and it brought Celestia so much joy and happiness. She laughed so much, she had to lie on the grass and put her hoof on her rib. It was slightly aching from all the laughing. She reached over and pulled Twilight in a hug. "Thank you, Twilight. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was the happiest day of my life. It's been centuries since I've had a good adventure. In the middle of all my work, I never got the chance to go crazy and enjoy stuff like that. So thank you." Eventually, Twilight joined in, and they both laughed. Thank you, Twilight. By Galaxy Knight. Heartwarming Eve has come once again. The streets of Canterlot were decorated with lights and wreaths. A glorious pine tree graced the middle of the town square. Ponies bustled about, talking and laughing. Foals played snowball fights and built snow fortresses and ponies. Occasional couples smothered one another with amazing gifts and kisses. There were several groups of singers chanting carols for both businesses and the overall bright theme of the holiday. Celestia wished so much that she could take off all her regalia, put on a silly reindeer get-up, run outside and play with the foals. She would make funny noises and make the foals laugh. She would sing her heart out alongside the carol singers. She would throw snowballs at her royal guards and encourage them to join in the fight. But she can't. She might mess up something in the streets. Ponies would get too awkward to even speak around her, just because they think they're not equal to her, simply because she is a princess and they're not a princess. So Celestia only watched the pair of lovers from her window. The girl tossed a snowball at her colt friend. He raised his eyebrow at her and came back at her by pouncing on her and smothering her in the snow. Then they lay there and laughed their heads off. Following that, the girl rolled on top and kissed her lover. Celestia felt a smile come on her face. She loved seeing lovers. They were just so cute. But even romantic lovers weren't Celestia's favourite thing to watch. No, there was only one thing that could forever hold a very treasured spot in Celestia's heart. Foals, fillies and colts, children. Celestia didn't care what age. She loved watching the little foals playing and laughing and being wonderfully silly. Celestia wondered if she could just disguise herself as a young foal. No pony will notice, right? Celestia turned away from the window and stared at an image on her nightstand. Inside the frame, teal-ish blue eyes stared back. The mare's fur was blue. Her mane was also blue. She was an alicorn, a pony with both a horn and wings. She was nearly as tall as Celestia. She was Celestia's sister, Luna. Celestia's vision blurred with welling, salty liquid. She felt her throat twist. "I miss you, sister," Celestia whispered, her voice strained. "Please, come back to me soon. I wish sending you away was never an option. I wish I had been a better sister to you." Things would be so much better if Luna was here. Then there would be one pony who was directly Celestia's equal. Going beyond that, Celestia would have at least one biological family member with her. Celestia lay on her mat and brought the picture of Luna close to her heart. A single teardrop dripped from the length of her cheek. Twilight was walking to the castle. She had a gift for her mentor. Twilight spent long enough with Celestia to figure out that the princess's happiness was mostly a mask that she wielded to hide her true emotions, though there were a few times when Celestia told Twilight little tidbits about her past. Otherwise, it was all a mystery. But still, Twilight knew on the inside Celestia felt lonely, and it made sense. She was the monarch of Equestria with no actual family members. Twilight wanted to make it better by giving the princess a gift. A little while passed until she made her way inside the castle. The filly had been inside the castle before. It was a large, beautiful and cavernous place. So, despite having gone to Canterlot Castle before, Twilight still felt small, frail, and even kind of confused when inside this grandiose place. That's why Twilight had a few landmarks. She looked around and located the landmarks. When she did, it reminded her where she was and where to go next. Twilight turned a few halls and finally spotted the princess's room. She took a deep breath before going up and then raising a shaky hoof to knock. She stepped back and waited a few moments. The halls of the castle were lit with torches since it was evening. The darkness around felt sort of spooky. Twilight looked around as though some ghost pony might come out of nowhere. That didn't happen, and the princess finally opened the door. Celestia blinked before smiling. "My faithful student, Twilight Sparkle, whatever brings you here? Shouldn't you be celebrating Heartwarming Eve with your family?" "I did," Twilight responded. "I was doing that the whole day. But then I thought even my mentor deserves a present and some fun time." She finished with a smile. She put emphasis on her words by arching her back and revealing a present box. Celestia was speechless for a moment. She simply stared at Twilight and the present. Her cerise eyes moved back and forth. Her lip quivered like she wanted to say something but had no clue what. After some seconds, Twilight slowly moved forward and nudged Celestia's hoof. "Princess, are you alright?" Celestia didn't know what to say. A present? A present for her? She had not received a gift for so long. Cadence was around and provided companionship, but no real present. And then there is Twilight. Celestia could see with flawless clarity the fancy box balanced on her back. The wrapping paper had suns on it. The ribbon tied over it was spring green. Twilight tentatively moved closer and gently moved Celestia's hoof. "Princess," she called, "are you alright?" She stared up at Celestia with concern in her eyes. Celestia snapped out of her shock and shook her head. She glanced down at Twilight and smiled. "Come in, my dear. Let's settle down with some cocoa and then I'll see your gift." She let the filly come in. Celestia told her to wait on her mat while she went to get cups of cocoa for them. She gave Twilight a fairy tale book to occupy her time as she waited. Celestia made 2 cups of hot cocoa with cream and marshmallows. Once done, the white alicorn returned to her room. Twilight smiled and put her book down. That smells so good." Celestia chuckled. She set the mugs down, one for her and one for Twilight. "Now," Celestia began, "may I please see the present you brought?" Twilight giggled. "Duh! You're supposed to see it." She lifted the box and placed it before her teacher. "Here you go, Princess! Happy Heartwarming Eve!" Celestia was dazed again. She spent another 5 seconds staring at the present. This time, however, she managed to snap out of her trance by herself. Her golden aura came to life and slowly she started to undo the ribbon. Celestia actually didn't want to do anything to ruin the beautiful exterior of the box. but in order to see inside she had to, though she did untie it slowly. Even after she sees the real gift inside, she was still going to keep the box, the wrapping paper and the ribbon. Eventually she removed the wrapping paper from the top, and then, with a bracing breath, she removed the lid. As soon as her eyes peeked inside, her magic flicked out on its own. The lid clattered to the floor. The present was cookies! White cookies with icing of a variety of colours, and going beyond that, on top of that icing were words. Every cookie had its own individual phrase. You're the best princess ever. Keep being you, 'cause you're original. The best mentor of all time. Love you as a teacher to the moon and back. Never give up. Celestia had tears in her eyes, but she was smiling. The fire in the fireplace reflected against the glistening liquid that dripped ever so softly down her cheeks. For 5 minutes straight, she sat there quietly and ran her eyes over the cookies, over the small but infinitely motivating and heartwarming sentences. She sniffled while bringing up a hoop and wiping her eyes. The filly watching lowered her ears and shifted closer to Celestia. She leaned over and nuzzled Celestia's hoop. Princess, why are you sad? Do you not like it? I could always go home and switch it out for something else you really like. Celestia shook her head and sniffled again. No, Twilight, it's not that. She heaved a deep breath. It's just, I've never gotten a present like that. But I love it, Twilight. I love it so much. That's why I'm sad. I love it that much. Twilight traced her hoof on the ground. Wow, then that's a very heavy emotion then. I'm sorry I made you sad. Celestia picked up the filly and squeezed her against her chest. A deep feeling of motherly love bloomed in Celestia's heart. What nonsense are you talking about, Twilight? Why are you apologizing? This present is perfect. And I told you I'm sad because I love it to the moon, beyond and back. You shouldn't feel bad for making me love something. Think about it this way. I'm both super happy and kind of sad. Twilight smiled and hugged Celestia back. Okay, princess. Celestia put her down. I want to give one of these a try. Twilight clapped her little hooves together. Yeah, do it. Celestia tenderly lifted a cookie and took a small bite. She chewed around before saying, these are really, really good, Twilight. Did you make them? Twilight shook her head. No, Mum made them, but I helped put on the icing. It was also my idea to write the words on top. I'm glad you loved them so much. She gave Celestia a sweet smile. Celestia craned her head down and nuzzled her forehead against Twilight's forehead. Thank you, Twilight, Celestia said. Tears streaked down her face again. Thank you so much. Twilight bumped their noses. You're welcome, princess. Celestia glanced out to the eventide. We still have a few daylight hours. Do you want to go for a flight outside? Maybe we could build a snow fortress. Twilight stood up and nodded. Okay. Celestia was rolling around in the snow. Twilight certainly hadn't expected this response, but she was glad to see her mentor so happy. Celestia took off her regalia before coming outside. Now she wore, unexpectedly, a ridiculous reindeer outfit. The Sun Princess bounced all over and laughed like crazy. For now, they were building a snow fortress. Twilight made the castle while Celestia surrounded them with snowballs for protection. When they finished, they demolished it. After that, Celestia swept Twilight up onto her back and rocketed into the starry sky. Woo-hoo! Celestia yelled. She did 10 loop-de-loops. She blasted Heartwarming Eve carols into the night with her voice. The chanters below sang with the princess. Heartwarming Eve is here once again! Celestia cried. Twilight held on tight to her back and sang with her. After about 2 hours, Celestia landed in front of the decorated pine tree. Her long legs sank into the deep snow around the base. Celestia smiled from ear to ear. Her eyes had tears in them as she stared at the tree, and then turned her face up to the moon. Once again, Twilight, thank you so much. Twilight grinned and hugged her. Any time for both the best teacher ever and a friend. And there they remained, talking, laughing, and gazing at the starry dark sky and the mare on the moon. Worshipping at the Altar of Knowledge by TCC56. Chapter 1. Observe. Gliding in low over the treetops, Twilight did her best to stay silent. Alerting the crowd below would have grave consequences. A massive bonfire crackled in the middle of them, threatening to ruin her night vision while still casting the cluster of robed figures in flickering shadow. It had been rumours originally, quiet comments and the barest of murmurs. Official inquiries had only sent them deeper to ground. SMILE assets had eventually teased out enough to find the location of this meeting, but little more. To stop the cult from gaining any more traction, they needed information. They needed to find out details. This wasn't a princess's job, the captain of the guard had said. I need to do something that isn't looking at tax law, or I will throw several nobles into the sun, the princess had responded. I think that would be a good thing, had been his counterpoint. I could make you a baron first, had been hers. Which is why she was now coasting on the breeze to spy on a secretive and likely evil cult in the wild forest near Foal Mountain. Granted, there were 2 platoons of royal guards only a mile away and ready to pounce. But she was the one who was investigating and observing, and not engaging. The captain had refused to give any ground on that one, the spoil sport. A low-flying cloud provided the perfect perch for Twilight, letting her settle down within hearing range as the cultists gathered. Dark purple robes blended in with the shadowy forest around, eerily moving in the twilight before twilight. She was a bit late to the scene. They had already started. The one who stood alone at the northernmost point of the circle continued to speak. And so it shall be. Nothing and no pony shall impede our quest, our sacred duty. He waved a hoof in the air, motioning to the sky, and coincidentally towards the hidden twilight. To open the mysteries of the universe itself, and find the path to true magic. Around the fire, the others in purple echoed his words in a refrain. The path to true magic! The secret knowledge shall not be held back from us, my friends. Those who would selfishly hoard it will bow before us at the altar of knowledge after they are shown the error of their ways. And the gathering once more echoed the words, The altar of knowledge! Twilight's wings twitched. Oh no, they were the worst kind of evil cultists. Educated. This was bad. This was really bad. They read books, which meant they had the knowledge to get what they were after. They probably read the wrong books so they wouldn't be an evil cult, but Twilight could appreciate the wisdom of, and danger in, their attempts. The leader stomped a hoof against the hard ground. A chunk of slate was there, possibly placed for this exact purpose. The crack of hoof on stone echoed in the dark. Now let us begin tonight's work, my friends. I presume that you are all prepared. Above, Twilight braced. Each of the crowd of cultists pulled an object from their robe. Books. She could recognize that much in an instant, though the exact titles were a mystery. A part of Twilight screamed in panic that these obviously evil ponies might burn them. Another part screamed that the light was far too poor for proper reading, and they would give themselves eye strain. There was a firm nod from the leader. Excellent! You may break into your study groups now! To your places! And the cult obeyed. The circle of ponies scattered, dissolving into 11 smaller clusters, 6 evenly spaced around the inside, 5 more on the outside in a lopsided manner. Twilight frowned at that. Something about that configuration was familiar. Before joining the last group, the leader spoke again. Everyone has a study partner before we begin reading? Yes? Good. None of you should study alone because... And as one, the group spoke a chilling refrain.
Friendship is magic!
Oh no! Those 2 words were the entirety of Twilight's thoughts. The rest of her brain was locked up in absolute terror. To the princess's credit, it only took her half a minute to pull herself out of it and into a panicked, dead sprint of deduction. The cult was arranged in 11 groups, a familiar 6-pointed star with 5 smaller ones lopsidedly arranged around it. Deep purple robes, a dedication to knowledge and books. Twilight's mental gears jammed again as she attempted to process what had to be the truth. This was her cult! Or at least one dedicated to her, came the quick stream of mental justifications. She didn't start it and didn't control it, so she couldn't really say it was hers, and Twilight clamped her eyes shut and counted to 10. She had to keep under control, and she needed time to gather her thoughts. With a quick burst of wind, the Princess of Friendship lifted away from the cloud and took to the air again. She thankfully wasn't seen, and blessed silence covered her path all the way to the waiting royal guards. The leader of the detachment saluted as she landed. Ready to move in, Your Highness, just give the word. His response was thoughtful silence that lasted long enough for nervous unease to sink into the entire contingent. No, Twilight finally settled on. Not tonight, Sergeant. She raised her head from her thoughts to meet his eyes. Have our people continue to keep an eye on the known members of this cult and watch their actions. Before any action is taken, I must consult some important sources of knowledge. A pause, then a quick addition. To make sure every pony is safe, I mean. I need to research something. The guards didn't look happy, but they understood orders, and as they turned to head home, Twilight took to the skies herself, not towards Canterlot, but to Silver Shoals. Not many ponies in Equestria could give advice when it came to this. Fortunately, Twilight knew just where to find the most knowledgeable there was. Chapter 2. Question. It was technically correct that the former princesses of Equestria lived in Silver Shoals. The more descriptive statement would be that their retirement villa was inside the township of Silver Shoals, nestled between the shoreline and a steep hill. As she glided in, Twilight couldn't help but be reminded of Canterlot Castle and how the 2-towered structure ahead looked just similar enough to evoke the original despite the vast differences in size, location and building material. Finding Celestia was easy enough. Missing a massive alicorn sunning herself on the seaward deck would have required being blind. Rather than going to the front door and forcing Celestia to get up to answer it, Twilight simply landed beside her. The former Diarch's ear twitched at the sound of hooves on wood, but she let Twilight close the gap. It was only when the younger alicorn stood over her that she spoke. "You're in my light." "It's my light now," came the sassy reply, and both of them broke out into laughter. Celestia rose from the lounge chair, wrapping hooves and wings around her former student. "Twilight, it's so good to see you. It hasn't been that long, but I've still missed you so." "I missed you too." Twilight nuzzled her former teacher without even realizing it. "I know I should come around more often to visit, but duty calls," Celestia completed with a knowing smile. "I believe I understand that burden." Twilight blushed. "Speaking of burdens, I'm sorry to say that this isn't a social call either. I need to ask you and Luna for advice about something." Celestia pulled away from Twilight to turn inside. "You may have to wait a few minutes then. Luna is currently out doing her rounds, but she's due back any time now. A bit of tea while we wait." Following, Twilight gave a small nod to affirm the question. "Her rounds? Oh, did Luna become a doctor?" No, it hasn't been long enough for her to finish the schooling. Maybe a nurse though?" There was a rather deep sigh from Celestia at that. "No, Twilight, my sister is not a nurse. She's..." The front door thumped open. Luna came barreling into the kitchen with a broad grin on her face and a dark brown uniform on her body. "Sister! Today was another glorious day in the... Oh, greetings, Twilight Sparkle!" The Princess of Friendship stared for a moment. "You're a male mare?" Celestia's long and belaboured sigh confirmed it. "Please don't ask questions. She's enthusiastic about answering them." Luna lofted her cap onto a hook, then stuck out her tongue at her sister. "I'll join both of you in a minute. I just need to change out of my uniform." As the dark alicorn left, the other two turned back to the kitchen table. Celestia floated a plate of scones to the middle before starting the kettle. "I should probably have asked before, Twilight, but how time-sensitive is this matter? You didn't seem in a rush, but I know how affairs of state can be." "No, not too much." Twilight lifted a scone in her aura, examining it. Apple cinnamon, and she knew the particular scent of Sweet Apple Acres apple by heart at this point. A brief pang of nostalgia ran through her. From what SMILE was able to figure out, there's another 2 weeks before the cult meets. Celestia spun around. "Cult? Did you say cult?" Twilight frowned deeply. "Yes, I'm afraid. And it gets worse. They appear to be worshipping..." She swallowed roughly, voice full of shame. "Me." Of all the reaction Twilight had been expecting, Celestia letting out a cheerful whoop was not one of them, nor was the former princess shouting down the hall. "Luna, hurry up! Twilight has her first cult!" The royal Canterlot voice echoed down the hall. "Huzzah! It is about time!" "What?" Twilight stared gormlessly at her old mentor. This didn't make any sense. "It took longer than we had expected," Celestia explained without actually explaining what Twilight cared about. "Though, I suppose your area of rule is a bit less showy than ours was." Twilight blinked rapidly, trying to grasp what was going on. "Wait, are you saying that you and Luna had cults? And that you expected I was going to have one too?" Celestia laughed, as a parent laughs when their child first realizes that the parent had once been young too. "Dear Twilight, if you don't have at least one every decade or two, you're probably doing something wrong." Before Twilight could question that further, Luna entered with a towel around her neck. "So, have they yet begun sacrifices in the name of the Great Sparkle? You must give us details." Despite the vast number of wild and confused thoughts going through Twilight's head at that very moment, One of the more unlikely ones was what finally fought to the surface. "Never call me that again," she tensely asked Luna. "You make me sound like Trixie." "The great and powerful Trixie," Luna helpfully corrected as she pulled a delicate pink teacup out of the cupboard. Twilight pursed her lips and her face went red, trying not to shout. Celestia broke out laughing again. "Twilight, you really should relax. You seem to think that this is a terrible crisis. It's not. It is, in fact, entirely expected and natural. So I should just be fine with having a cult worshipping me? Letting them be and doing who knows what in my name?" Twilight pawed at the tile uneasily. She didn't like a bit of that thought. "Oh no, you should crush them completely," answered Celestia, much to Twilight's continued confusion. "As brutally and quickly as possible." Luna, who had picked up a scone in the meanwhile, snorted with loud derision. The two sisters appeared about ready to argue, but Twilight interrupted them first. "Can you two please start from the beginning? I'm completely lost here. I just found out there's a dark cult that worships me and reads books in the woods, and you're both excited?" Luna, instead of helping, started to giggle. "Reads books in the woods? That's so you." Celestia cut in before Twilight could work herself up worse. "Setting that aside for the moment, the reason my sister and I are as relaxed about this as we are is because it's perfectly normal. Consider it from the average pony's perspective. We're immortal beings of unique appearance and with great enough magical power that we have control over celestial bodies and the forces of the cosmos. Is it any surprise that some ponies would see us as divine figures?" "In the old days," Luna said, sitting across from Twilight, "when Equestria had just begun, it wasn't uncommon. We never encouraged such things, but nor did we shy away from it. By the time of my banishment, both of us had followers of a significant size." She paused before adding, "as did Starswell." Quickly, Celestia interrupted with a correction. "Starswell and I had a number of students who worshipped the ground we walked on, in the more traditional sense." "Wizard groupies," Luna swarmily clarified. Twilight blushed and decided to look intently at her scone. "Your idol's proclivity to collect swooning students aside, the worship of an alicorn was simply a thing that happened at the time." "Until Nightmare Moon?" Twilight half questioned. She had a guess about where this was going. Celestia nodded. "Yes, until Nightmare Moon." Things went awkwardly silent, only to be finally broken by the kettle. All three startled at the noise, but it was enough to shatter the sombre introspection. Celestia lifted the kettle from the burner and continued. "After the banishment, many of Luna's followers turned down a dark path. I tried for a time to steer them from it, but most would not be swayed. Just as with Luna, the good intentions and reasonable points behind their actions became twisted." The eldest alicorn paused, leaning over to hug her sister. Luna's previous joviality had drained away and been replaced by shame. It was smothered completely under a second hug as Twilight came around the table to join in. In time, the three broke apart and Celestia poured out the tea before picking up the tale once more. "In the end, I had little choice but to crush those who worshipped the nightmare. A few who had fallen too far were placed into Tartarus, but most thankfully went back to quieter lives once I had disbanded their organisations and handed out more lenient punishments." She paused to sip her tea. "The experience soured me on being worshipped as a whole. I'm still a pony, and what happened with Luna reminded me of how fallible I am. It took several generations, but I broke apart those who followed me as well." "So, you both had cults that worshipped you, but you broke them up because you didn't like having an ego?" Twilight cocked her head to the side, trying to make sure that she was taking the proper moral from this. "And that such things will go bad," Celestia noted. Can go bad, was Celestia's correction. Will, came the quick counter, and Celestia cited, as you can see, Twilight, we've had a long-standing disagreement about this since Luna's return. She feels that there is no harm in such worship, that it is merely a way for ponies to express themselves and their views. Luna picked up another scone and spread a bit of clotted cream on it. And she is of the mind that even the ones formed with the best intentions are corruptible and in time inevitably slide towards darkness. She popped a chunk of baked goods into her mouth and continued despite the heinous etiquette violation. Thus, 'tis better to break them early, before that path can be trod. Twilight looked back and forth between the two former princesses, a frown etched deep on her face. She had been hoping for advice, but this wasn't helping. What about Cadence? She's an alicorn too. When did she have to deal with this? Your sister-in-law found a third path, which I fear would not work for you. Celestia shook her head gently. She chose to steer the cult she found by portraying herself as an avatar of the Crystal Heart. She became merely the stand-in for it, and her worship strengthens the heart and thus her empire. That did seem like a very Cadence way to handle things, but Celestia was right. That didn't help Twilight very much. She didn't have a massively powerful artifact that fed off love to aim the cult at. Unless she did. Well, they like books, so what if I... Celestia cut in before that thought could be completed. Twilight, I want you to think back to your singular overdue book and the adventure you had returning it. Now imagine how that would have gone if the library was staffed by religious fanatics who consider each book a sacred object. Barely able to suppress her snickers, Luna added, Imagine the late fees! Twilight's face fell. My advice, Celestia offered, is to squash this one immediately. If you decide to take a different approach later, I assure you, from experience, that another will appear in due time. But you are unprepared to deal with this now, my former student, and I know you're never happy to make a large choice that you rush into without proper... She smirked with amusement. Research. Luna waved half a scone at Twilight. And my advice is to leave them be. You are the princess of friendship. To go in and punish ponies for having an enthusiastic hobby of their own free will is anathema to who you are. You will grow used to the adoration in time, Twilight. There is no avoiding it in the role you have chosen. Accept it with grace and use your position to steer them true. Letting out a deep sigh, Twilight nodded. Thank you, both of you. You've given me a lot to think about. I'm sorry that I disturbed your retirement for something like... Twilight, if you think you're about to leave and brood about this, you are sorely mistaken. Celestia poked her purple friend with her teacup. You've dealt with business, and now I fully expect you to stay for lunch and tell Luna and I all about how things have been for you lately. Slinging a companionable wing across Twilight, Luna beamed. Indeed, you have been most lax with your letters, and we demand a full accounting of how all of our friends in Canterlot and Ponyville have been doing. And just like that, the threatening malaise lifted from Twilight's brightening face. I suppose it would be rude if I didn't. Rarity practically demanded I pass along her well wishes next time I saw you. Do so, and tell us well of the Apple newlyweds, Luna winked playfully. I am most curious how they have settled in. And so the next few hours passed as Twilight liked them, with friends. Chapter 3 Test. In the dark of the night, ponies gathered around the bonfire. Deep purple robes shrouded them all, concealing identity even from each other. The opening of their gathering had already passed, and they were once more breaking up into their individual groups. The positions were taken with care, and each made sure they had a partner. As he walked around the perimeter, their leader looked over his gathering. Every pony is with someone. Good. None should study alone because... As one, their voices rose. Friend! And they were interrupted. Friendship is magic! Nearly 36 sets of eyes turned, and nearly 36 jaws dropped. Twilight Sparkle, the Princess Twilight Sparkle, stood at the edge of the clearing. If any of them said a word, it was drowned out by the crackle of the bonfire and the rapid beating of their hearts. Hesitantly, Twilight took another step closer. Hello, my friends! That snapped them out of it. The word was magic, dispelling the silence. Mumbled voices conferred, each confirming that the Princess Twilight Sparkle had just addressed them as friend. At first one bowed to her, and then the others quickly after. No, 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 no! Twilight trotted forward and lifted the nearest pony to his hooves. Friends don't bow to friends! And yet the rest of them still bowed to her. Even the one she lifted went down again as soon as she let go. Frustration was already starting to rise within the princess, but she reminded herself she had to address this. If not for this group, for the future ones. Celestia and Luna had been clear on that much. She'd have to deal with this again, and wasting this first opportunity for direct study would be shameful. So Twilight took a deep breath. As your goddess, she started, I hereby order you to stop worshipping me. The congregation froze, looking at one another in confusion. But if we stop worshipping her, she's not our goddess anymore. Yeah, then she doesn't have the authority to order us to do things. So then we could start worshipping her again. Paradox! It's a logical paradox! Calm down, you fools. Can't you see she's testing us? Yes, a test of faith. Quick, who has a copy of Zeno's we can reference? I can't believe she has come to test our faith directly. Praise be! Twilight face-toothed. Oh no, they were the worst kind of cultists. Moving on to Plan C, Twilight wrapped the leader in her magic and pulled him over. You're in charge here? Get them up. I'm here to talk, and we can't have a conversation when you're all, She looked out at the cult around her. Worship, E? The leader once more bowed, making Twilight roll her eyes before she turned to the rest. She has commanded us, so let us listen to her words. Come, friends, there's no harm here. If she will speak, we should listen. The crowd rumbled uneasily, but slowly obeyed. They came closer, sitting in a loose horseshoe around Twilight. She breathed a little easier. Now came the hard part. If only she had brought Spike. A scroll of paper and quill appeared out of the air beside her. Question 1. Why worship? Why religion instead of other methods? Several of the cultists blinked owlishly. One raised a hoop. Is this a quiz? I'm bad at quizzes. Twilight smiled as best as she could under the weight of this ludicrous situation. It is, but there is no right or wrong answer. We're friends, right? And friends try to learn more about each other. And use field observation to create a hypothesis for later testing, but they didn't need to know that part. Getting the first one to speak was difficult as they hesitated. Well, I do it because I used to worship Celestia, but you took over for her, so it makes sense to change. The dam broke and the other answers unleashed rapid fire. You defeated all those bad guys, so you're a hero. I joined thinking this was your fan club, and it just got intense from there. Lemon Wedge over there's my friend and makes a really good fruit salad she brings every week. We were going to summon the demon Biblios. I don't have anything else to do on Thursday nights, and my neighbours said it would be fun. You're really hot, and I thought being part of your cult would give me a shot at asking you out. So, wanna go out? Twilight waited patiently for the cacophony to die down and the last of them to get their justifications out. Each one was written down, recorded for later reference. Alright, thank you. Let's start from the top. She adjusted the scroll, looking down it. Whoever said something about summoning a demon, first of all, Biblios isn't real. Second, go over there and sit quietly, you're under arrest. Summoning creatures from beyond is bad. Don't do that. Oh man! Off to the side, she scolded. If this wasn't in the middle of the woods, I'd have you stand in a corner and think about what you tried to do. As it is, wait quietly and we'll have a conversation with the royal guards later. Twilight waited as the shame-faced cultist obeyed. A hoof raised from the crowd and Twilight nodded to it. I thought you said there were no right or wrong answers to this. Twilight closed her eyes and took a deep breath before answering. There are no right or wrong questions for this quiz, but there are wrong answers for life. Summoning creatures from beyond the veil is one of them. She looked around those gathered as they nodded and agreed that was reasonable. Okay, second, thank you for saying that I'm attractive, but I'm afraid I don't have time for a relationship right now. I'm running a country and I'm in charge of multiple stellar bodies, so dating is going to have to wait. The stallion who had mentioned that motivation perked up. So you're saying there's a chance later? When Tartarus freezes over, Twilight clarified. Sorry, but you're not my type. A mare several cultists down hopped up and let out a joyous whoop. Ha! In your face! I told you she didn't swing that way! Once more, Twilight faced her. That's not... It's because you joined a dark shadow cult instead of speaking to me. That's not a good basis for a relationship. Her wings fluffed out with frustration, and a brief bit of appreciation for what Cadence probably had to deal with on a regular basis. Next, the fan club. Her eyes focused dead on one specific cultist. Star Tracker, I know that's you. I recognize your voice. She recognized my voice! Star Tracker! Twilight could already feel her patience wearing away under the table. You know better than this. And we already had a friendship lesson about idolizing other ponies and that sort of thing. Also, I know you're fully aware of my actual fan club. This is silly. Go home. She watched him turn and head out with his head hung low. Now! The princess glanced at her list. A bunch of you are just here because of friends, or because you don't have anything better to do, or because of... She squinted at her own horn writing. Fruit, salad. You can also go. I appreciate wanting to do things with your friends and to have a hobby, but I'm going to politely ask that you take up bowling or knitting instead of revering me as a goddess. Also, it's honestly a little insulting to be the sort of thing that you do when you don't have anything else to do. I'll do you when... Twilight struck the stallion, who continued to insist on hitting her with a stun blast. Lewd innuendo in public is also not a good way to try and secure a relationship with some pony. The stunned stallion was quickly carried off by several friends, leaving a crowd much smaller than before. Twilight looked them over with a critical eye, trying to appraise just what she was dealing with. Those of you who remain, you're true believers, right? The ones who are part of this because you believe? Looks were shared between the 7 that remained before they nodded as one. Good. Question 2 was going to be why me, but I guess that's been sort of covered. Plus, you know, the whole sun and moon thing. So, question 3. If I leave you alone after this, what are you going to do with this, organization after I go? Once more, the cult's leader stepped forward. We shall take the word of your great name and spread it across Twilight cut him off. Okay, yeah, no, we're not doing that. No proselytizing, no conversions, definitely no crusades. In fact, here. She floated a second scroll and her quill over to one of the remaining cultists. We better set some ground rules. She shall pronounce her commandments unto us. Praise be! This was already going wrong again. Just write it down. Twilight almost felt like she was begging. Rule 1. No black magic. Don't be that guy over there. She pointed her hoof at the demon-loving cultist who was still sitting and waiting for the guard pickup. Rule 2. No forcing any pony to believe what you do if they don't want to. Rule 3. No sacrificing anything or any pony to me. Twilight halted, then corrected herself. Any creature to me, just in case. Rule 4. She bubbled, having already ran out of steam. Anyway, you get the idea. Those that remained all bowed once more. Yes, we hear and understand. We shall obey your commandments and serve you well. Good. Be well, my friends. Twilight stepped back and took to the sky. After flying out of sight, she teleported back to the camouflaged duck blind that had been set up beside the clearing. Agents! She nodded to the SMILE team that was in place. You understand your orders, I presume? The black-suited earth pony mare saluted. Yes, your highness. Watch them, record our observations and give you monthly reports on activity. Interfere only on your direct orders, so that we preserve the integrity of the experiment. Twilight nodded with a grin. Wonderful! If everything goes well, we might even be able to get a paper in one of the big-name journals about this. When Dawn Sparkles by Night Sparkle Production. Pray do tell me what reason you have to return to Canterlot, Celestia. I am not certain, Luna. I just want to pay Twilight a visit. That's all. The last moments of her conversation with her sister was what kept playing through Celestia's head as she stepped off the train at the Canterlot station, ignoring the stares and murmurs from every pony around her at the sight of one of the former rulers of Equestria, and instead lifting off into the air once she was outside, flying straight towards the castle and swooping down to land at the front doors as the guards stiffened to attention. The former ruler passing them a nod as she walked inside, sighing as the memories of her time within these halls rushed back to her. But there was plenty of time to dwell on the past another day. Right now, she was here to visit Twilight and maybe get her former students' advice on why she felt like her life was incomplete. For recently, Celestia had been feeling more and more like she was missing something, a part of her that when she found it would make her life complete. And despite all her years of knowledge, she couldn't put a hoof to what it might possibly be, which was why she had decided to make the journey to Canterlot, and why she was now knocking on the doors to the throne room, feeling a strange fluttering in her chest when she heard Twilight's familiar voice calling out, "Come in!" Sure enough, the reward of keeping her visitor surprised was evident as soon as Celestia walked through the doors. Twilight's face lit up with excitement, and she hurriedly stood from her throne and made her way to greet Celestia, the two mares meeting at a midway point between doors and throne, with Twilight embracing Celestia in a hug that the former ruler returned, feeling a warmth in her chest as she smiled warmly. "Celestia, I didn't know you were coming, or else I would have prepared something," Twilight exclaimed, and Celestia chuckled as the two eventually pulled out of the hug. "I wanted to keep my visit a surprise. You seem well, Twilight. the white alicorn remarked, and the lavender alicorn smiled widely. I'm doing perfectly fine. It's been a while since we last saw each other, she said, and Celestia nodded. It most certainly has. You've definitely grown since I last saw you, Celestia remarked, since Twilight now stood almost eye level with her former mentor. And you don't seem to have changed at all, Twilight said with a warm smile, and Celestia wondered briefly whether that was a good or a bad thing, but she quickly waved that aside as Twilight continued. So, to what do I owe this surprise visit, Celestia? To be honest, I was hoping you could possibly help me with an issue I have been pursuing an answer to for quite some time now, Celestia answered, and then Twilight motioned for her to continue. Celestia hesitated before saying, For quite some time now, I've felt as if there's something missing from my life, something that for the life of me I cannot discover any fragment of what it might be. Interesting. How long ago did this start? Twilight asked, as she and Celestia began to walk together out of the throne room and down the hallways of the castle. Several months, if memory serves me correctly, Celestia answered, sighing as she hung her head slightly. Other than that, I know almost nothing about what this may be. All I know is that whatever it is, it's like nothing I've ever experienced before. I see. I may have an idea as to what it is, but for now, why don't we just walk together for a while? Twilight offered, and Celestia nodded in agreement. The two alicorns making their way through the halls of the castle, with Celestia not really paying that much attention to where they were heading until they stepped outside, and the white alicorn glanced around to find them standing in one of the gardens of the castle. Twilight, why are we here? What does this have to do with anything? Celestia started, turning her gaze towards her former student, only for the words to die on the tip of her tongue as she beheld Twilight, the midday sun shining down and illuminating her former student's mane, causing it to shine in a vibrant brilliance, perfectly framing Twilight's face as she smiled slightly at Celestia. I'm testing a theory, Twilight said as she trotted up to her former mentor. Celestia opened her mouth to ask a question, but was cut off as Twilight leaned in and suddenly kissed her. The white alicorn's eyes widened in shock before she felt the same strange warmth in her chest spread through her entire body as she returned the kiss. When Twilight pulled away, Celestia was left to catch her breath slightly as Twilight smirked down at her, the lavender alicorn giggling to herself at the look on Celestia's face, before eventually saying, I think I may know what you're suffering from, Celestia. And what is it? The white alicorn asked once she had caught her breath, and Twilight smiled as she leaned in and whispered in her ear, You're missing someone in your life to love and cherish you, more than like a sister or a friend would. Celestia blinked, opening her mouth to say something to negate what Twilight spoke, before pausing and thinking it over as she closed her mouth. Sure, she had made plenty of friends in her lifetime, but even in her retirement she spent most of her time with her sister, but never once had she thought that the reason for her feeling of incompleteness was that of love. So, you're saying that I need to find some pony to be with? Celestia eventually asked, and Twilight shook her head as she leaned down and kissed her former mentor's cheek, eliciting a surge of warmth from Celestia's chest through her entire body as the white unicorn blushed and lowered her head. No, what I'm saying is that you need to find the pony you love, and that loves you back, Twilight said, before adding, and based on your actions here, I know who that is. It's you. Twilight fell silent as she and Celestia stared silently at each other, one with the look of shock, the other with one of revelation. While it was true that Celestia had viewed Twilight as a student for most of her life, she couldn't deny that Twilight had grown up into a fine alicorn and ruler, and it was no lie that she was extremely beautiful. It only made sense that Celestia might be inevitably drawn to that which she was familiar with the most. So, what now? Celestia asked, already knowing in her heart what she wanted to do the most. Now we just see how much we love each other, Twilight said, and the two met each other in the middle as they embraced and engaged in another passionate kiss.
So this time, kiss me slow. So this time, kiss me slow. Before I go. Kiss me slow before it's time. Kiss me slow before I go.
Luna would later receive a letter that read the following. Luna, while I intended for my trip to Canterlot to be a short one, I have come upon a realization and the solution to what has been plaguing my thoughts these past several months. Please do not worry about me. I am fine and well. I am just spending some time with my new special sun pony here in Canterlot. I will be back by the end of the week. I promise. Sincerely, Celestia. Lights by Lavidashi. 1:09 a.m. Twilight Sparkle sat in her chair in the Golden Oak Library. What was she doing, you may ask? The unicorn was doing nothing but catching up on her reading. Her appearance was quite neat. A smooth mane, a well cared for tail, and a glistening coat. Due to the fact that she was fresh out of a warm, relaxing bath, Twilight thought it was indeed a perfect night. The night itself even proved it to her. She had a window open next to her desk, so the soft breeze could caress her mane freely. The wind was at a stable speed too, so the light pages of her books wouldn't flip on their own. She had a scented candle right on the edge of her desk. The fire danced and created shadows on Twilight's face, and definitely made it easy to read the books. And something about the windy night just made Twilight happy. Was it the smell of nature? Maybe the glowing light of the candle? Or perhaps it was the perfect temperature. Either way, there were a lot of things that made this night special. Twilight lowered her right hoof that was holding up her face and turned around, careful to not let the chair squeak. She got up from her seat and started walking towards the middle of the library, where a little sleeping dragon rested. Twilight tilted her head and smiled. She made sure he was warm and tucked him in with his favourite blanket before returning to her seat. Suddenly the wind grew a bit stronger, strong enough to blow the fire off the candle and flip the pages of Twilight's book. This made Twilight frown since she hadn't yet bookmarked the page she was at. The moonlight piercing through the window was the only source of light remaining. As Twilight started to reignite the candle again, the light outside started to shine even more. Huh? Twilight blurted out to herself. She stuck her head out the window, looked up, and gasped in amazement. When she pulled her head back, a huge smile was plastered on her face. She sprinted towards the sleeping dragon and started shaking him vigorously. "Spike! Spike! Wake up! You've got to see this! Come on, wake up!" Twilight trilled. Still half asleep, Spike yawned and stretched out his arms and smacked his lips. "Twilight? What time is it?" "Who cares? You need to come outside with me," Twilight blabbered. Using her magic, she picked up the purple dragon, opened the door and floated him outside, keeping him close within her reach. "Hey, where are we?" Spike started. Twilight then dropped him on the ground just right beside her. Whoa! There it was, just between the two and the moon, right there in the middle of the sky, a radiant, luminescent trail of light with shimmering shades of purple floated through the lonely air just right above them. It was nothing like they've ever seen before. It was angelic. The light seemed to stretch from the north all the way to the south. Before Twilight knew it, the citizens of Ponyville woke up and went outside to check it out. They all stood there in awe. But how? Spike wondered aloud. He looked towards his side up at Twilight after not hearing her say anything. Twilight's expression looked different. Just a couple of minutes ago she was so excited and bubbly. Now her face stood straight. Her eyes were widened and her pupils grew smaller. Her mouth dropped open and scared breaths escaped from her tongue. Twilight? Finally, taking her gaze off of the sky, Twilight turned to Spike. Without warning, she picked him up and threw him on her back, galloping away from the library and towards the edge of the town at full speed. Twilight, what's going on? Spike whimpered nervously. He frantically turned around after hearing a few echoing screams and shouts from the ponies behind them. Every pony outside started following Twilight, followed by more and more ponies. We need to get out of here, Twilight panted. Now! But why? What's happening? Spike warbled. It's going to catch up to us. Spike squinted his eyes. He started to see a big, dark shadow emerging from near the library and consume a few of the ponies who didn't run. The wails from them evaporated into thin air, leaving nothing of them left. Twilight, where are we going? Twilight couldn't answer. She was too focused on getting her and Spike out of there. She didn't stop. She couldn't stop now. Spike could see that the shadows were catching up to the ponies, consuming them one by one, and as it did, the lights got a bit darker in colour. Twilight! A high-pitched voice sounded from behind. At once, Twilight recognised the voice. Pinkie Pie? Where are the rest of our friends? They must have gotten away already, except for Rarity, Pinkie Pie huffed, trying to catch up to Twilight. Spike broke a sweat. Rarity? She didn't get eaten yet, did she? I don't really know, Pinkie stammered, slowing down with tiredness. All I heard was her soul-scratching scream and it just disappeared along with the Carousel Boutique. No, Spike tightened his grip on Twilight's coat as tears started to fall from his green eyes. Spike, there's nothing we could have done, Twilight sadly sighed, her speed accelerating as she heard more shouts and shrieks from beyond. We need to focus on getting out of... Pinkie Pie's disappearing screech was heard from a few metres away. Spike clenched his eyes shut as Twilight, now starting to cry, sped up faster and into the ever-free forest. She still didn't stop till Spike couldn't see Ponyville anymore. What was there to see though? Everything was gone. Rarity, Pinkie Pie, every pony. Seemed like only the two of them made it. Twilight was gasping for air as Spike hopped down from the mare's back. She collapsed to the ground and sobbed into the grass. Spike checked his surroundings, looking for ponies who could have possibly made it. There was one, just to his right. He tapped Twilight's head and Twilight looked up from the ground and looked to where Spike was pointing. A slim alicorn silhouette was walking past them a couple metres away, her silky mane wavering in the wind. Twilight stood up and started to walk towards it. Spike followed. Suddenly the alicorn stopped in its tracks. As Twilight caught up, she recognised the alicorn's appearance. Princess Luna? The alicorn turned around. It was indeed Princess Luna, although Twilight couldn't be sure since she looked different. Princess Luna looked like she was rotting. Her hooves and legs were now nothing but bones and little pieces of dust and blackened flesh. Half of her face was disappearing too, her skin crumbling and fading away right then and there. Princess Luna approached Twilight. revealing the other half of her body. It was all bones. "Princess Luna! What?" Luna stood a foot away from Twilight and faced her. The unpleasant smell made Twilight grimace as she started shaking in fear. "Wake up, Twilight!" Princess Luna bellowed, her voice sounding like it was glitching. "You need to get out of here!" Her voice now sounded like she had an extremely parched throat and grew weaker as she started to rot faster. Twilight and Spike started backing up and sprinting away from her, but the shadows were there to greet them. Twilight woke up in a cold sweat. There she was, back at home in her chair. "I must have fallen asleep while reading," Twilight chuckled nervously to herself. Suddenly the candle went out. Twilight's smile slowly faded as she hesitatingly looked out of the open window. There it was again, the purple light. Then that means... Twilight's Terrible Idea to Fight World Hunger by Mockingbird. Twilight Sparkle led the group along a raised catwalk high over the laboratory facilities below. Equestria doesn't have a problem with overpopulation and famine. Not yet, anyway. Rainbow Dash narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Are you trying to tell us something, Twilight?" Twilight uttered a single cold and deliberate chuckle. "Of course not, but I do believe in planning ahead, being prepared for all contingencies, solving problems long before they come up, if they even ever do, which they might not." Rarity asked, "Are you telling us you're working hard to plan and prepare for social problems that won't happen for a very long time, and might never happen at all?" Twilight smiled. "Exactly. I'm so glad you're keeping up." Rainbow snorted. "Keeping up with what? This doesn't make any sense." Twilight didn't seem to hear the Pegasus. "Down below is our experimental long-distance outcrossing facility. Here we combine DNA from different types of creatures. The current project involves samples we obtained from another universe through a mirror portal." Fluttershy said quietly, "Sounds horrible. What's wrong with letting creatures breed the usual way? They like it." Twilight grinned maniacally. "Because of the old-fashioned way, it may take a very long time to get a creature that's the right part siren and the right part changeling." Applejack grunted. "Is there any such thing as a right part stallion? Way I hear it, sirens are always bad news." Twilight pointed down at the creature in a large swimming pool. "That's not what my research results tell me." Twilight shouted at the tank below, "Amphibia! There's some pony up here who seems to hate sirens!" The glossy-skinned, dark blue creature smiled up at the tour group. She waved a forefin lazily.
Really? I'm so glad to hear that. Who is it?
Applejack grumbled. Wouldn't exactly say I hate sirens. I just don't see any cause to be forcing siren DNA and changeling DNA into some weird, unharmonic combination, she added more quietly. Okay, maybe I do hate sirens just a little. The creature below pushed off from the shallow end of the pool and did the backstroke.
That's not what I'm feeling down here, darling. To me, it feels like you hate sirens a whole lot.
The creature blew mist out of her blowhole.
Or am I feeling hate and distrust towards changelings? The way I'm put together, I get the benefit of both. How lucky I am to be me.
Applejack complained. That ain't right for some creature to be eavesdropping on my feelings like that. Why can't my personal private feelings be personal and private? Twilight explained. Because both changelings and sirens can feed on other creatures' feelings, your hate and bigotry. I am not a bigot. Can feed a whole community of chinings. If we can only fire up your feelings hot enough and if we get them to hate each other, we can feed even more creatures. Pinkie Pie said in a big loud voice. I've heard a lot of bad ideas, but this one really takes the cake. She pulled a cupcake out of her saddlebags and stuffed it into Twilight's mouth. Put that in your pie hole. Applejack took a deep breath. Okay, I guess you've shown that by getting me riled up enough, maybe you can feed a whole herd of unholy abominations. But what good does that do us? Did you ever think maybe hate can be bad? That's true, Fluttershy said. We should try to keep our feelings calm and grounded, otherwise bad things can happen. Twilight replied, You want to know what good it does for us? I'm already working on creating special changelings that are mental voids without minds or thoughts of their own. Dash exclaimed, And this is supposed to be an improvement, how? Twilight jumped up and down with excitement, because if they don't have minds of their own, there's nothing wrong with transferring pony minds into their heads, so the mindless changelings' bodies will go to good use, and every pony will be able to eat a healthy diet just by taking in the general ill feelings that creatures can have towards each other. Pinkie growled, I know I eat more than my weight in frosting every week, but even I can tell you that's not a healthy diet. It's just a contingency plan, Twilight said. A brilliant plan, but just a plan, in case we need it. Rainbow Dash looked down at the aquatic creature. Whatever you call it, that creature sure is huge. What a lot of blubber. It's a changeling, Twilight said. The creature below said,
That's because I'm an aquatic mammal. For us, several tons of blubber is just a healthy weight. My doctor says I might be a little undernourished.
Rainbow Dash laughed. That's hilarious. You're bigger than a whale.
What part of aquatic mammal don't you understand, you feather brain?
Hey, Rainbow shouted. There's no call for that kind of language. That's insulting.
You insulted my natural weight. What kind of language do you expect to hear back?
The more I see and hear of that giant blubbery creature, the less I think I like her.
Yay!
The swimmer cheered.
Hate me all you want. More yummies for me.
Fluttershy whispered in Twilight's ear. What was that, Fluttershy? I couldn't quite hear you. I just said, it seems like you're trying to create a world that won't have any place for nice creatures. Creatures like me and most of my animal friends could starve to death. Twilight spoke in what was probably supposed to be a reassuring tone of voice as she patted Fluttershy on the head. That's why I already have a team of instructors hard at work on anger management classes. That sounds really nice, the gentle Pegasus replied. I think some creatures need to learn to control their anger and be nicer to each other. Twilight blinked. You've got it all wrong. In a world fueled by anger and hate, anger isn't something to get rid of. Anger is a vital resource. We need to help it increase and grow. Someday, the whole world will run on anger. We have special systems to help creatures yell and rant at each other and send each other little messages about how they dislike each other. Here. Twilight pointed at a little box mounted on the catwalk railing. Press that red button. Fluttershy timidly tapped the button. No, harder! Twilight slammed the button down with one hoof. She slammed it again. Down below, the swimming creature shouted,
I can see my hate counter display go up, but I can't really feel it. I don't think you're doing it right.
She shouted up at Fluttershy.
Hey, did you say you have animal friends? I think in the future, we should speed plow all the forests so the animals won't have any place to live. All the animals will starve to death after I run them over first.
Fluttershy said angrily, You didn't!
I sure did. Push that hate button for me, you scrawny little dish rag of a pony.
Fluttershy put her forehooves on the catwalk's railing and glared down at the changeling. You should stop what you're doing right now! The changeling flopped over, waving her tail.
But it feels so good. What are you going to do to me?
In a violent, noisy explosion of red fluid and mostly yellowish chunks, Amphibia stopped existing. Twilight stared down at the suddenly fouled pool. She stared at her normally unassertive little Pegasus friend. She She stared at the chunks and liquid floating in the pool, and at her friend again. I had no idea that was even possible. Fluttershy said, "That's because you've lost touch with your natural instincts, Twilight. The animals all know that could happen to them if they get me angry enough." She took a deep breath. "New plan," Twilight said. "The tour is over. I'll be considering each and every project here for cancellation and wind down." Fluttershy said with a little smile.
Good. Good.
Twilight complained to Luna over the breakfast table. "I can't believe you didn't wake me up." Luna fluttered her eyelashes innocently. "If some pony is having a nightmare they can't handle, I can come to help them. But you needed that dream. Your mind was working through some issues in its own way. If I'd interfered, I'd have prevented you from understanding whatever it was your mind was learning to understand. I think that was the stupidest dream I've ever had in my life." "Good." Luna took a bite of banana peel. Ponies had asked about that before, but she'd said the extra fibre helped her digestion. "I'm glad you can see that." Luna took another bite, this time from a pancake Celestia had made with a goofy face on it. Also, the part about how Fluttershy can kill any creature she chooses to, if they make her angry enough. That was the stupidest part. Luna shook her head. "No, that part was very real." She took another bite of pancake and daintily chewed. "Creatures stupidly hating each other can kill. It can distract from solving real problems and become its own worst problem instead." "I see," Twilight said. "It was a metaphor for how we need to try to get along and be nice to each other, and try to see things from each other's point of view, because hating each other is wrong." Luna swallowed her current bite. "That's all very true, and I'm glad you see it, but you also need to know that every creature in this world lives only by the sufferance of Fluttershy, because we haven't made her angry enough that her anger would make us explode and die." Twilight shouted, "Hey, I have a brilliant idea!" Luna's big blue eyes looked at Twilight expectantly. "We wouldn't even need wood or coal to fuel our steam engines if we had the sense to use Nyric power. When Nyrics get angry, they produce more heat than just about anything. I just need to do some calculations." Twilight jumped out of her chair and ran out of the dining room. Luna smirked. "How ingenious of you, Twilight."
Pleasant dreams. Dreams.
Falling in Love Again by A Fanatic Rabbit. Twilight obsessed over the reflection in the mirror. She reared herself up on the sink, staring at the myriad of imperfections apparent to her. She never felt most of them, but that didn't make them any less real. The wider jaw, the broader shoulders. She pressed an ankle to her neck and chin, feeling the roughness of her fur from puberty slamming into her like a train. It was a little much to hope that her becoming an alicorn would fix all those problems, she supposed. At the very least, the work she could put in, the solutions she could find, all worked much the same. Rather than staring at each little imperfection any longer, Twilight pushed herself back and took in her entire self. Up close, she could easily spot every little detail that might paint her as something other than a mare. Further out, she could see a more complete picture, and the myriad of problems almost disappeared. She could still see them, of course. She knew where to look. If her face were a map, she could give coordinates on every hated geographic point from memory. But further away, she didn't see an atlas of disgust and shame. It had taken her years and plenty of love from friends, as well as learning to love herself again. She was a painting, with new coats of paint being applied over and over, altering and improving the original work, but never replacing it. She'd grown her mane out in the years since she came to Ponyville. She had let Rarity do her makeup to hide some of the things she disliked and to emphasize what she did. Her eyes for one, and the shape of her mouth. Twilight grinned, and the feelings of discomfort and Shorty in who she was intensified. Rarity called from the other side of the door, gently knocking as she did. It startled Twilight out of her thoughts, but she quickly turned and unlocked it, opening up the door to the rest of the boutique, to Rarity standing there before her. "You were in there for a while, darling," said Rarity. "Is everything alright?" She tilted her head just a little, an eyebrow raised a fraction. Her voice took on a familiar tone as she asked the question, and Twilight knew what she was really asking. She felt glad she didn't have to lie for once in a long while. "Never better," said Twilight. "Thanks for doing my makeup. You know I'm hopeless with this stuff." She leaned in and down, pecking Rarity's nose, and the seamstress flushed and chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Besides, you're still getting used to this stuff. I had several decades to put it all together and become the professional I am." Rarity made a small gesture with her head, and the two mares walked back down the stairs and toward the main floor of the boutique. "Most of the others are about ready, by the way. Applejack's just helping the little ones get some face paint done." She pulled a face, a stuck-out tongue and played-up grimace. There was still a smile mixed into it. "Face paint is always so tacky." "And makeup isn't?" Twilight asked teasingly. Rarity growled lightly, then tossed her mane back and held up her nose. "That's different. You know that." Twilight giggled and nodded. "Yeah, I know. Still, they're both about making yourself look different, and can be about hiding yourself and celebrating something. What sort of face paintings have they gone for?" Rarity opened her mouth, then cringed as she heard a crash, and a little orange filly fell out of a swinging door. The door smacked against the wall, and Rarity frowned. "Scootaloo?" The little Pegasus blinked, then scrambled onto her hooves. She had two little squares of paint on her cheeks, one pink, blue, and white, and the other in shades of orange and purple. "Sorry, Rarity. I hope I didn't break anything." The door was pulled away from the wall, and Rarity ducked around it. There was a slight tensing in Rarity's shoulders, and Scootaloo shuffled back against Twilight's legs. A moment later, Rarity relaxed as she stepped back. "I broke something, didn't I?" Scootaloo asked. Twilight placed her hoof onto the filly's shoulder, and she tensed up for a moment. Rarity shook her head. "Nothing Sweetie Belle hasn't already done herself," she said. "Think nothing of it. Today is meant to be fun." That said, Rarity's expression turned a little more serious, though her grin remained. "Please try to keep the rambunctiousness out of my house for now, Scootaloo nodded and buzzed her wings. "I promise I'll behave until we leave," she said, and she went through the motions of a pinky promise. She took a few steps back to the door, then paused before whirling around to look back at Twilight. "Hey, want to get some flags painted too?" "Like yours?" Twilight asked the Pegasus. Rarity glanced up and down between Twilight and Scootaloo, and as the alicorn grinned and answered, "Yes," the seamstress let out a small groan. Ponyville was full of noise, since Twilight's castle had sprouted from the ground, making the once small and sleepy little town a centre of tourism and the home of friendship and harmony. Now it saw far more celebrations. Twilight had seen parades like this in Canterlot once in a while. She never paid that much attention to them, having refused to accept who she was. Now she felt her heart swell up like a balloon and try to lift her off the ground. She understood a little of what it must have been like to be Pinkie on an average day. The market was much busier than usual. On top of the usual food stalls, there were booths for games and activities, The space that was usually reserved for just the Apple family's little cart was now a marquise and several booths selling apple-flavoured treats and a few more rural-styled activities that could be safely practiced in the town centre. Twilight recognised only a hooful of the extended family, and only one by name. Twilight insisted on paying Apple Fritter the bits for the pair of candied apples she picked, and then gave Rarity one of them. "Apples, there's something new," Rarity said flatly, though she chuckled a moment later regardless and tried to delicately bite into it. It was, unfortunately, just a little too large and glossy for her to simply nibble, forcing her to take a larger bite and get some caramel stuck to her cheek. It left a silly orange streak right beneath the purple and pink heart painted below Rarity's eye. Twilight chuckled and took a braver bite herself. It didn't help keep her face clean. She hadn't even swallowed her first bite before she felt a napkin prodding at the side of her face and wiping the melted sugar off. "Honestly, Twilight, you can be so messy sometimes." She made sure Twilight's face was clean, then tended to her own sticky fur. "A lady doesn't take big bites out of her food." "Well, it's a good thing I'm not a lady then," said Twilight, taking on a slightly more serious tone. Rarity paused, then frowned. "Twilight, don't..." "I'm not a lady. I'm a princess," Twilight smirked, then Rarity rolled her eyes before giving her mere friend a small shove. "You are insufferable sometimes, you know that?" Twilight shuffled back beside Rarity, their bodies touching, and she flicked her tail around to fall into Rarity's tightly spun coil. "You love it, really." "No, I do not," Rarity protested, and Twilight kept smirking, using her height to loom down onto Rarity. "Okay, maybe a little. A lot. Stop smirking at me like that." Twilight giggled and kissed Rarity on the forehead. "I can't help it. You're cute when you pout." Rarity pouted harder, opened her mouth to say something, then took a large, unladylike bite out of her candied apple. This just made Twilight laugh again and grin. She watched Rarity eat as they walked, remembering to take a bite from her treat every once in a while. Somewhere ahead, Fluttershy was chaperoning the Crusaders, helping them out of too much trouble, though they did get a few stern words thrown at them from the odd stall owner, and even Rarity herself. The girls tossed back apologies, and frowns turned to smiles as they let off their energy elsewhere, and slowly bankrupted Fluttershy as they collected balloons and trinkets and snacks aplenty. Despite that, and despite the noise, the volume of the ponies around them, Twilight couldn't take her focus off of Rarity, and off of herself. She chewed on another mouthful of her apple, and reflected on what her life was like before, how dark and bleak it was. Despite how good and capable she was, maybe it was only such compared to the bright, gleaming hope and love she saw in Rarity and her other friends, but it was definitely much better now. Rarity caught Twilight's stare, and another errant smear of caramel. She floated up another tissue. "What's on your mind, Twilight?" Twilight made a small noise. "You've got that look about you, like you're thinking too hard." Rarity chuckled. "Reminds me of the times I caught myself snagged by my muse." "Maybe not quite the same," she ensured Twilight's cheek was sparkling clean once more. "Do you want to share?" Twilight hummed, then shrugged. "I'm just thinking how much I love everything right now." She gently bumped Rarity, making her drop her appleless stick, though Twilight caught it before it hit the floor. "You especially, of course. But just in general too. The girls, all the other friends we have, everything seems so sunny." She bit her lip. "That sounds sappy, doesn't it?" Rarity gently bumped her cheek against Twilight's, and the little electric shock of love and acknowledgement made the hair on Twilight's back stand up. "Not at all, love." Rarity stopped and turned to face Twilight head on. Twilight did the same, and took another bite from the remains of her apple. "Loving being alive isn't sappy.
It's wonderful and delightful. It reminds me that the mare I fell in love with is worth all my effort and attention. Twilight gently ran a hoof in circles on the floor. You think so? I know so. I know you have a unique experience with life. She then leaned up, kissing Twilight's lips. They held together for a few moments, and then the sticky sugar pulled apart as they separated. It's good to know that despite that, you've taken to life like you've taken to every dress I give you. It fits you perfectly and brings me an endless amount of joy to see. Twilight's heart almost burst, and they kissed again.
A 1,000 Years Later. Written and composed by Dio Brando. Dear friends of mine, I'm writing this to you not because I think you will receive it. Somewhere in my heart I want to believe that you will. I know, however, that what's done is done. In this long time that I have taught so many the value of friendship, there is still one lesson I have yet to learn for myself, and that is how to deal with its loss. Yet I shan't focus on that which is inevitable. I shan't focus on that which cannot be changed. It is a process of life, ironically. A cycle must come to an end to start anew. However, my beloved friends, I never thought, not then and not now, that I would truly have to endure for so many years the pain of losing all of you. In order to settle this in my broken heart once more, I shall write to you, to all of you. This letter, which you shall perhaps never read, is all of my love towards you, to bring together the memories we shared, our best moments, and to bring forth the good in all that you ever were and are to me today. Rainbow Dash, you were as loyal a friend as any, and even more. I remember hearing the crackling across the sky, seeing that burst of colour rushing over the horizon from when you performed what ponies thought to be impossible. Your daring attitude and your competitive nature would have seemed by some to be bothersome, but I saw the spirit of a friend who would do anything to keep her loved ones up the top. Someone who wouldn't turn down a challenge, no matter how difficult, because their friends relied on them to complete it. I saw in you not arrogance, but a true heart. Pride, not in yourself, but in the ponies you surrounded yourself with. It was that pride that made you so important to us all, that showed us it was okay to brag on those you loved. You taught us loyalty to one another, and you brought to us those traits that no one else could have perfectly exemplified but you. I wish not to have known you for a single day less, yet even now I would give everything for even a day more with any of you. Rainbow Dash, you taught me loyalty, and I will never forget the promise I made to you on that day, to never let my friends down, even though things might be tough. Rarity, you were the most generous of us all. I will never forget the many times you sacrificed your look, your time, your money and your efforts to help me and all of us out of any scenario we faced. You never batted an eye to it. Not once did you ever think twice to give to those you held so dearly. You showed us what generosity was. And of all the things you gave, your heart was the most valuable. Every time you helped another out with what you had, you showed us how to use what we have earned, not just for ourselves, but for others. To give to those less fortunate than us, that they might give to others as well. You could have pursued a path that would have given you everything, that would have kept everything to you, but you sacrificed everything for what you and all of us believed was more important, your friends. You realized that, truly, the love of your friends was everything, and that, perhaps, it wasn't even a sacrifice to you. You put your friends above yourself, and you gave to them what you would have wanted. Thus we gave back, and so did every pony you had ever helped. The tears from your eyes as you laid on that bed, seeing all the ponies that you selflessly gave to coming to you to give back, was perhaps the most heartbreaking moment of your passing. It was sad to see a pony like you leave, but your impact has outlasted this long time. Your legacy has continued, as all of our friends have. Rarity, you taught me generosity, and I will never forget the promise I made to you on that day, to give generously to those in need, even if I feel like I need it more. Applejack, you were the most honest of us all. I will never forget the times you told me the truth, regardless of whether it made me feel bad or not. But I could see, feel, and understand your loving tone, that you wanted better for me, even if it meant pointing out my flaws. You were honest with all of us, never letting the worst of us go free. You always stopped it in its tracks. You were never condescending. You never saw us lower than yourself. Honesty was your gift, not just because you could tell a brutal truth, but because you could do so in such a way that we knew you wanted and expected the best out of us, and thus we did the same for you. You always worked hard and never cheated out of any situations when helping others out. Your honesty was more than words, it was your heart, and I never doubted you. Because of you, I have taught ponies for so many years the way to speak honest words, while still loving, to deal with those difficult scenarios, while also lifting ponies up. Applejack, you taught me honesty, and I will never forget the promise I made to you on that day, to speak truth and to speak love, so that every pony could reach their highest potential. Fluttershy, you were the kindest of us all. I will never forget how you put every pony before yourself, how your soft voice comforted so many souls who were in such need of it. For me, you were my hope of dealing with daily stresses. When I was down, you lifted me up. You did that for all of us and everyone you meet. You left no pony out, making sure that every pony within your reach had even a touch of kindness to keep going that day. You always knew when someone was feeling left out, when they were sad or angry or stressed. You always knew how to fix it. You were not blindly nice, but you had the empathy for every pony that seemed so hard to have in a time like this. Yet, no matter how terrible you felt, you always found it in your heart to derive your joy from giving it to another. Your warmth spread like fire, showing all ponies how to be kind in a way that did more than bring a fake smile. Fluttershy, you taught me kindness, and I will never forget the promise I made to you on that day, to be the warmth that ponies seek, to be the love that ponies need, because they all deserve it. Pinkie Pie, you spread the most laughter of us all. I will never forget the times you brought smiles to our faces, regardless of how terrible we felt. You gave us, and especially myself, the strength to carry on in the most difficult circumstances. You always saw the bright side, and you never even let yourself stay sad, because you knew your friends counted on you to bring them the light of a bright smile. Because of you, we all knew how to bring joy in the darkest of times, when days were as black as night, when they were as cold as a harsh winter wind. Your smile was sometimes all that I knew I could look forward to. Even now, I would beg the goddesses to see your smile again. Even once, if only I could. Your joy outlasted your life, with all ponies who look up to you as an example to bring laughter to the darkness, to see the good in everything. Pinkie Pie, you taught me laughter, and I will never forget the promise I made to you on that day, to find joy in everything, to bring laughter in any scenario, because it truly was the best medicine. I reflect on so many memories of all of you, more than I can write. but the most burdensome memories to my thoughts are those promises I made to you. That which you have taught me, have I truly retained? Rainbow Dash, I promised I would be loyal, but I have none to be loyal to. Rarity, I promised to be generous, but I have not found it in my heart that I could give anything, as I have so little to give. Applejack, I promised to be honest, but can I truly be honest if all I have to say is grim? Fluttershy, I promised to be kind, but I cannot find it in my heart to even lift my head to those I serve as princess. Pinkie Pie, I promised to have joy, but yet I have nothing but sadness. Do I even have the friends I used to? Since losing all of you, have I ever made more? Would that be replacing you? Would it be wrong? Or is it more that I have made these promises to my friends who are dead and have broken them? Have I truly let all 5 of you, my dearest friends, whom I mourn for day after day, down after all this time? I have written this letter 365,000 times. Every night, I cannot bear but to write this letter. Yet, what does it do but reflect my mourning? I do not know if I can take it. I miss all of you so much. Why can't you come back? Why can't... Twilight threw the paper towards the wall, burying her face in the pillow beside her throne, sobbing. It had been 1,000 years, and she had not felt any different, nor had she once kept the promises she made. She did not know how much longer she could take it, or if she should just put an end to... Her sobbing stopped. She looked up at the door. Why were her guards waking her up this early? She used her magic to open the door, seeing a small filly from one of her friendship classes holding a letter. Twilight could see that she was shivering. "Dear child, please come in," Twilight said quietly. "Why are you up so late? How did you get past the... Oh, never mind that. What has brought you here?" The child walked towards Twilight's bed quietly, looking to the floor nervously before placing the small paper onto it. It was a poorly folded envelope with some crayon writing on it.
Miss Twilight, you taught us today about helping our friends out when they were sad,
She said quietly.
and you look sad, so I wanted to help you.
Twilight blinked, looking down at the card and reading it. "Dear Princess Twilight, we want you to know that we all love you very, very much, and we are all your friends. Love." Beneath the closing of the small letter was written the name of every classmate of that class, all children who perhaps didn't have a clue what the stress of death was like. A drop of water stained the paper, as it had brought Twilight to tears once more, but this time she was smiling. She gave the filly a warm, tight hug, closing her eyes tightly as she swore. For just a moment she could feel her friends smiling at her from above. Dear, dear friends of mine, I see now that it is not wrong to let go of death, because in the process of holding onto your deaths, I have let go of your lives. This filly, who perhaps does not know of these complications, has come to me to teach me the most valuable lesson of all. Friendship does not end with death. Friendship continues on for the living. Not one more day will I break these promises I have made to you. I swear. Thank you for everything, my beloved friends. Love, Twilight Sparkle.
The Friendship Express Dilemma by Hamster Wizard. The exact nature of the situation is irrelevant. The problem seeks to answer a moral quandary. Rainbow Dash raised a hoof once more. Twilight flicked her pointer in her friend's direction. "No, for the last time, there is no way to stop the trolley." Rainbow Dash slowly lowered her hoof.
Twilight then flicked her pointer back toward her chalkboard, tapping on the rudimentary drawing. It depicted a trolley approaching a fork in the tracks, with 5 ponies on the straightway and a single pony on the alternate path. Off the side there was a drawing of a pony who appeared to be Trixie standing beside a lever. Applejack then spoke up. "Well, ain't much of a question if you all ask me. Saving 5 ponies is a heck of a lot better than saving 1. "Yes, but you are doing so at the cost of another pony's life, a death which you are responsible for," Twilight rebutted. Fluttershy spoke next. Aren't you responsible for the death of the other 5 if you do nothing?" Twilight leaned in, uncomfortably close to Fluttershy's face. "Are you?" she whispered. "That's the way I figure it. Some pony dies whichever way you slice it, so you may as well save as many ponies as you can." Applejack nodded. "Yes, dear, but how could you live with yourself after causing the death of another pony?" Rarity asked. Applejack pulled her hat down. "We all must live with our sins, Rarity, trudging ever forward through this cruel joke we call life." An awkward silence fell over the room. Oh shucks, I sure love apples." "Right, well, what about you, Starlight? You've been awfully quiet," Twilight said. Starlight Glimmer, who had been leaning back in her chair nonchalantly, snapped her attention back to the topic. "Oh, well, I wouldn't pull the lever." "Because you couldn't hurt another pony, right?" Fluttershy asked. "Huh? No, if the 5 ponies are too stupid to get out of the way, then they deserve to die," Starlight answered. Every pony was silent for a moment before Rainbow Dash spoke up. "Starlight, they're tied to the tracks." "How can you know that for sure? How do you know they're tied to the tracks?" Starlight asked. Twilight face-hoofed. "Starlight, the semantics don't matter. The point is that if you do nothing, 5 ponies die. But if you pull the lever, then 1 pony dies." Starlight tilted her head. "And I know that because—" "It doesn't matter, for the sake of hypothetical argument. You just know. It doesn't even need to be a trolley," Twilight shouted. Starlight pouted. "Okay, geez. I'd pull the lever then." "And kill the other pony?" Twilight asked. "Yeah, sure, whatever. But how can you be sure that's the morally correct choice?" Twilight asked. Starlight shrugged. "If I do nothing, I kill other 5 through my inaction." Applejack nodded. "Yep, that's what I figured. But what if I could outfly the trolley?" "Oh, for the love of Rainbow, for the sake of argument, the trolley is moving infinitely fast. You cannot outfly it," Twilight groaned. If it's moving infinitely fast, then shouldn't we not have time to pull the lever?" Fluttershy asked. Starlight piped up. "Actually, an object's mass increases the closer it gets to the speed of light. Anything moving at infinite speed would theoretically destroy the entire planet, making the entire exercise meaningless." "What if I stopped the pony who tied them to the tracks before they did it?" Rainbow sounded smug. Twilight's eye twitched. "You can't." "Why not?" Rainbow asked. Starlight smirked. "Yeah, why not, Twi?" "You just can't, okay?" Dash opened her mouth once more. "But what if—" "It's hypothetical, Dash. We are just assuming that all you may do in the situation is pull the lever or not pull the lever. That is all," Twilight said, sounding rather irate. Rainbow put her hoof to her chin in thought for a moment, and did indeed manifest a thought. "What if I, hypothetically, could outfly the hypothetical trolley?" she said, making air quotes with her hooves. Twilight ignored her, turning back to her friends. "Rarity, how about you then?" "The train is not destroying the entire planet then?" Rarity asked cautiously. "No. But it is still moving too fast to stop or untie the ponies from the tracks?" "Yes." "Oh my, this is quite a conundrum." Rarity pondered the question for a moment before speaking. "I believe I would pull the lever and simply bear the guilt myself." Twilight nodded. Most ponies say that they would pull the lever, reasoning that they are responsible for the death of the 5 if they do nothing, and that 5 lives are worth more than 1. However, Twilight flipped the chalkboard over, revealing a similar drawing, only this time the pony beside the lever was Applejack, and the single pony on the branching path was Apple Bloom. Twilight smiled at the gathered ponies. Who would pull the lever now? Starlight raised her hoof and every pony glared at her. "What?" she asked. "Starlight, that's Apple Bloom!" Applejack shouted. "Who?" My sister! Oh. Starlight lowered her hoof. Twilight nodded to herself. Applejack, would you care to explain your change of heart? Well, family comes first after all, Applejack nodded. But are you not then responsible for the death of the 5 ponies on the other track? Twilight asked. No, not like I tied 'em up. Right then, Starlight, earlier you said that if you do nothing, the other 5 die through your inaction, Twilight said. Yeah, true, Starlight responded. And you would let the other 5 die to save a pony you know? Yep. Starlight leaned back in her chair. Wow, that's cold, Rainbow said. I think it's rather touching that Starlight would kill 5 ponies to save Apple Bloom, Rarity said. Twilight shuffled uncomfortably a bit as she spoke. Anyways, most ponies, even after saying they would pull the lever and let one stranger die, wouldn't pull the lever if some pony they know would die. This is because the life of a friend or family member is worth more to them than the 5 strangers, even though the 5 lives is worth more than 1. What about you, Twilight? Starlight asked. Twilight straightened her posture. I have actually given this some thought. As princess, it's my duty to remain impartial, and no matter who was on the other track, it is my obligation to save as many ponies as possible. Well, okay then, Rainbow Dash scoffed. Looking around, Twilight could see the disappointment on her friends' faces. Really, Twilight? Fluttershy deadpanned at her. What? Twilight asked. I mean, I would have left that lever alone if it was you on the other track, Twi, but now I ain't so sure. Applejack sounded disappointed. Some princess of friendship, Starlight said disapprovingly. And here I thought we were all friends, darling. Rarity flicked her head away from Twilight. We are friends, and as my friends I would expect any of you to do the same to me, Twilight retorted. I can't believe you wouldn't kill 5 ponies to save me. Fluttershy sounded on the verge of tears as she spoke. What? I can't believe we're even discussing this. Of course I wouldn't kill 5 innocent ponies to save you, Twilight yelled in disbelief. Fluttershy then actually began crying, and Rainbow had to put a hoof around her in comfort. Twilight reached out a hoof. Fluttershy, Rarity slapped Twilight across the cheek, but since she has hooves instead of hands, she basically just punched her in the face. Then she shouted, I think you've done enough! Yeah, Rainbow added helpfully. What the? It's hypothetical! Next day. And now they're all ignoring me over a stupid thought experiment. Can you believe that? Derpy nodded her head. I really do sympathise with you, Twilight, but I actually deliver mail to the entire town, and I'm running really late because of this. She made a move to step out of the castle doorway, but Twilight kept talking. Every pony agreed that it's morally correct to pull the lever. But when I want to pull the lever, they're all, oh Twilight, how can you be so cruel? The hypocrisy! Twilight! Pinkie Pie dropped in from the ceiling, scaring the daylights out of both ponies, and giving Derpy the perfect excuse to flee at high speeds. Pinkie, I'm so glad to see you, Twilight sounded relieved. There's no time, Twilight! Quick, teleport us to longitude 27.56, latitude minus 69.28. Why? What's going on? What part of no time was unclear? Twilight lit her horn, and with a pop, the two of them reappeared in the middle of nowhere. There was a grassy field around them on all sides, and the two of them were standing beside a railroad track, and right beside them was a lever. There's a train coming down the tracks, Twilight, and there's 5 ponies tied to the rails. What do we do? Pinkie shouted directly in Twilight's face. Twilight frowned. Is this a prank? Is that what this is? No, look! Pinkie passed Twilight a pair of binoculars she just sort of had, and Twilight took a look down the track. Sure enough, tied to the track were 5 ponies, all struggling to break loose. "Now look on the other track!" Pinkie almost screamed. Twilight looked, and to her horror, she could see Spike all alone tied to the other track. "Right now, the train is on course to run over those 5 ponies, but if we pull that lever there, then it will change course and run over Spike. Oh, Twilight, this is horrible!" Pinkie dramatically fell over. Twilight began sweating. Okay, this is fine. Pinkie, you pull the lever, I'll fly over there and untie Spike." "You can't. There's some sort of wall of psychic energy keeping us away." "I'll teleport." "You can't teleport past it." "I'll go stop the train then." "You need to pass the barrier to do that." "I'll make a spell to destroy the barrier." "There's no time, Twilight. The train will be here in 30 seconds. Pinkie screamed. Sure enough, Twilight could feel the rumble as the train drew nearer to the fork. She could see it now, plumes of smoke billowing from the locomotive. Twilight was pretty much having a panic attack. She was hyperventilating and fanning her face with her wings, trying to calm down. I can do this! Pinkie, you decide!" She turned to find Pinkie attempting to tie herself to the tracks. "Pinkie!" A giant timer appeared in the sky, slowly counting down from 10. "Oh no! And then everything was suddenly on fire. "I can't!" Twilight shut her eyes and huddled up on the floor. Suddenly everything stopped. Twilight cracked open her eye to find Princess Luna standing over her. "Oh, this is a dream. That makes sense." Twilight chuckled, but Luna didn't seem nearly as amused. The field they were in slowly faded away until the two of them were alone in an endless white expanse. "Twilight Sparkle, we are not too proud to admit that we have no idea what this is supposed to mean. Wouldst thou kindly explain the nature of this nightmare?" Luna calmly asked. Twilight then spent some time explaining the details of her thought experiment, followed by yesterday's events, which of course led her to her current distress and her friend's irritation with her. Luna followed along as best as she could, saving most of her questions until the end. When Twilight's story was finished, Luna pondered all she had heard and asked a simple question. "Is there any reason why we cannot stop the trolley?" Several hours later, in dream time, so about 3 minutes of real time. "We understand now. It would seem that you owe thine friends an apology, Twilight Sparkle." "I know I upset them, but how is it unreasonable to say that you wouldn't let 5 innocent ponies die to save them?" Twilight grumbled. "Indeed, it is only 5 after all, a small price to pay. It may be difficult, but in the past we have slain countless innocents to protect those dear to us." "Wait, what?" "It was more socially acceptable at the time." Twilight scratched her head. "So you're saying I should be willing to let innocent ponies die to save my friends?" "Yes." "That's sort of messed up." "It is. Although perhaps you should not have breached the topic to begin with if you were not prepared for the consequences. Also, you could have just lied, to not sound like a tool." Luna stood up and stretched. "Our work here is done. Fare thee well, Twilight Sparkle." She then turned around and walked away, eventually fading out of sight. "I think I know how to fix this now," Twilight exclaimed to herself, alone within the endless expanse of her own mind. The next day, for real this time, Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, Applejack, Rarity and Starlight Glimmer had all received a correspondence early in the morning requesting their presence on the train platform at 9:15. They had all arrived at relatively the same time to find Twilight Sparkle waiting there, standing in front of a curtain with a sheepish grin on her face. "Every pony, thanks for coming here. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry and that I was wrong. I hurt all of you with what I said, and I really shouldn't have. You all mean more to me than the entire world, and I would have made that clear. So, Let me prove it to you. Twilight finished her introduction and turned around, pulling away the curtain to reveal that off in the distance, 5 ponies were tied to the railroad track. Branching off on another track, the group could see Pinkie Pie, also tied up, waving at them enthusiastically and with a big grin on her face. Twilight turned back to the group with an eerie smile. The 5 of them suddenly became acutely aware of the broken lever beside Twilight. Now, at 9:20, the Friendship Express is scheduled to arrive at the station.
Twilight Sparkle tries to write a clopfic by Solace. Twilight Sparkle sat at her desk, hunched forwards with a quill rested gently against her chin. She had her mind set to the task, a blank sheet of paper set out in front of her. She knew exactly what she wanted to say, and yet the words just wouldn't come. She tried so many things to get the block to budge, walking around outside, greeting her friends, going to visit Rainbow Dash despite the mayor's protests, even reading some pony else's words, but nothing seemed to work. So now she sat, with so many words and nothing to write. On her last breath she resorted to her last resort, something she promised herself she'd never do: write a clopfic. The faint niggle of an idea graced Twilight's mind. Her eyes lit and the quill set to motion. It scratched loudly against the rough, sketching out the first words of her grand plan. Clover Frost walked out, and she stopped. The quill lifted up from the page, and she read back through what she'd just written, then quickly scribbled an amendment. Clover Frost, the handsome, walked, scratch that, trudged out through the open snow. A smile spread across Twilight's muzzle. She liked that, but it needed more. She wrote another sentence. Clover Frost, the handsome, known such, for he was the most handsome of all stallions, trudged through the open snow with his stallion hood No, Twilight frantically scratched out the last word, her blush intensifying. She didn't want it to start out like that. She tried again. Clover Frost, the handsome, known only as such for being the most handsome of all stallions, trudged through the open flap and into the warm inside of the tent? Twilight shrugged. Might as well be. Of the tent. And then she got stuck. Twilight pressed her quill into the ink pot, thinking to herself as she let it soak to the shaft. There has to be a better way of doing this, she frowned. With the quill freshly filled, Twilight scrunched up the page and tossed it aside, sending it flying across her bedroom and on top of a pile of similar scraps of paper, all her previous attempts. The wad of paper tumbled off the top, rolling all the way down the mountain and sliding to a halt at the base, just beside the still empty wastebasket. Ignoring the mess behind her, Twilight levitated a new page down in front of her and began scribbling anew. Clover Frost, also known as the strongest and most well-hung stallion alive, trudged through the howling wilderness of the frozen north. He shivered, pulling his close clothes to him, and pressed on ahead. He was intent on getting to his destination, a brown tent on the horizon where his lover, Sunlight. Once again, Twilight found herself frozen, unable to think of a single word. What the hay rhymes with sparkle? After a brief moment of contemplation, Twilight shrugged and pushed on. His lover, Sunlight Sparkle. The wind was whipping past his mane. blowing it into a thunderous uproar, but he refused to stop, for his erect. Another pause as Twilight's blush returned in full force. She cast a glance around the empty and darkened bedroom, her eyes settling on Spike's basket at the back, where the tiny drake still snored. She sighed, waving herself with a hoof, and skipped ahead in her tail slightly. Starlight Sparkle sat on the edge of her bed, playing with her toys, when her beloved came waltzing into the tent. "My lover!" he proclaimed. Twilight pushed on, intent on making something of this. "My lovely lover dover smoopy doopy bear!" She choked, feeling a slight bit of bile itching at the back of her throat. She tossed the page away to begin again. And again Twilight found herself stuck. She sighed, dripping the quill in its ink pot despite it not needing it, and began scribbling her ideas. Starlight Sparkle sat at the edge of her bed, the sheets draped over her body and staring with a seductive smirk as she awaited her lover. Clover, the clever, Frost, strode into the tent, letting the flaps swing closed behind him and into the warmth therein. The sounds of hoofsteps reached Twilight's ears and she stopped cold. Her eyes bolted up to the closed door of her bedroom and she held onto her breath. She waited for what felt like ages, watching as a shadow lurked beyond the doorframe. She waited, sweats dripping down her muscle, and watched as the shadow continued clumping down the passage and out of earshot. When she was finally sure she was alone, Twilight let out her held breath and turned back to her page. He removed his hoof-stitched brown cloth cloak, the very same thing that hung exactly 13 millimeters from the ground on a normal pony, but at a more meagre 12 millimeters due to Clover's reduced stature. He levitated it over to the hook, flashing a sultry smirk to the mare stretched out before him, and let the cloak fall short. Twilight felt a slight shiver of guilt run up her spine. Just the thought of a stallion purposefully misplacing his coat and leaving it lying on the ground, of all places, where some pony might stump on it or even trip. It struck a special type of chord for the princess. Clover skulked slyly over to his mistress, she turning over and presenting her... "Ugh!" Twilight groaned and scratched that out and began again. Clover skulked over to his mistress, a sly grin upon his muzzle, and draping the leash behind him in his. Twilight stopped again. "Am I?" She stared with wide eyes at the page. "Where did I?" She promptly tore it up, burned it to ashes, and sent the remains to a decade-long banishment on the other side of the sun. She wiped her hoof over her mane, straightening out the odd split ends, and then pushed her wings back down to lie smooth against her back. When she was sure she was okay, she pulled out another page and started again. Clover Frost, the handsome, known as such for his perfectly manicured hooves and chiseled visage, strode into the tent to welcome his beloved. He strode with confidence, flashing a sly grin as his eyes set firm on the target of his desire. "Starlight Sparkle," he cooed. "How unfortunate that we could find each other lost here in the frigid tundra of the frozen north." A brief moment, and then he added, "Alone." With a wobble of his eyebrows, Clover Frost removed his satin leather cloak and levitated it over to the hook beside him. Starlight Sparkle simply watched from her seat on the double princess bed as Clover held up his cloak to the hook and let it drop short. A slight bristle ran up Starlight's back, a slight shiver at the sight of the fabric tumbling to the ground before her. Then her eyes, growing wide, followed the curves of the stallion standing beside her. Her mouth hangs agape, wonder befalling her as she beheld his massive... "What are you riding?" "Ah!" Twilight screamed, almost falling out of her seat. She threw herself forward, attempting to cover her page from any intruding eyes. "Nothing, nothing!" she screamed, and looked up to find Spike leaning over the front of her desk and staring at her with a raised eyebrow. The two sat there for a long moment, Twilight's grin growing extra wide and her blush deepening, while Spike's eyebrows simply rose higher and higher. At length, Spike spoke. "Okay, try, sheesh." He shrugged and backed down. "I just came to tell you breakfast was ready." Twilight Sparkle is still trying to write a clopfic, by Solace. After a brief break for breakfast, we returned to Twilight Sparkle in the privacy of her own room. She sat crouched in front of her tiny desk, a toothbrush clenched in her teeth, dripping foam into her lap, and a brown and creased page held out between her hooves. Behind her and all around, the piles of crumpled papers and discarded ideas floated aimlessly in Twilight's aura, forgotten after all attention was turned to this one page. She frowned and levitated the toothbrush away from her mouth. "This is terrible." It was true, of course. She had barely filled half the scroll, and what she had was rampant with scribbles, crossed out words, and the tears of desperation. If there was any one single truth about Twilight Sparkle, it was that she shouldn't try to write when she was tired. But she'd gotten this far. It only made sense that she finish what she started. Thus, Twilight carefully set the page down at the corner of her desk, pulled out a clean one, then dipped her quill in the pot of ink and set to work. "Clover Frost, my beloved," Sunlight Sparkle crooned. She almost rolled out of her bed upon seeing her beloved stallion step into the tent. The heat of the moment, that luscious swagger of his hips, she could... "Spike!" Starlight's angry voice sounded from up the hall, echoing loudly through the castle and shattering Twilight's concentration. There was the resounding, thundering roll of a million little pieces of paper hitting the ground behind her. The quill jerked aside, snapped in two, and etched a large, deep black ink stain across the page, and Twilight collapsed to the ground, face first, into a sea of crumpled notes. "I'm coming, Starlight!" Spike's voice answered from outside, and as Twilight picked herself up, she heard the silent padding of dragon feet outside. Spike ran past her room at a moderately above walking pace with a grimace on his face, waddling as fast as his legs would carry him in the direction of Starlight's angry yells. Twilight sighed and face hoofed. "Are you serious?" She groaned into her hoof and stood up, clearing a path through the papers with her magic, stormed to the door and slammed it shut, then returned to her desk to continue writing. She crumpled up the ruined page and threw it over her shoulder, adding it to the sea of papers gathering around her hooves, and pulled out another clean sheet and quill from her drawer. "Clover Frost, my beloved!" Sunlight Sparkle was ecstatic. She rolled over onto her back and took her loved between her hooves as he came in for a kiss. "I missed you so much. It feels like you've been gone for eons," she cooed, and then they kissed. Twilight paused to think, making a mental checklist of what she needed. She had the setup, check. She had the character, and the saucy dialogue, double check. All she needed was the... Twilight blushed a deep red. Okay. She took a deep breath, shook herself off, and bought herself some time by dripping her quill in the ink. Whilst ensuring it was thoroughly soaked, Twilight forced herself to remain focused, and ignored her wings as they extended behind her all on their own. She needed the saucy bits. She took another deep breath, pushed back her mane, and leaned into writing the next scene. They kissed long and hard, their breaths panting. "Oh, Twilight," Clover Frost moaned. He pushed her onto the bed, and then he realized something. "We can't do this." Clover pushed away, his chiseled chin sparkling the candlelight of the tent. "Why, my beloved?" Sunlight was disappointed. "It's not perfect." He sat up beside Sunlight, throwing a hoof across the near bare tent. Save for a lone trunk, the coat rack, and Clover's cloak as previously stated, the thundering roar of the ice storm outside filled the room. "This tent is a mess, and I can't love you without the enriching smell of literature to fill my nose." Twilight beamed. It was perfect. Everything she could have wanted from an erotic work of fiction. The strong, loving, sympathetic, yet academically inclined stallion, and the smart and talented unicorn mare, lucky enough to find herself draped between his hooves. She could see the scene playing out, as it were, right now. Cloverfrost, his rippling physique, sparkling in the light, holding sunlight with his hooves around her barrel, and the golden glow of his horn, as he enticed her with melodious and eloquent words of William Shakespeare. His smooth, deep voice would lull her into a sense of relaxation as he recounted the historical prominence of the author's writings and the reflections of times they embodied. And then, when she least expected it, he would run his hoof down her barrel, over her flank, and onto her. Twilight's head dipped, her horn brushing past the end of her quill on its way to the table. It hit with a resounding smack, and Twilight bolted upright, wide awake. She looked around frantically, her eyes darting to the corners. She turned forwards again and realized she'd been drooling, brought a hoof up to wipe the spittle away from her fetlock, then looked over the page. It was almost 3/4 full, with a few droplets of spittle staining the bottom edge of the page, and a large mark etching off from the last word where Twilight had fallen asleep. She'd gotten off on a horrible tangent, but she was sure she could still save it. Thus, after wiping away the extra ink and ensure her desk wouldn't be permanently damaged, she leaned back to her work. "Oh, Clover, scratch that. Frost," Sunlight beamed. "Make love to me like Romario did to his beloved." Scratch that. She begged, aching for him. "I will, my bean of sunlight in the twilight, like the millions of stallions who..." Changing her mind, Twilight quickly scratched out the last few words and pulled in her seat to sit more comfortably. Once she was sure she was close enough to the desk that there were no more papers shuffling at her hooves, the quill's movements resumed. "Like a million stallions who could not..." And then they kissed again. And in their flurried motions against each other, Sunlight lit her horn and summoned a frilled silken cotton saddle to wrap around her barrel, the bark straps flapping freely at her sides against Clover's hooves. He leaned into his beloved and... The quill froze, motionless, inches off the page. Twilight's brow furrowed as she fought for the right words. And... still nothing. Twilight clicked her tongue and pulled the quill closer to bush against her face. As she thought, her mind had suddenly drawn a blank. She knew what she wanted to do, where the story would go, but she couldn't for the life of her find the right words to describe it. It was like the... "Oh no!" Twilight gasped under her breath and pressed her hooves, came up to press against her forehead. "It can't be!" She groaned into her hooves and began rubbing her temples. She couldn't have writer's block again, and right when it was getting good too. So she had to write something, anything. The quill trembled as Twilight's magic brought it back down to the page. She began racking her brains, trying not to focus on the page, but rather what she was trying to do. And she knew what she had to do, what she wanted, but she just couldn't. And scratched that. Then there was a loud rap on the door, and Twilight's concentration shattered as she spun around, flipping her page face down with a flash of her horn, and looked directly at its handle as she heard mumblings from outside. Two voices argued, muffled by the thick wood. Outside, "Starlight, wait!" Spike's voice yelped suddenly, and something hard collided with the door, making it shudder. There was another bumping, the thud of something rolling to the ground, and the door burst inwards. "I'm sorry, Spike," Starlight shouted over her shoulder, a stack of papers towering above her head as she trotted into the room. "But this can't wait." She waded her way into the sea of crumpled pieces to Twilight's desk, ignoring the princess's preeminent meltdown. "I don't care how busy Twilight is. If you're not going to help me, then I have no choice but to go to her." Twilight was almost knocked aside as the stack of papers levitated up past her and set themselves down with a loud slam in the middle of the desk, rattling it, knocking Twilight's quill to the ground and thoroughly burying her previous work beneath the mountain. What? Twilight did a double take, glancing on Starlight to Spike as he waddled into the room at the back, panting loudly and rubbing a large bump in the middle of his forehead. She turned then to the pile of papers towering in front of her. What are these? She levitated a trio from the top of the stack, reading the titles as they drifted past her face. Equestrian Labour Act of 1405, Mind Control Labour Relations Act of 1309, Equality-Inequality Divisions Act of 802? No time to explain. Starlight shook her head, levitated Twilight's quill up from the floor, and shoved it into her face. I need these documents signed by a princess right away. I told you, Starlight. Spike huffed out of his breath as he ran up beside Starlight, holding up his arms and standing between her and Twilight. Twilight can't. He wobbled on his feet and leaned against his shins to try to regain his breath. She doesn't, he huffed. She doesn't have the authority to. They'd send it to Princess Celestia. Starlight Glimmer. Twilight shot up from her seat, snatching the quill from her student and staring her down. I'm not going to do anything until you tell me what's going on. And she motioned to her desk. What all of this? Please, Twilight. Starlight screamed and threw herself at Twilight's hooves, surprising the princess as she grabbed onto her fetlocks and looking up to her with tears in her eyes. These are legal documents. If I don't get them signed by a princess right now, I might have to go to jail. But Twilight's eyes went wide, and she glanced to where Spike was, standing beside the desk and looking on with concern. She patted Starlight's mane and grabbed her hoof to pull her up. Fine, Twilight relented. She really wasn't in the mood to be dealing with any of this. Not now, not ever. She pointed Spike over to the desk. Spike, send them to Princess Celestia. But... No buts. Okay. Spike sighed and stepped close to the desk. Both Twilight and Starlight moved aside to let him work. Spike stood aside the desk for a short moment, taking deep breaths, until he finally heaved a sigh and blew his flame across the papers. The entire pile immediately went up in flames, a golden magic enveloping them from Spike's side to the far side, and evaporating the pile into golden whips that twisted their way up, out the window, and on their way to Canterlot. With the job done, Starlight relaxed. She squeezed Twilight in a tight hug, thanking her as many times as she could, as soon as they were both gone. Alone and left to her own devices, Twilight took a deep breath as she made her way back to her empty desk, brushing the papers across the floor and pulling them neatly into a corner on her way. In a way, she was actually grateful for the interruption. The block was gone, and she was itching with anticipation to continue her writing. She dropped down in her seat, levitated her quill up from the floor, pulled her chair in and went pale, frozen, as she set eyes on her desk. The desk was empty. Realization slowly dawned on Twilight, her eyes widening as they refused to tear themselves away, a look of horror taking hold. Empty desk. The words echoed through her mind. Empty desk. Her heart pounding in her ears, her stomach dropping through the floor. Every second her mind went through the same actions and the implications it held. Empty desk! She flipped the desk. Motherfuck!
The Dangers of Waking a Tied Alicorn by Coronet de Lesser. Spike yawned as he lounged lackadaisically on Twilight's throne. He casually flipped through the latest issue of Power Ponies, barely interested in whatever was on the page. Of course, technically, he shouldn't have been reading comics when on court business. Generally, Spike would take this position as royal advisor very seriously in Twilight's absence. But today, Canterlot Castle was utterly serene. An incredibly odd thing to note, as the nerve centre of the equestrian government usually constituted an unending hive of activity. No noisy courtiers or hard-pressed aides could be found darting back and forth delivering government business. Instead, it was deathly quiet. Not that he minded too much, hence the casual comic reading. Spike shrugged to himself. It was just going to be one of those days. That was what he initially thought, at least. He found himself rudely disturbed by the doors to the throne room being thrown up with a thunderous thud. Spike's comic book flew into the air as he attempted to regain some royal composure. In sprinted the familiar faces of his Ponyville friends speeding towards the throne, vivid concern etched upon their faces. Spike gulped. This could only be bad. Starlight was the first to approach him, a panicked expression on her face. "Spike!" Starlight called. "Somehow, Grogar has returned." All of her friends nodded solemnly. Spike's eyes went wide, and he started to shake physically. "What?" exclaimed Spike, standing up from his seat on the smaller throne. "How is even possible? Grogar was banished to the void by Gusty the Great. Dark magics, evil essence transfer rituals," Sunburst piped in from behind Starlight, currently flicking through some old-looking tome. "Secrets only a Dark Lord would be aware of." Spike cocked an eyebrow. "We are being that vague about this, huh?" "Spike!" snapped Starlight. "This isn't the time." "It just had to be a vile necromancer, didn't it? Can't we ever fight a villain that is hygienic?" Rarity whined. "Spike, where is Twilight?" Applejack asked, motioning with a hoof towards the throne. "We need the elements right now." They all had gathered around Spike expectantly, awaiting his explanation for Twilight's absence. He fiddled with his claws and shuffled a soled foot back and forth. He clicked his tongue as if trying to find the proper way to phrase his response. Several of the group began to throw questioning looks in his direction as his silence continued. He stated. She's not available at the moment." A stunned silence followed Spike's statement as several friends gawked at him. Applejack in particular looked particularly unimpressed. "Not available?" she questioned. Rainbow snorted angrily, pushing away past everyone else until she stood directly in front of Spike. "Spike, cut the bull! Where's Twilight?" Rainbow demanded. Spike glanced nervously between the looming Rainbow and every pony else. He laughed to himself and felt sweat dripping down his face. She's asleep," he answered quietly. "What?" Rainbow tilted her head to the side in confusion. "Spike, enough jokes. Where is Twilight, for real this time?" Starlight said incessantly. "I told you she is asleep," Spike repeated, this time with more emphasis. "Oh, I'll go wake her up," Pinkie declared happily as she hopped away. Spike launched himself toward her, grabbing her tail and holding her in place. "No, Pinkie, don't," he urged. "You can't wake Twilight up." "Spike, darling, while we all appreciate your concern for Twilight's sleep schedule," soothed Rarity, gently patting Spike's back before grabbing him roughly with her magic, bringing him close to her face. "I don't know if you are aware, but the actual Grogar is on his way, and it would be quite necessary for Twilight's presence." "I would feel terrible waking Twilight up, but it does seem pretty serious," Fluttershy interjected. Spike wriggled himself out of Rarity's magical grip, falling with a thud to the floor. "Look, girls, I get it," Spike said, as he dusted himself off the floor and looked pleadingly at the group. "But it would be a terrible idea to get Twilight up. Trust me on this." Spike turned to Starlight. "Can't the pillars or students from the school do it? I mean, just for once? Why are we always the one cleaning up the villains? It feels like we deal with whatever pops out of history's trash can every weekend." "The pillars are spread all across Equestria," Starlight answered, most unimpressed. It will take days for them to arrive, and besides, this isn't the time to delegate a bunch of high school students. This is the Dark Lord, Spike. Just get Twilight up. I can't, Spike murmured. His eyes immediately fell towards the floor, away from the disapproving gazes of his friends. Can't or won't, Rainbow snapped. Can it be both? He asked sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. The thunderous bang of the doors swinging open again gave Spike a brief respite. In entered the former princesses of Equestria, Celestia and Luna in their full majesty, golden light haloing their entrance and grim determination on their faces, but their appearance did little to calm Spike's growing anxiety. If the former princesses were present, then this Grogar was pretty serious business. We came as soon as we could, Luna said breathlessly. Is there word on Grogar's location? Celestia asked, not even bothering with the usual pleasantries. It indicated how serious she was, taking the Ram King's return. No, but we know he's headed this way, Starlight said as she turned to them. Rumour has it he wants to challenge Twilight directly. That can only mean that he's coming to Canterlot. Celestia shared a grimace with Luna, who nodded sternly. Their resolve was stilled. They knew what was coming. Then we will need to get the elements ready, Celestia said commandingly. Celestia's iron stare scanned the mares before her, who all returned it with a committed nod. Celestia faltered though, when she noticed that some pony was absent. She scanned the room back and forth. Where is Twilight? She's asleep apparently, Applejack scoffed. Luna blinked several times. Celestia cocked her head to the side. An awkward silence followed for several moments. What? Celestia pushed forward to be in front of Spike. Spike, now is not the time for sleeping. We require Twilight immediately. Spike looked practically pale before the solar monarch. He twiddled his claws nervously several times. I know, he cried frustratingly. Look, I get it. He extended the flat of his palms out to the assembled crowd. But this is Twilight's first day off in 6 months. She's been working non-stop for days on end after the latest diplomatic summit. Spike sighed as he attempted to calm himself down. She made it crystal clear she's not to be disturbed. Spike crossed his arms and huffed. It's a royal order. Is this form of a modern joke I am not aware of? It's not particularly funny, Luna stated. Celestia gawked at Spike in dismay. Spike, the fate of the world is at stake. Have you seen Twilight when her nap is interrupted? Spike countered. While I'm sure Twilight Sparkle is not the best character when awoken from her slumber, this is hardly the time to ponder upon her general state. Luna snorted. Grogar means to destroy life upon this earth itself. No, girls, this is different, Spike declared. Look, I don't want to wake Twilight unless at the greatest need. Seriously? Rainbow shouted. And this isn't that? Spike shook his head. Spike! Starlight snapped. The group descended in a flurry of shouts as each pony jostled to be heard. All the while, Spike stood in the centre, desperately pleading his case before the irritated group. Not that they had much time to argue further when the doors to the throne room exploded in a storm of splinters. Celestia threw up a golden shield encompassing the group to deflect the projectiles. A great shadow loomed over the throne when the dust settled from the sudden intrusion. He was greater than Celestia by at least a foot. His curved horns sat like a wicked crown upon his narrow face. His red and gold eyes gleamed dangerously in the dim before a cruel, twisted smile danced upon his lips.
Good evening, little ponies.
He hissed. The low baritone of his voice echoed throughout the room. The tiles beneath the floor shattered beneath his mammoth hoof.
I, Grogar the Unholy, have returned.
He roared. The crack of thunder sounded outside. Grogar! Celestia shouted. You shall not pass! The darkness retreated as gleaming yellow light radiated from the former solar monarch. Soon Celestia's light was joined by a paler light, less lustrous than her sisters but equally hardy. The elements were quick to form up behind the former princess, their faces determined in the face of the great threat before them. Yet, even though they were without Twilight, none of them wavered in the face of danger. Grogar let forth a dreadful laugh. He let his gaze linger across his opponents one by one. His smile grew wider with each passing moment.
Fools! Do you really believe this motley band of insects can stand before me?
Another laugh rang out through the halls. Grogar gathered the shadows around himself, forming a mass of dreadful appendages.
Let your defiant words be as meaningless as your deaths.
Far above the action of the throne room, Grogar's words shook the foundation of the castle. Stone chips fell from the ceiling as ponies rushed about in a panic-stricken state. In the tallest tower of the castle lay the royal apartments. Within the spacious room, the curtains were drawn to prevent any intrusive light from entering. At the centre lay a large bed that could fit several ponies, layers of blankets piled high over a resting figure. The room was cool and, most importantly, utterly silent except for the occasional snore of the pony that occupied the bed. A place where the noise, chaos and stress of everyday life lay far, far away. It was perfection. That was until the roof shook, destroying the peaceful environment. The figure in the bed rolled furtively in their sleep, trying desperately to ignore the noise. Then, the roof practically jumped when another vibration wave rocked the castle. The crack of magical energy reverbed as loud as any multitude of fireworks. The figure under the covers groaned as she grabbed a nearby pillow and placed it over her ears. Then, desperate to push out the intrusion into their little slice of nirvana. Another booming laugh shook the room, taking small pieces of the ceiling, crashing against the room's floor. The cushions could not smother the sound. The pony groaned and tossed and turned furiously. When the castle shuddered especially violently, there could be no more ignoring the matter. The resting figure's bloodshot eyes open. Celestia recoiled as the weight of Grogar's shadow tendril slammed against her shield. Luna's horn let forth an arcing wave of magical energy in response. The tendril dissipated, only for it to be instantly reformed. "Starlight, take the remaining elements and get Twilight," Celestia said through gritted teeth. "We will hold them off as long as we can." "We ain't leaving," Applejack declared. "No way," Rainbow added. The rest of the group nodded in collective determination, unwilling to leave the two princesses to fight the Dark Lord alone. "Friends, this foe is beyond you. It is best to fight another day," Luna bellowed as she let forth a wave of crystal bolts. Grogar casually smashed them away. Several tendrils launched towards Luna. Celestia intercepted them, a great burst from her horn, dispersing them briefly. Grogar snorted in amusement.
Delay me? Listen to your worthless prattle. Do you not see death when it approaches?
He triumphantly grinned, ready to renew his attack once more, but his attack died just before he unleashed it. Grogar had stopped the build-up to the spell and sniffed the air.
Something wicked comes this way.
The back doors to the throne room swung open. Every pony turned to the noise, and the new entrant, Grogar, squinted in that direction. Within the shadow of the door stood a slackened but recognizable figure. It was Twilight, but not as every pony knew her. Twilight looked terrible. Her coat was matted and clearly unbrushed. Her hair was a tangled, unkempt mess, not brushed from whatever bed she had emerged from. Most noticeably, her eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and rings of dark circles sat beneath her eyes. Had it not been clear that she had just been sleeping, she may have looked frightening, but instead she ponderously moved into the throne room, barely taking notice of the great battle before her. She didn't even throw a wayward glance at her assembled friends. "Spike!" drawled Twilight as she approached a thoroughly abashed Spike. He wasn't sure, but had she gotten taller, she practically looked over him. "What's going on? I thought I told you to keep it down!" Grogar snarled angrily as he spoke.
Princess, I demand.
"Quiet!" Twilight interrupted him quite evenly. "I was not speaking to you." She kept her unsteady gaze on Spike. She casually rubbed her eyes with a hoot. "Spike?" "Well, I tried to tell them, but they wouldn't listen," he mumbled. "I really did. Don't be mad." Twilight sighed deeply. "Me? Mad?" "No." Twilight yawned again. "Annoyed would be more accurate. What did I tell you about parties in the throne room?" Before Spike could answer, Grogar slammed his hoof down against the floor, cracking several tiles.
Princess Twilight!
He roared.
Behold, your ruin has arrived. I will subjugate you to horrors you and your friends can only imagine. Only when your mind is at its greatest breaking point, when your despair reaches its crescendo, I will only gift you the sweet release of the end.
Grogar smiled devilishly, practically leering in Twilight's direction. The small mare had finally turned to face the great ram. A large frown adorned her features. "Are you quite finished?" Twilight said with a snort. Grogar's mouth hung open in bewilderment.
What?
He boomed, shaking the very walls. "Do you have to shout?" Twilight grumbled angrily, practically a snarl. "Every single word!" She caressed the top of her head with a free hoot. "Do you have no consideration for others, or are you just that stupid?" Dead silence followed. Her friends stood still in shock. Had Twilight just lost her mind? No one knew what they should do. A few glanced at the terrifying Dark Lord, who seemed to shake in visible anger at being reprimanded by a pony of all creatures. Grogar drew himself up. The shadows coalesced around him until the very sun itself dimmed. His words were like the rumble of a volcano, and the aura of his fury warped the exact space he occupied.
You dare speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? I am the Widow's Wail, the Black Death, the blood-soaked tyrant.
"I know who you are!" Twilight huffed, then quickly yawned again. She slowly drew herself towards him. "I just don't care. I get 1 day off every 6 months. She furiously jabbed her hoof against her leg. "And today is that day." She stabbed her hoof more insistently this time. "So, I will ask you once to leave right now." Twilight fixed Grogar with an utterly deadpan stare, as if she were a parent staring at a disapproving foal. "Or are we going to have a problem?" She then cracked her head to the side and repeated the action on the other side. Her eyes never left Grogar.
You fool!
Grogar roared.
Do you not perceive your own end? I am the end. I am the gathering darkness, the shadow of the abyss, born from the darkness of the void. And now I have come for...
Before Grogar could speak any further, he was lifted into the air and promptly dropped against the floor, roughly creating a small crater. Then before he could gain his bearings, he was slammed to the floor again, and again, and again. The group's initial shock at Twilight's action gave way to uncomfortable silence as she physically dominated the most powerful dark being in history. All the while, Twilight sported an expression that was a mix of exhaustion and indifference. Then as he was lifted into the air a final time before he could say any more, he was gone. The only indication of where the Dark Lord had gone was an ominous hole in the roof of the throne room, the crumbled stone falling to the floor where he had just stood. Twilight's friend stared open-mouthed at the ceiling, though Luna could not take her eyes off the ram-shaped impression on the stone floor. "Where did he go?" Starlight whispered. "Away," Twilight answered, turning around to the throne. "But where?" Rarity queried with a breathless gasp. "To some place he won't be noisy," Twilight retorted tersely as she climbed the steps to take place upon its comfortable surface. "Will he be back?" Applejack asked, awe still in her voice. "Maybe. I don't think so." Twilight yawned. "Atmosphere is quite high. Not sure if he can fly. Don't care." Twilight yawned thrice before she curled up into a ball. "Spike, be good now. No more Friendzo, okay?" She slurred. "I'm just going to rest my eyes for a moment." Then, after a few more moments, the soft noise of her snores echoed through the thoroughly ruined throne room as more plaster fell against the floor. Twilight smiled as sleep claimed her. The castle's blissful silence had returned. With it, her much-needed rest. "I did try to warn you," Spike sighed, surveying the mess. "What the buck just happened?" Rainbow Dash cried.
Flex Tape Fixes Equestria by the Drider Pony. Arcane lightning hissed and spit, arcing between crystal pylons as it tore asunder the boundaries between two worlds. With significantly less fanfare, a small object plopped through the hole and rolled a few feet away, coming to a stop against a lavender hoof. On occasion, Princess Twilight's portal to the human dimension spat out various objects without ceremony or warning. Twilight was convinced that these were samples discreetly sent by either Sunset Shimmer or her own human counterpart for scientific study and analysis. Organic samples to compare with their equestrian counterparts, or sometimes Earth-exclusive materials for her to perform magic analysis on. She did so diligently despite Spike's complaints. He was of the opinion that some human, his bits were on either Rainbow Dash or Pinkie Pie, was just using the portal as a convenient garbage bin for their lunch leftovers and whatever other trash happened to be in their pockets at the time. But this new object fell into neither category. Twilight picked it up with her magic and rotated it curiously. It was a thick roll containing many layers of some reflective rubberized material. It was also still shrink-wrapped in its original packaging, which allowed her to easily dismiss Spike's nonsense. Lazy trash theory. It bore a colourful inscription, but without the portal's imbued translation magic, it was indecipherable. She began to walk back to the kitchen where she'd previously been enjoying a lazy brunch before being interrupted by the sound of the portal opening. "Anything interesting today?" Spike asked as she entered the kitchen, his mouth filled with a spoonful of ruby O's. Really, they were just gemstone beads that had failed to pass Rarity's exacting standards. Not that he hadn't considered the branding potential of a gemstone cereal. "I'm not sure." Twilight floated the roll across the table. "The writing didn't translate." "Flex tape," Spike read immediately. "Strong rubberized adhesive tape, super strong, sticks to any surface, even underwater. New patented formula for extra hold." He tossed it back. "Neat, looks useful. Could I borrow some of that actually? There's a leak in my tower that's been keeping me up." Twilight hummed thoughtfully. "We should probably test it on some smaller applications first. There's no guarantee that they had the materials of another world in mind when they said that it sticks to any surface." Without a moment's hesitation, Spike took a mostly empty spoonful of gem cereal and bit down, hard. A louder than average cracking noise heralded a clinking cacophony as he spit his spoon back onto the table in 3 parts. "There you go." "Spike!" Twilight exclaimed. "What in the world did you do that for?" "What?" he replied innocently. "You said we needed something small to test it on." "I meant something that was already broken. Now we're going to be a spoon short the next time we have company." "It's not like it really even matters," Spike grumbled huffily. "The castle just makes more." Twilight paused. "What's that now?" He nodded. "Yeah, one night I came down for a midnight snack, and I was really out of it and ate through like 5 forks and a butter tray before I realized what I was doing. Next day, I checked the drawer, and we had a complete set again." "Huh. Odd. I did not know it could do that." Not the most eloquent of responses, but it conveyed her reaction accurately. "But we can study the castle's features another time. Let's focus on one thing for now." Spike grabbed the tape, and after getting his claws under the almost flush edge, pulled off a long strip. The flex tape made a strange noise as adhesive parted from rubber, similar to paper ripping, but it also produced a strangely elongated tone that changed pitch the longer he pulled on it, like some peculiar instrument. Spike paused as his ear fins twitched. "That just sent the weirdest tingle down the back of my neck." Twilight nodded, folding her ears back to hide the fact that they too had sprung up to attention at the sound. It was oddly satisfying, to say the least. Continuing where he had left off, Spike took the strip and wrapped it around the spoon, binding the shattered handle pieces as tightly as he could. When he finished, it looked identical to the rest of the cutlery set save for its new black handle. He gave it a tap. "Hey, what do you know? It holds up." He gave the spoon an experimental tug, followed by a stronger one. "That's, really strong, actually." Twilight took the repaired spoon from him with her magic as she brought it in for closer observation. Although not immediately visible, her magic was also applying twists, tension, and pressure to the spoon from all manner of angles. "You're right, it's as strong as any repair spell I know of." She tossed it back once more. "Could you apply a bit of fire to it? I'm curious as to its heat tolerance." Spike shrugged and engulfed it in a blaze of flame. "Not that much!" Much to her surprise, it was entirely not enough. As the light from the fire faded and dimmed, she could clearly see how the bowl of the spoon was shiny and sagging, melted by the sheer heat of the dragon fire. The handle, however, looked untouched. Spike touched it. "It's not even hot. I believe this calls for more extensive testing." Twilight levitated Spike to her back, and the remaining roll of flex tape to his hand. "Where did you say there was a leak?" "My room," he reminded. With a quick flash of light, they found themselves by the foot of his bed. Spike hopped off Twilight's back as she began scanning the ceiling. "All right, where is it?" He pointed to the far corner. It was faint, but one could just make out a long, thin crack above the window. Twilight nodded in understanding. "Pull me another strip." Spike ripped off another piece, and once again the air was punctuated by that same drawling note. The pair shuddered slightly, each too preoccupied, trying to hide their own reaction to notice that the other was doing the same. With a few beats of her wings, Twilight was airborne. She approached the crack at speed, flex tape in hoof, putting a bit of spin on her ascent. She pulled back a foreleg and slammed the flex tape onto the ceiling with a satisfying smack. She descended slowly, admiring her efforts as she reached the ground. "You know, Spike, I never thought that repairing things could be so cathartic." Spike nodded in agreement. Even if he hadn't been the one to do it himself, the flex tape made so many ear-pleasing sounds that even repairing vicariously had its thrill. If only there were more things to fix. "You know," he started, "I think I remember Starlight saying that one of the pipes in her shower was leaky." Twilight's eyes lit up. followed quickly by her horn. With a flash, they were gone again. "Let me give it a go this time," Spike insisted as they arrived in Starlight's bathroom. "You got it." He took a strip in his claw after another moment of fascinating ripping music and hopped between ledges before he was finally high enough to reach the shower head. With a long jump and a dramatic "Yah!" he landed the flex tape on the pipe with yet another delightful smacking noise. Twilight laughed and cheered him on. "Slap it on, Spike, slap it on!" He did so with wild abandon, adding another 3 layers for an especially strong seal. "You were right, Twilight, that felt good. What else can we fix around here?" After a moment of silent consideration, an unsettling grin grew between the pair before they vanished in another flash of teleportation magic. "Twilight, Spike, I'm back from the Crystal Empire," Starlight Glimmer called as she pushed open the doors to Castle Friendship. It had been a nice visit, but the Crystal Pony still had a few peculiar, anachronistic habits that made her long for the reliable normalcy of the castle and township she'd come to call home. But if only she'd chosen to return at any other time, she might have also been greeted by some of that reliable normalcy. As it was, the foyer of the castle was far from normal. Strips of strange black material marred the decor. They were wrapped around table legs, pressed flush around corners, and slapped at some angle or another on almost every flat surface. A few thin strands dangled objects from the grand chandelier, holding aloft vases and knickknacks that seemed far too heavy to be supported by so little. Even the large spider web crack above the door, courtesy of Rainbow Dash and a bottle of cider and a dare made in jest, had been patched up by an equally large spider web of black strips. Had something happened? Had there been some sort of attack? Some kind of viral crystal contagion? "Twilight!" she called again, louder this time as concern coloured her voice. "Starlight!" But the reply she heard in return was surprisingly chipper. With a flash of light, Twilight teleported into the foyer, wearing an elated grin that bordered on manic. "I'm so glad you're home. I have so much to show you." "Twilight, what is all this?" "This?" Twilight grinned. "Why, it's only the greatest thing since Starswell invented self-slicing bread." She held up a hoof, upon which dangled a ring of the same black material like a comically oversized bracelet. "It's flex tape." "That's interesting," Starlight forced out. That was it? So Twilight had just decided to put tape on everything? Apparently. In most cases, that would be an obvious sign of mental instability, an inept changeling replacement, or magical corruption. But on the other hoof, the pony in question was Twilight, so... "Oh, you better believe it is," Twilight cheered. "Flex tape can fix anything." She leaned in close, so close that Starlight's bubble of personal space became atomically close to her skin. "Anything!" "Well, not anything, I'm sure." Starlight chuckled nervously, falling for the obvious trap. "There's obviously some things it can't fix." "That's what I thought too, but oh how wrong I was." Twilight hopped back, thankfully giving Starlight room to breathe once more. "I have fixed every hole, patched every leak, and repaired every iota of damage that has ever been done to this castle, inside and out. I made a boat out of old newspapers and covered it in flex tape, and the Crusaders have been sailing Ponyville Lake in it all day. It even fixed Twilight's bad attitude about me flex taping everything in her guest room." She raised the accessorized foreleg. "And the roll just doesn't run out." "Wait, what was that last one?" Starlight interrupted. "I haven't heard any complaints from her since, or anything at all for that matter. And watch this." Twilight shot a bolt of magic at a patch on the wall, then quickly stepped back. The magic ball bounced off the flex tape like a mirror, then off another and another and another, crisscrossing the hall, and it passed Twilight and hit the first piece again to complete a circuit. "Perfect magical reflectivity! I made a perpetual magic machine." Starlight blinked. That was Impressive. Undeniably a feat of magical prowess and engineering, but there were bigger issues at hoof. Even for Twilight, this seemed beyond her normal mania, and there was still that thing with Trixie that she needed somewhat urgent clarification on. But before she could pose a question, Twilight threw her for another loop. From somewhere in the intervening moments, Twilight had pulled out a cardboard box with a practically seamless black covering. She then proceeded to put said box over her head. "Starlight! Starlight!" she cried like a foal eager to show its mother a new trick. "Try to read my mind!" This was all getting to be too much. Starlight could only stare at her dear friend, her teacher, and strictly speaking, her sovereign as she waited, rubber box on her head like a freakishly featureless mask, for Starlight to read her mind. "Twilight? What? I can't."
That's right, you can't.
The muffled voice replied.
Perfect magic insulation as well, not a single leak.
A knocking at the door interrupted their unusual conversation, much to Starlight's relief. Tentatively, a grey head with a golden mane poked in through the door that Starlight had left open. "Hello? Any pony in? I have a package for Princess Twilight." Twilight gasped in delight as she cast aside her cardboard casquet. "Derpy! Oh, this is a perfect opportunity! Come in! Come in!" She took hold of the surprised Pegasus in a magic pulling pony package and all into her foyer. "You're just in time to help me show Starlight something." "Hi, Derpy," Starlight greeted meekly. "Hello, Starlight," the male mare replied, but something about the greeting seemed oddly forced. "I'm actually kind of busy today, Twilight, so if you could just sign—" "Right, sorry," Twilight apologized quickly, signing her name on Derpy's clipboard with the proffered quill. "Really though, it'll take a second, literally a second." The wall-eyed mare gave a wall-eyed stare to the wall-eyed princess and the unhinged hare. She eyed the package nervously. "I really should be going. Busy, busy, busy." She turned to leave, only to be interrupted. "Wait, isn't the post office closed on the weekend?" Twilight asked. Derpy froze before slowly turning to face the unicorn. "Yes," she said tersely, "but there were a few packages that were misplaced yesterday, so I'm delivering them now." Twilight smiled. "What a thoughtful thing to do." Starlight took a different view. "Are you getting overtime for this, or is this out of your personal hours?" "Overtime," she replied quickly, as if the other had never even been an option worth considering, or she just wanted to hurry the conversation along so she could leave. "Well, it looks like this is your last package. There's no harm in waiting a few extra minutes to run the clock and earn a couple extra bits." Questionable workplace ethics aside, Starlight really just desperately wanted a supportive voice of reason to help her bring Twilight down from this flex tape high. Derpy's eyes darted back and forth between the door, Starlight and the package still held in Twilight's hooves. No, I really should be—" "Oh, just hold still," Twilight said, puffing in exasperation. "This won't hurt a bit and you'll thank me later." With a sudden ripping noise, a strip of black flex tape found itself latched to the patch of fur between Derpy's eyes. "There!" Twilight grinned in self-satisfaction. "Now that wasn't so bad, was it?" But she was cut off by the sound of panicked screaming. Derpy's eyes went wide as saucers as she scrabbled at her face in panic. Starlight started to step in to help, only to jump back in alarm as Derpy's face suddenly caught fire. Flames consumed her body in an instant, burning away fur and uniform alike, and leaving behind nothing but pitted black tissue. But burned skin was never so smooth, nor did fire usually cause a pony to grow a horn or double in height. In moments, the friendly face of Ponyville's iconic delivery mare was gone, replaced by the horrifying and intimidating stature of Chrysalis, Queen of the Changeling Empire. Or rather, it would have been intimidating if Chrysalis, Queen of the Changeling Empire, were not rolling around on the floor like a foal, with chickenpox screaming, "Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!" Alarmed, but still thinking clearly, Starlight charged up her horn with an offensive spell, except Twilight reacted even faster. Before Starlight could even properly charge her spell, Chrysalis was fastened to the wall. A piece of flex tape adhered securely across each limb and one wrapped around her horn. "Gah! Get it off!" she continued to shriek. "I can't stand having things stuck to my chitin." Starlight rolled her eyes at the dramatics, but clearly nothing was going to progress until she complied. With a swift tug, the strip peeled off the changeling's face, leaving behind a patch of slightly lighter chitin. "Finally!" Chrysalis sighed in relief before glaring at Starlight. "Don't think this changes anything between us. At best you've earned a slightly swifter death when the time comes." Starlight rolled her eyes as the Queen shifted her sneer to the Alicorn Princess. "Twilight Sparkle, how easily you've fallen into my trap. Your day of reckoning is at hoof." Twilight raised an unimpressed eyebrow. "Seems to me like you're the one who is trapped." "Ha! A minor setback. But you were still the fool who let a pony into your castle, unchecked and uncontested. Your naivety is your undoing." Twilight poured the box which had fallen to the wayside during the confusion. "And I suppose part of your plan involved me opening this then?" Chrysalis faltered. Her expression of smug superiority slipped off as she mumbled over her words. "Wait, no, that line won't make sense if I'm still here. Maybe if I skip ahead towards the end a bit." Her eyes widened suddenly in a moment of true panic. "Oh, sweet Queen Prime in the sky, I'm still here!" She glanced up only to see that Twilight was almost through the outermost layers of wrapping. "Stop!" the changeling demanded. "If you value the lives of everyone in this castle, you will not open that package." Twilight hesitated. That was certainly a grave threat, an order of magnitude more violent than the Queen's usual rhetoric. On the other hoof, Chrysalis was completely immobile and effectively a hostage herself. Plus Starlight was nearby and more than capable enough to undo any spells or magic effects. And if all else failed, she still had her flex tape. Against Chrysalis's continued protests, she opened the box. Twilight blinked at the ticking bundle of wires and crystals. "A bomb?" She turned to the captured Queen. "You really are running out of ideas, aren't you?" "This isn't the time for that, you fool!" Chrysalis hissed as she fought uselessly against her bonds. "Release me before we're all blown to Kingdom Come, and there's no way to disarm it now that it's been activated." Twilight spun the bomb around, inspecting it surprisingly calmly, given the situation. "Yes, you're quite right. This is expertly crafted. There's no way I could break or interfere with it without causing it to go off prematurely." She pinged it with her magic, causing a momentary ripple of magenta light. "Anti-teleportation wards as well. Nice touch." "Exactly. Now unbind me this instant." "Yes, there is absolutely no way to disable this bomb," Twilight mused. "But what if I didn't need to break it? What if I fixed it instead?" With a speed that rivaled even Pinkie's present wrapping abilities, she swiftly swaddled the entire bomb in flex tape, then added a second layer for good measure. Not that it needed it. "It's no use!" Chrysalis cried, almost sobbing now at the inevitability of her fate. "There's no force on Equus that could contain that blast! Oh, sweet Overqueen, take me now!" With an anticlimactic whoop, the tape bulged and flexed for a moment before returning to its original shape. Not even a wisp of smoke escaped its perfect binding. Well... Chrysalis coughed awkwardly, trying to quickly move past her embarrassing display of weakness. "Well then, curse you, Sparkle! I shall have my revenge anon." The Alicorn did not respond. "Sparkle?" Twilight turned her attention to her captive, but she did not see the changeling queen as Chrysalis' arch-villain towards Equestria, nor did she see her as an interloper who nearly ruined her brother's wedding. Not even did she acknowledge her as the creature who had just tried to blow her to smithereens. In fact, the only thing she really noticed about the changeling was her legs. Her long princess-like legs, black and smooth as her beloved tape, and also full of holes. So many holes. "That's a lot of damage," Twilight whispered. "Sparkle? What are you doing, Sparkle? Twilight, get that away from me! You leave my holes alone! No, you'll ruin my queenly aesthetic!" "Don't worry, Chrysalis," Twilight shushed her with a silly smile on her face. Flex tape will fix that. Flex tape can fix anything.
Twilight Sparkle falls in love with sand by Greenback. Before she had become the ruler of Equestria, Twilight had enjoyed having at least one day off a week between her studies, and all the various troubles that life threw her way. But now that she had ascended to the throne, her days off were few and far between, with an endless stream of disputes to settle, treaties to negotiate, and matters of state to attend to. Twilight could go months without having a day to herself. It wasn't until Spike presented a carefully researched presentation on how overwork negatively impacted the health, well-being and lifespan of workaholics that she finally agreed to a new schedule of having one day off a week. And to commemorate this new change, she and her number one assistant would enjoy a day at the beach. Now, standing before the sand, Twilight and Spike surveyed their playground. The sky was the cleanest, most vibrant blue imaginable. The sun was pleasantly warm, and the sea calmly came in and out upon the sand. "Well, here we are," Spike said. "The perfect place to kick back and relax." "Yes," Twilight said with a noticeable lack of enthusiasm. "Twilight, I know you want to work, but you promised that you..." "It's not work, Spike," Twilight said. "It's..." "What? What is it?" Twilight sighed. There was no way to confess her secret without sounding like a moron. "It's the... sand." "Sand?" "Yes, sand. To tell the truth, I've never liked it." "Really? Is it because it's coarse, rough, irritating, and gets everywhere?" "Pretty much." "Well, you can always teleport yourself to the water," Spike suggested. "Or I can put a towel on the sand and you can teleport yourself to it." The thought was tempting, but Twilight dismissed it. "That's okay, Spike. As the leader of Equestria, I have to set an example for my subjects and confront the things I don't like." She chuckled. "Besides, it's just sand. How bad can it be?" Spike grinned. "That's the spirit. Now, come on. The surf's calling my name." Eagerly dashing down the beach, Spike didn't see Twilight hesitating for a moment before tentatively putting her hooves onto the sand. In years past, feeling the sand pouring over her hooves and getting tangled in her light layer of fur had felt so wrong. Buried deep within her, Twilight's younger self instinctively wanted to leap back and get away from the sand, lest she needed to take a long shower to get every last grain and pebble out from her most intimate areas. Yet, there was something about this sand that Twilight had never felt before. It seemed like a thing alive, warm and soothing. It felt almost like it was caressing her. "Well," Twilight mused, "this is new." "Twilight, come on!" Spike called. Another step and Twilight made her way through the sand, slowly at first, not wanting the sand to get too high up her legs. Yet, she then found herself starting to jog, quickly catching up with Spike as she put up a large beach umbrella between two towels. "So, which towel do you want, Twilight?" "Actually, Spike, I'm going to go without a towel." "What?" Grinning, Twilight stomped her hooves in the sand. "This sand is different, Spike. It's not like any sand I've ever encountered before." "Really? How?" I can't say." Twilight scooped up a hooful of sand, letting it trickle back down to the ground. "It actually feels good," she smiled. "Really, really good." "Oh, well, that's great. Now, are you ready to have fun?" "You bet I am." My, Spike, if I had to guess, I'd think you had too much fun on your day off," Rarity joked as she walked down the halls of the palace beside Spike. He was rubbing his eyes and looking like he wanted nothing more than to be back in bed. "It wasn't me, Rarity," Spike said, barely able to speak through his yawning. "It was Twilight. She spent her whole day making sand castles, sand cities, sand towers, Sand everything. She got so into it, it didn't stop until 5 this morning. Wait, really? Yeah, the guards and I kept trying to make her come to bed, but she just didn't. It was like she was obsessed. How peculiar, Rarity said. Being the sole ruler of Equestria was a stressful job, and Rarity expected Twilight to have some occasional displays of neurotic behaviour. While Twilight had managed to control those urges as the years went on, Rarity knew they would always be there, just waiting for the right moment to emerge again. Well, perhaps it's just a one-time thing, Rarity assured Spike. After all, Twilight has been under a lot of stress lately. She just wanted to make the most of her free time. Yeah, I suppose that's it. Yawning again, Spike took out a scroll and read through it, his stomach sinking the further down he went. Oh, it's going to be a long day. I'll have to ask the kitchens to keep brewing the coffee. Well, let's focus on getting the first thing off the list, Rarity suggested. I have Twilight's new dress ready. I can't wait to see her in it. Just imagine the princess of all Equestria wearing one of my most fabulous dresses when she greets ambassadors, royalty and commoner alike. Pushing the door to the royal throne room open, Rarity found Twilight at her throne, and something else that hadn't been present the last time she had visited. Twilight? Spike asked. What's with the sand? Giant mountains of sand filled the throne room, almost covering the stained glass windows. Only the lit chandeliers prevented the room from being submerged in darkness. Do you like it? Twilight asked as she clapped her hooves together. I thought the throne room could use a bit of a change. A few bits of sand slid onto the coronation carpet as Rarity struggled to make sense of what she was seeing. But why sand, darling? Why not some potted plants, or maybe some new curtains? If you want curtains, I can... Curtains? Who needs curtains, Rarity? We have sand! We can build sandcastles with commoners, or swim through it with kings and queens from other lands. With a swan dive that put Equestria's finest swimmers to shame, Twilight dove into the nearest pile of sand, her horn cutting through it like a shark's fin. Maybe later, Twilight. Spike brought up his itinerary. We have a lot of meetings to get through today. The Griffin ambassador will be here in 5 minutes and he... Twilight rose from the sand, shaking herself off. Oh, Spike, who cares about meetings? You were right. I worked too hard. Today is going to be dedicated to playing. In fact, everyone can play with me. All the guards and all the staff, we can all play in the sand. But, darling, Rarity said, what about your dress? The one you ordered specifically for the Oh, that can wait, Rarity. We can always get new dresses, but we will never gain back the time we don't spend playing in sand. With a cheer, Twilight once again dove into the sand and swam through it, laughing the laugh of the carefree. Spike and Rarity watched Twilight swimming through the sand-filled throne room. They glanced at each other. They said nothing as they backed up through the doorway. Twilight, Spike said, this is getting out of hand. We can't keep filling the palace with sand. Sitting at the far end of the table in the dining room, Twilight chuckled as she ate her dinner. Oh, Spike, you can never have enough sand. Her horn glowed, and more sand appeared beneath the table, bearing Twilight up to her waist, causing her to close her eyes and sigh like a soul that had found its place in the world. Twilight, look, can't you just designate one room at the palace as a sand room? The staff can barely get through the halls, and the medical wing is running out of cream for all the rashes and chafes, but don't worry, Spike. In time, everyone will get used to it, and they'll love sand too. But do you really have to put sand in all the bedrooms? I mean, I have to keep moving my bed up so it doesn't get buried. Who needs blankets and mattresses, Spike? We have sand. Shoving her chair back, Twilight sank deeper into the sand until only her head was uncovered. It's so warm, it embraces you, and it feels so good. Sighing, Twilight sank even deeper into the sand until only her horn was left, and then that too vanished. A waiter struggled through the sand and put a plate of hay burgers before Spike, trying and failing to discreetly brush sand off the buns. Guys, this is getting out of hand, Spike said. Twilight's gone mad. She's obsessed with sand. Applejack, Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie, and Rainbow Dash, having received Spike's summons, stood before him and Rarity in Canterlot's Park, safely hidden inside one of the most remote gazebos. From the urgency of his words, they had thought that Twilight had been kidnapped, or that Equestria was being invaded yet again, or that the world was in peril from some magically endowed monster. But they hadn't expected this. You want to run that by us again? Rainbow Dash asked. It's all she ever talks about now, Spike said. She hasn't done any of her royal duties since we came back from vacation. All she does is keep filling the palace with sand and playing in it. Spike, is this a joke? Applejack asked. I got a whole bunch of apples that need to be picked and... I swear to you, Applejack, it most certainly is not, Rarity said. Spike's telling the truth. I've seen it myself. What did I tell you? Rainbow Dash said. I always knew Twilight would snap one day. But why sand? Spike said. Why not sand? Pinkie said. I mean, it's so cool. You can use it to build sandcastles, then smash them down and build them up again. It's so much fun. But not when she's supposed to be running the country, darling, Rarity said. I think she's been cursed by some spell, and we have to free her from it. The air popped as Discord materialized above the worried ponies. I think I can help with that. Oh no, Applejack groaned. Let me guess, this is all you're doing, Discord. Guilty as charged. When I learned that Twilight was going to the beach last week, I thought it was the perfect opportunity to help her get over her distaste of sand. So I turned invisible, waited until she stepped on it, then cast an enchantment to make her fall in love with sand. He giggled. Oh, it worked perfectly, and it has been most enjoyable watching her fawn over sand like she would the most handsome stallion in all of Equestria. It might have been funny for a day or two, Fluttershy said, but it has to stop. Sighing, Discord nodded. I suppose you're right, dear. It was fun, but alas, all good things must come to an end. Raising his hand, Discord snapped his fingers, smiling at knowing that one of his silliest and most clever pranks that reached a successful conclusion. Then his smile turned into a frown. Discord? Fluttershy asked. Discord snapped his fingers again. Then again. Oh no! What's wrong? Spike asked, trying his hardest to ignore the crater-sized hole that had just opened in his gut. The enchantment. It's not going away. Not going away? What do you mean not going away? The enchantment must have grown so strong that it is now bound to Twilight's very soul, Discord said. I regret to say that Twilight will now want nothing in life but sand. That desire will consume her to a degree you cannot even imagine. Everyone was silent. Are you freaking kidding me? Spike said. This is a disaster, Rarity shrieked. The ruler of all Equestria wants nothing but sand and will ignore all her other duties until the country falls into chaos. Anarchy will reign. Everything falls apart. Oh, I like the sound of that, Discord said. Fluttershy glared at him. But, on second thought, that might be going a bit too far. I'm afraid the only course of action you have now is to use the elements of harmony, wipe the spell from her very soul, and restore our beloved princess to her old self. Spike and the others ran to the royal palace, where Spike grabbed hold of the doors and yanked them open, only to be almost knocked off his feet as sand poured out. "Come on!" Spike yelled, his superior dragon strength letting him force his way through into the palace, the others following him into the darkened interiors of the palace. The air was saturated with the stench of dry, stale sand that flowed like rushing water. The smell choked everyone as they fought through hallways, trying their hardest not to be thrown off their hooves. "Where is she?" Rainbow Dash yelled, struggling to be heard over the roar of sand grinding against the walls. Laughter drifted through the halls. "Her bedroom," Spike said. "This way." The six struggled long and hard until they reached the staircase leading up to Twilight's chambers. Here the sand finally stopped, allowing them to get back on solid ground and charge upwards to the bedroom door. Normally guarded by two of Canterlot's most elite guards, they were nowhere to be seen. "Okay everyone," Spike said. "Here we go. You all ready?" The others nodded, their own respective elements brought out and ready for action. The door was kicked open, and Spike charged inside, only to be immediately bogged down by a tidal wave of sand that knocked him off his feet. Behind him, Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy grabbed hold of Rarity and Pinkie Pie, lifting them up. Applejack, though old, still had her earth pony strength to manage to hold onto a pillar to keep herself from being swept away. The sand stirred as Twilight emerged from beneath the surface, serene, confident and blissful. Her eyes opened, sand trickling off her eyelashes as she studied her friends. "Twilight, listen to me!" Spike yelled. "Discord cursed you! He enchanted the sand at the beach to make you love it!" Twilight chuckled. "Oh, Spike, I am no longer Twilight Sparkle. I am now Sandy Sanderson, Empress of all sand." "What?" A glow enveloped Twilight as she floated above the sand that flowed and swirled throughout the room. "I was wrong, Spike. Friendship isn't magic. Sand is magic. Sand is love. Sand is life. Sand is everything." Everyone was speechless. It was a few moments before Rainbow Dash found her voice. "Okay, anyone else getting creeped out?" "Do not be afraid, Rainbow Dash," Twilight said. "You too will come to love sand." "Right, that does it," Spike said. "Twilight, I'm sorry, but we have to." Twilight's horn glowed and the elements of harmony were yanked off Spike's neck and the necks of the others. Metal, stone and crystal turned to sand and fell, joining the ocean of sand that continued to swirl around the room. Did anyone have a plan B?" Fluttershy whispered. "I was lost, but now I am found," Twilight said, unfazed by the fact that her friends had tried to use the elements on her. "My eyes have been awakened to the wonders of sand." Tendrils of sand rose up. "And now, my friends, you too shall be enlightened!" Spike yelled as he was grabbed by one of the sand tendrils and dragged beneath the swirling sand in the room, quickly followed by the others. Their shocked screams drowned out beneath Twilight's laughter. Ponyville, one of the most charming communities to be found in all Equestria, was no more. Only a few days ago, it had been a charming community where everyone lived in peace, children played in the streets without fear, and anyone could sing songs and play with bunny rabbits all day long. Now it was buried under 50 feet of sand. So too was the ever-free forest and the surrounding areas. Tidal waves of sand had washed over them all and claimed the buildings, trees and their residents. It was not just the land around Ponyville. Manhattan had been claimed too, washed away by endless waves of sand that not only buried all the skyscrapers, but the oceans as well. The Crystal Empire was now the Sand Empire. Cludgetown? Well, there wasn't much that had changed in Cludgetown, as it had already been mostly sand. But now it was even sandier. In every land, in every continent, cities, towns and settlements were vanishing beneath waves of sand pouring forth from Canterlot, and it was towards Canterlot that a single airship flew in at attack speed. From the cockpit, Queen Chrysalis, leader of the last desperate alliance of peoples who had not been buried in sand, now directed their last-ditch effort to save the world. Attack! Armies of changelings, ponies, yaks, griffins, and even bat ponies all dropped from the airship into the capital of Equestria. Each was armed with the best armor, the best weapons, the most powerful anti-sand enchantments that unicorns had been able to muster. A crystal glowed before Chrysalis. She tapped the surface, and a magical projection of Turek appeared. Turek! Report! Screams came from behind Turek. Chrysalis could just make out what looked like tendrils of sand snatching everyone and dragging them into the ever-increasing mass of the accursed sand. And then Turek was grabbed. He fought, but even his enormous muscles were helpless against the combined might of tons of sand.
Chrysalis!
He screamed.
The sand! There's too much of it! It's too powerful!
Shut up about sand! Just get to the palace and... Another wave of sand washed over Turek, burying him and silencing his screams. Curses! Chrysalis threw the crystal aside and yanked on her battle helmet. Must I do everything myself? With wings beating, the changeling queen kicked open a door and rocketed towards Canterlot. Twilight Sparkle! She yelled. Come forth and face me! All the sand in Canterlot came together and rose high above the city, growing until a literal mountain of sand towered above the Chrysalis. A small hole appeared in the mountain. Twilight floated out, only now her skin was gritty and coarse, and her eyes now glowed a magical beige. Princess! Chrysalis yelled. Stop this sand nonsense immediately! Twilight smiled. Sand? Yes, sand! You are ruining everything with your love of the cursed material. You! Others emerged from the mountain of sand. Chrysalis recognized them. They were the princess's accursed friends, and now their eyes glowed like Twilight's, and sand constantly flowed from their bodies as they floated beside the Empress of all sand. Sand! Twilight said. Sand! Spike said. Sand! The others said in unison. Twilight stretched her arms wide, as if wanting to hug Chrysalis. Sand! Sand shot out and enveloped Chrysalis. She yelled, trying to fight her way free as the sand hardened around her. Sand! Twilight said. Will you shut up about sand? Chrysalis yelled, but the sand engulfed her as she opened her mouth to yell again, and the queen was encased in a warm, gritty tomb. Fluttershy turned to Applejack. Sand? Applejack nodded back. Sand. Chrysalis broke free from her tomb, her eyes now glowing beige. Sand! Yelled, weeping in joy as she embraced the sand that held her, wanting to hug it all day long. Sand! The others smiled. Sand! With a contented sigh, Chrysalis dissolved, her body, her essence, her very soul becoming one with sand. Nodding her approval, Twilight Sparkle's horn glowed, and she too dissolved into the mountain. Her friends joined her, sighing in bliss as they returned to the sand. The mountain of sand dissolved and fell into the valley below, where it resumed flowing through the land. All was silent as wind softly blew over the deserts of Equus. There were no trees standing, no leaves for the wind to rustle. Not even a cactus could be seen upon the sand that stretched from one pole to another, that covered every continent and filled in every ocean. To any observer, this would be a dead world, a lifeless world, a sandy world. At a remote and unremarkable part of the planet, Empress Sandy Sanderson rose from the sand, using it to create a temporary body for herself as she surveyed her work. This world had once been infested with trees, grass, plant life, ice, fire, lava, rock, and oceans. Cleansing and purifying it had been no easy feat, but she had accomplished it, and with it had brought true equality to all. There was no war, no conflicts, strife, suffering, or pain. There was only sand. Sandy Sanderson wanted to laugh. Starlight Glimmer had been hopelessly naive when she believed that she could achieve true equality by taking away everyone's cutie mark, unaware that sand was the only truth in an uncaring world. But it didn't matter now. Starlight was one with sand, as were all the ponies, dragons, changelings, yaks, and other species, all resting peacefully with sand's loving embrace. Given time, Sandy Sanderson might try to head to other worlds to spread the gospel of sand. Now ageless and formless, she had all of eternity to bring true equality and unity to the cosmos. Those dreams came to an end as a bright flash of green shot into the sand, with a flash bright enough to illuminate the cosmos, if only for a moment. Equus exploded, hurling the planet's molten remains into the icy void of space. Nearby, a grey metallic sphere in the void. Within its control room, a man in a grey uniform watched the scene. "The planet has been destroyed, Lord Vader." Darth Vader, the Dark Lord of the Sith, said nothing as he pulled his hand away from the control panel and left the room, leaving behind nothing but a few particles of the thing he hated more than anything else to drift forever within the endless void.
The Last Decree by Zontan. Signed there. Twilight looked down at the holographic paper in front of her, reading the words but barely processing them. We, the ponies of New Canterlot, representing the sovereign nation of Equestria, in accordance with the laws and regulations... The words blurred together as the legal language went on and on. Twilight had tried to keep up with it, but the law changed so often these days that she could never remember what was new and what was old. The last time she had tried to cite the law to prove a point, she had been informed that the law she was referring to hadn't been in effect for 300 years. Besides, it didn't matter. Her advisors had informed her that the document was very legal and had gone through all the proper channels, and really, all that mattered was the line at the bottom. Do hereby dissolve the position of monarch of Equestria, stripping it of all rights and privileges, effective immediately. Twilight touched her hoof to the blinking indicator. There was a hum, and a green ring flashed around her hoof, followed by words flowing onto the page. Signed, Princess Twilight Sparkle, Monarch of Equestria. Then, even as she watched, there was a chime, and her signature changed, her title disappearing before her eyes. She didn't doubt that the system had already updated her signature on every document she'd ever put it onto in the last 100 years. It was, after all, very efficient, and had been designed by ponies much smarter than her. Thank you, Miss Sparkle, the bureaucrat in front of her said primly, taking the digital document and dismissing it. Twilight opened her mouth to correct him, but then stopped, thought about it, and slowly began to laugh. It was strained, desperate, almost crazed. The title she'd held for thousands of years wasn't hers anymore. It didn't even exist. Her ponies had decided they didn't need it. How could she do anything but laugh? By the time she had recovered,
wiping tears from her eyes. She was alone once more. Twilight stepped out onto the roof of the palace, looking out over the city. She couldn't see the edge of it anymore, and hadn't been able to for centuries. New Canterlot stretched all the way around the entire mountain now, metal and chrome as far as the eye could see. Even the mountain was mostly machinery these days. After it and the original Canterlot had been largely demolished almost 2,000 years ago, Twilight remembered the monster that had done it, a massive elemental spirit, but she couldn't remember which element bearers had helped her defeat it. Sometimes she wondered what that said about her. She touched the device she wore on one wrist, and after a moment of scrolling, selected a name from the list it displayed. A low hum of Magitech greeted her, and a teleportation circle materialized around her. She shivered as the foreign magic latched onto her, encompassing her in a teleportation matrix so complex it was unrecognizable to her. And then in a flash she was gone. She appeared hundreds of miles away, in front of a 3-story mansion that was downright rustic by the standard of today's ponies. She didn't need to knock. The door scanned her before she even came near, letting the occupant know she was there. By the time she reached the door, it was already sliding open. "My dear Twilight!" Celestia exclaimed, spreading her hooves and pulling Twilight into a hug. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" Twilight leaned into the hug, and her chest suddenly felt tight. Before she knew it, she was sobbing into Celestia's shoulder, gesturing vaguely with one hoof, and failing to form any words at all. "Oh dear," Celestia said. She turned her head and murmured, "Go wake up Luna, we may need her." Slowly, carefully, she led Twilight to a couch. Once she had applied the correct amount of blankets, all of them, she touched a hoof to the coffee table, and with a press of a button conjured a steaming cup of tea. "There you are," she murmured soothingly, passing it to Twilight. "Tell me what's wrong." Twilight took the tea, but didn't drink it, instead just staring at it like she'd never seen a teacup before. Finally, she let out a soft laugh. "They fired me," she whispered. Celestia blinked. "I'm sorry?" Twilight laughed again, but there was no humour in it. "They fired me. They wrote up a law, and they put it through the proper channels, things I helped set up, to make sure I could know what my ponies wanted and what they wanted. Wasn't me." She took a slow sip of tea. It burned her mouth, but she didn't care. "It was all very official. I'm not a princess anymore. They decided they didn't need me." "Oh, Twilight," Celestia murmured. "I'm so sorry." She touched one hoof to Twilight's shoulder. "I'm sure that must have been very hard." The sound of hoofsteps announced another arrival, and Luna stepped into the room. She took one look at Twilight, and a frown crossed her face. "What has happened this time?" she asked. Celestia turned. "The bureaucrats seem to have taken the final step in making alicorns obsolete," she said quietly. "They removed Twilight from power." Luna blinked, then snorted. "About time." "Luna!" Celestia hissed. "Twilight is very upset." Luna rolled her eyes, stepping forward and leaning on the back of the couch. "Tell me, Twilight, were you happy doing what they were doing? Were you making difficult decisions, weighing the lives of your ponies and every creature else? Were you using your fantastic abilities to save the realm from your foes?" Twilight looked up, her eyes red. Slowly she shook her head. "As I thought, the world has moved past us. Do not be sad because it has only now decided to tell you this." Twilight nodded mutely, taking another sip of her tea. It tasted of salt. Celestia sighed. "Luna, while you may be right, now isn't the time. Come, Twilight, say something. We are both here for you. Twilight put down the tea. You're probably right, she said dully. I should have seen this coming. I mean, I did see this coming. It's not like I didn't know about it. But I thought it was just a few ponies who were discontent or who didn't want to follow my rules. I thought if I just let them be, they would see that life was fine without my intervention, just like they wanted, and everything would be fine. She shook her head. I never expected it to pass. Celestia sighed. It is a hard thing to see your people outgrow you, she said softly, but it is a natural part of life. Mothers watch their children grow up. Teachers have to let their students graduate. Luna stepped in. And rulers must let their people decide how they wish to be ruled. You're lucky that they informed you with rules and law, rather than violent rebellion. Hey, Twilight protested. There hasn't been a violent rebellion in Equestria my entire reign. My ponies were happy. I helped them be happy. And this is the thanks I get. Your thanks is that they no longer need you, Luna said. That is a noble end for any leader to look forward to. It doesn't feel noble. Luna smiled softly. Perhaps not, but it is nonetheless. Celestia stepped in. Twilight, you were a good leader. You're wise and kind and honest and loyal and generous. You've done so much for Equestria. Your legacy will live on forever, just as ours did. Surely you have never thought less of us for stepping down when Equestria no longer needed us. Twilight shook her head. Then do not think less of yourself. You did all that you could. She paused, then smiled slyly. Besides, there's plenty of perks to retirement. You'll have time to travel the world. Luna rolled her eyes. Oh, not this again. You haven't even heard. I do not need to. Luna turned away. I am going back to bed. Twilight, if you want my advice, run while you still can. Otherwise, the guest room is yours. Hey, we are going to get you to... Come back here. Twilight watched the two of them run off. Finally, she giggled. A real, genuine laugh for the first time today. Maybe she could live with this after all. The First Edict by The Red Parade. Sign there, please. Twilight looked down at the tablet, then looked up at the mare in front of her. The mare was dressed in the typical forest green uniform of the International Office of Requisitions. Her pale blonde mane fell over her viewing glasses, endless lists of data scrolling away in front of her eyes. Twilight missed the brown uniform of the Equestrian Postal Service, but that uniform, like the Equestrian Postal Service itself, had long since faded away with the development of local teleportation technologies. There was no need for mail ponies anymore. The mail service had become so obsolete, in fact, that all the world's postal services were folded into one entity which only served to administrate the automated services and occasionally carry out menial verification tasks. But as Twilight looked at the Pegasus in front of her, something felt vaguely familiar. She just couldn't place it. Ma'am? Twilight blinked as the mare prompted her again. Oh, I'm sorry. I've a bit on my mind today. That's quite all right, ma'am, but I need your signature. She gestured to the tablet again with a taut smile, her mind already going back to the list of tasks she had left to do today. Twilight took the offered stylus in her magic and began to etch her name. For a second she considered adding her now defunct title for fun, but decided against it. This mare probably had enough things to worry about than some scorned, spiteful pony. Thank you, ma'am. the mayor said, pulling the tablet away. 2 automatic carts of books drifted towards her, strapped in and secured with all the protections the world could offer. The mayor turned to leave, but paused when Twilight called out to her. "Wait!" Twilight gave a strained smile as the mayor turned around again. "I'm so sorry for asking, but are you from Ponyville by chance?" The mayor blinked, then laughed. "Ponyville? No, ma'am, I'm from Manhattan." "Is your family?" asked Twilight. "No, not that I know of," answered the mayor. "Anything else I can do for you?" Twilight faltered with a sigh. "No, that's fine, thank you." The mayor tipped her cap and trotted back towards her messenger bike. The bike's engines roared and the craft lifted up into the air, disappearing for the main city in the blink of an eye. Twilight watched as it became a pinprick over the horizon, something turning in her heart, something she couldn't place. Why had she asked her that? Why had she seemed familiar? Twilight didn't know, but she had met hundreds of thousands of ponies during her reign. Perhaps they had crossed paths at one point. She sighed and turned to re-enter her home. As she stepped forwards, the mechanical carts followed her into the home.
Hello, Twilight.
A mechanical voice beeped as a coloured sphere floated out from a pod in the wall.
Would you like me to sort your delivery?
No thanks, Tiberius. I'll take care of it myself, Twilight answered, rubbing the base of her horn.
Of course. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Twilight paused to consider this. Actually, I'm kind of craving muffins right now. The robot let out a beep that almost sounded sympathetic.
Shall I place an order with the old bakery?
That would be excellent. Thank you, Tiberius, Twilight replied with a small smile. As the robot puttered off, Twilight continued her trek to her room. She guided the carts to the corner and removed their protective coverings. Twilight picked one book off the stack, flipping through the pages and enjoying their signature smell. It had been a long time since she had put a physical book in her hooves, but it was as good a place as any. Once she was caught up on the older books, she could move on to the online database. But as Twilight flicked through the book flippantly, her hopeful mood was suddenly dampened. She didn't want to read right now. With a sigh, she returned the book and went over to her desk. One hobby she had been attempting to get into recently was sketching. Twilight seized a stylus and summoned a piece of hollow paper. She let out a hum, trying to think of a subject to draw. Twilight glanced at her smart tablet, skimming some of the headlines. One headline caught her eye. Heritage Committee to honour element bearers in ceremony. The element bearers? Twilight wasn't even sure who the current ones were. It had truly been a long time since she had known any of them intimately, and there had been several times when she had mixed up their names. That gave her a small smile, though it returned that strange feeling in her heart. She decided that she'd draw her friends. With a plan in mind, Twilight went to work. In a couple of minutes she had produced the form of an alicorn and began to make it Rarity. But a thought occurred to her that froze her pen. How many diamonds were on Rarity's cutie mark? Twilight went to activate her tablet but scowled. You shouldn't need that, Twilight. You knew Rarity for years. She had 4? Twilight went to sketch the diamonds in, but paused again. Were they square diamonds? No, they were triangles, right? She sketched some shapes, but immediately released them with a frown. No, I'm confusing her with Brilliant Gem, who had 4 diamonds as a cutie mark. Rarity had 3, right? Twilight closed her eyes and tried to picture her friend. The features came easily at first. A rich coat with a coiled perfect mane, a confident smile with warm welcoming eyes. But as she tried to coax out the details, the picture in her mind became muddled. She squeezed her eyes shut harder, trying to conjure up images of her other friends. But just like with Rarity, the details blurred. She knew Applejack's warm smile, Fluttershy's kind eyes, Pinkie's mane, and rainbows grin. But their coat colours were murky. Twilight couldn't recall their eye colours, or even their mane styles. With a frustrated yell, she threw the hollow paper across the room as the truth finally settled in. "I don't remember," Twilight whispered. I don't remember." "Twilight?" came Celestia's voice from the doorway. "Your muffins are here. Is everything okay?" Twilight turned to look at her former mentor, tears welling in her eyes. I don't remember my friends." Twilight slumped over at the table, poking at her untouched muffins. "They were my best friends. They changed my life, and now I can barely remember them. Well, I remember their names, but I don't remember the details," Twilight said. "They were my best friends. They changed my life, and now I can barely remember them." Celestia was quiet. Twilight sighed, leaning back in her chair. "I'm sorry. It's just, I realized how out of touch I am now. Everything's changed now. I barely remember them. I barely remember Ponyville." She glanced out the dining room window, making out the towering skyscrapers of the city in the distance. "When I was so busy with ruling, I hadn't noticed how much time I had missed. But now that's gone." She slumped over again, and Celestia came around to put a hoof on her back. "I may have an idea," she suggested. Twilight lifted her head, intrigued. "Twilight, do you remember your very first edict after becoming ruler?" Twilight pursed her lips in thought. "I don't," she finally admitted. Celestia smiled. "Then perhaps it's best if I reminded you." When Celestia had mentioned Old Town Ponyville, Twilight had wondered what parts of the town it included. She hadn't anticipated the district being the entire original city. The outskirts of Ponyville were foreign to Twilight, the buildings erected hundreds of thousands of years after she had left for Canterlot. But as they approached the heart of the original town, she began to notice subtle changes. A majority of the buildings had been reconstructed, as time and nature had proved too much for even the best preservation efforts. But even if they were the same, Twilight wasn't sure if she would have remembered them. Twilight looked up and down the sleek metal streets. The layout looked mostly the same, but it was still jarring to look at. Though the buildings here weren't nearly as tall as the ones in New Canterlot, they still reached higher than the pastel-thatched houses she was used to. Their designs felt like a meagre and lazy reproduction, flawed, incorrect, and wrong. In fact, most of everything felt wrong, despite the hints of familiarity nestled within. There were cars and messenger bikes in the road instead of wooden carriages, computer and technology stores where the flower shops once were, and instead of familiar, friendly faces, Twilight was surrounded by a crowd of strangers. It was like she was coming to Ponyville for the first time all over again. Twilight had been to Ponyville in the past centuries. She was often invited to the Friendship School for commencement speeches and yearly ceremonies. But the last time she'd been to Old Ponyville proper was when Rarity's boutique burned down in the fire. She shuddered, another strange feeling washing over her and numbing her appendages. The smartwatch on her foreleg beeped, and Twilight looked up to find her GPS had led her to a massive painted structure. Unlike the shapeless buildings around it, the architecture of this place was dated, with brightly painted walls and window frames. Just below the roof, in massive gold lettering, was etched its name, the Cheerilee Museum of Equestrian History. And Twilight remembered her first edict. It diverted a set number of funds in the name of museums and heritage sites to honour and reflect on equestrian history, to honour those who had passed and the work they had done. But Twilight had never really seen the fruits of her labours until now. As she climbed up the steps, the automatic doors slid open and Twilight was greeted with a rush of cold air. Her eyes widened as she took in the scene in front of her. The middle of the room held a circular self-service reception desk, with screens and monitors depicting a detailed layout of the museum. Behind that, nestled in between two grand staircases, was a gargantuan pink steam engine, its front windows carved in the shape of a heart. Dangling from the ceiling were two hot air balloons, billowing gently in the flow of the air conditioning. Behind the train was a perfectly preserved mural that showed a crowd of ponies. In the middle was herself, staring up at the sky with wings spread. A brown and gold book was levitating above her head. Around her were a sea of familiar faces, their smiles frozen in time forever. Whoa! Twilight moved over to some of the display cases, peeking inside. The case lit up as she approached, illuminating the piece of parchment inside.
Letter writing was an incredibly important aspect to everyday life,
the automated narration stated, back before instant communication was established.
Love letters such as this one were typically used to stay in touch during periods of extended leave. This letter is to a confectionery Bonnie from her lover Lyra.
Twilight gently put a hoof on the glass, reading the contents of the letter to herself with amusement. Hello! She turned to see a small pink sphere floating towards her. I'm Starlight Glimmer. Sure you are, Twilight muttered. Welcome to the Cheerilee Museum of Equestrian History. I can serve as your personal tour guide for today's visit. Please don't hesitate to ask if you have any questions on any displays, artifacts or exhibitions. Would you like to hear about what special exhibitions we are currently hosting? Yes, please, Twilight answered. Great! The Cheerilee Museum hosts several permanent exhibits, most notably our exhibition of the Age of Friendship. In addition, we also host the founding of Ponyville, history of communication and transportation, and development of Cloudsdale exhibits as well. Twilight blinked. The Age of Friendship? The Age of Friendship exhibit is dedicated to the first generation of element bearers, Applejack, Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Rarity, and Twilight Sparkle, Starlight explained. I'd like to start there. Starlight let out a series of happy bleats. Great! Follow me! The bot flew off at a slow pace, and Twilight followed it up the metallic staircase and deeper into the museum, past artifacts that felt more familiar than anything else in the world. The Cheerilee Museum of Equestrian History is built over the location of the Ponyville Schoolhouse, which was first dated a historic site before it was destroyed by the consuming darkness about 2,000 years ago. Starlight explained. The museum was constructed adjacent of the defunct schoolhouse, but after its destruction, the government allowed the museum to be expanded over the former grounds. Twilight took in the information, eyes scanning the paintings and pictures hanging from the walls as they passed. Since its founding, the museum has played host to several noticeable exhibits over the course of its existence. For example, Luna collaborated to create an interactive experience on the Dream Realm following its collapse during the reign of Silent Wind. Starlight continued. They came to a stop outside of a lavishly decorated hallway portal. 6 large banners hung to the sides of the entrance, each one depicting a cutie mark of one of her friends. The phrase, "The Age of Friendship, Equestria's Golden Age," was etched in bold lettering in between. Twilight stood in awe of the entrance, staring up at the words. Memories began to swirl in her mind as if blown by the wind, echoes of voices in the chambers of her mind. Starlight waited patiently until Twilight summoned the courage to move again. The tiny robot guided her through the entry, where she found herself in a pitch-black hall.
Honesty.
A disembodied voice spoke the word, and on Twilight's left a hologram projected an image of a crystallized apple onto the wall.
Loyalty.
Another symbol appeared, this of a lightning bolt, joining the apple on the left wall.
Generosity. Kindness. Laughter.
A diamond, butterfly, and balloon appeared on the walls, with the diamond on the left and the others on the right.
And finally, magic.
The final symbol appeared on the right wall, one of a six-pointed star.
These are the elements of harmony. Over the years, they have had many bearers, but this was not always the case.
The symbols faded away, leaving Twilight in the darkness as the narration continued.
Thousands and thousands of years ago, Equestria entered the Age of Friendship, a movement which produced some of the greatest heroes our world has ever seen.
The hallway was then flooded with bright light, as a chorus of voices began playing over the speakers. Yet the exposure wasn't harsh. Instead, it was soft, comforting in a strange sort of way. The walls began changing from solid colour into black and white images, and Twilight began hearing words and lines from the voices. Ain't no work like hard work, Sugar Cube, but it'll be all worth it in the end. Try to keep up with me, then we'll talk. Darling, you should never measure yourself by someone else's standards. Oh, if you ever need help, my cottage is always open. Let's celebrate, and after that we'll celebrate again, because you're that special. Never underestimate the power of friendship. If you ever need a friend, I'll always be with you. Twilight didn't remember saying that, but it was undeniably her voice. But more importantly, it was the voice of her friends. She watched as the images came to life, gradually gaining colour and depth. She watched as Applejack bucked a tree and Fluttershy knelt by a river, and as Rainbow led a flight formation through the air and Rarity presented her latest design, Pinkie Pie seized a turntable, silently commandeering some unseen party. Finally, she saw herself talking with a tiny dragon who scribbled a note on her back. My friends, she whispered. She reached a wall out to touch them, but her hoof passed through the hologram. All too soon, the symphony of voices faded away, and the characters projected assembled. Twilight watched as they engaged in a group hug and froze, as the lights began to turn back on, and the narration resumed.
Join us and discover the story of the 6 ponies who set the course for equestrian history and began what some argue was a golden era. Welcome to the Age of Friendship.
Soon, Twilight was standing alone in an empty hallway again, but the feeling instilled from the short cinematic had not gone away. She felt something churning in her gut, like a bomb ready to explode, and it pushed hard against her chest and heart. Right this way, Starlight gently suggested. Yes, of course, Twilight replied, speaking through the lump in her throat. Lead the way. The tiny robot flew down the hall, keeping its pace with Twilight's movement. They passed through the second set of doors and emerged in a large circular room, with the words, "The element of honesty," projected onto the ceiling above. Immediately, Twilight's eyes were drawn to a display case in the centre of the room, illuminated from below by a spotlight. Applejack, the first element of honesty, was a member of the famous Apple family. Starlight said, even today, descendants of the family still occupy various positions in Equestria. One might even be your neighbour. Twilight didn't pay attention to any of this. She stopped in front of the case, which held a single object, a tattered and patched brown Stetson hat. It floated serenely in the case, suspended in thin air, as if it were floating in water. The lump in Twilight's throat grew larger as she tried to speak. Was this one of hers? This hat was donated to the museum by descendants of the Apple family, Starlight replied. The family verifies that it was indeed one of hers. Twilight pressed her hoof against the glass, staring at the hat. Her imagination filled in the rest, adding the tears and face and neck of her old friend. Slowly she turned to view the rest of the room. Plaques and display cases had been carefully spaced out, and another holographic projector offered a life-size replica of Applejack in mid-buck. Slideshows of coloured photographs also played along the far walls, each one lingering before it transformed into another. As she began to walk, memories of conversations and interactions from thousands of years ago began to return. She recalled visiting Applejack on the farm, and the two holding a conversation while she worked, bucking each and every tree with confidence and precision. A loyal and dependable friend to all. It is said that Applejack never told a lie, Starlight said. Yet her dedication and resilience never seemed to waver as she continued to provide for her family, her farm and her friends. Twilight paused in front of a display case, one that held a lasso and a series of rusted tools. She really was a dependable friend, Twilight answered. She found herself missing the natural, imperfect apples that Applejack would always offer, especially when every apple now was doused in chemicals and magic spells and looked so perfect it was unnatural. She sighed as she finished her rounds of the room, finding none of the artifacts familiar or enticing to her. Starlight, I think I'm ready to move on. Of course. Starlight led the way down the hall into the next room. Twilight paused before leaving, turning to examine the room one more time. The animated recording of Applejack winked at the camera. Twilight smiled and left the room. The next room was the colour of the sky, which made perfect sense. Always a restless soul, but nonetheless loyal to her friends, Rainbow Dash was the perfect embodiment of the element of loyalty, Starlight said as they entered the room. Rainbow's room featured her cutie mark painted on a massive scale on the floor. The ceiling above was clouded with simulated clouds, reminding Twilight of the original Cloudsdale before its anchoring. The holograph sat in the middle of the room, depicting an animated rainbow in flight. She'd occasionally look to her right and put on another burst of speed in a desperate race against an unseen opponent. Rainbow's display cases were filled with medals and trophies, along with certificates and documents and autographed photos of the speedster. It would have been enough to fuel her ego for millions of years. Rainbow Dash not only made history as an element of harmony, but she became a legend amongst competitive flyers as well. Rainbow was named the youngest captain of the Wonderbolts, surpassing her mentor, Spitfire Maverick, and holding the record until 2,000 years ago, with the promotion of Cerulean Ascension. Twilight took all this information in with a wistful sigh, scanning the endless shelves of memorabilia. I wonder what Rainbow would think of the Wonderbolts today. An excellent question, as in Rainbow Dash's time the Wonderbolts were composed solely of natural-born, unassisted flyers. Today the Wonderbolts are divided into several categories, including unassisted Pegasi, machine-assisted Pegasi, and mechanical flight teams. An interesting note is that the signature sonic rain boom created by Rainbow is now a staple of Wonderbolt shows, typically performed by aircraft or a machine-assisted Pegasus. That stirred something in Twilight. It made her angry that something so unique and special to Rainbow could now be done by any pony with the help of a machine, just like how Applejack's homegrown apples had become faceless and mass-produced. Were they getting phased out, like how Twilight was? Were they all nothing more than toys to be discarded after the world got tired of them? Twilight shook off the thought with a shudder, finding some solace in Rainbow's hologram. She thought back to the late-night conversation she had with Rainbow when she was seeking advice on a political matter. Rainbow, in a typical headstrong manner, had advised her to take a stand and double down, to never yield on something she believed in. "If you're ready, we can move to the next room," Starlight suggested. Twilight nodded, and the two followed the carpeted path into the next encounter. The hologram's eyes almost seemed to follow them out of the room. The third room was lavish, but fittingly so. Never one to stay hidden in the background, Rarity was certain to make a splash in every room she entered, but beyond that, she was always able to lend a hoof to whoever would need it, a trait that made her perfect for the element of generosity, Starlight reported. Rarity's room was designed like a runway. Several replica dresses were positioned on palanquins, protected by a thin magical barrier. Blueprints and notes from Rarity herself were laminated and locked in display cases, along with strips of fabric and stray pieces of accessories. Next to the hologram, floating in another secure container, was a dress that looked incredibly familiar to Twilight. Is that an original? The dress is indeed crafted from Rarity herself, and is one of the museum's most prized pieces, confirmed Starlight. It was donated to the Canterlot archive, who transferred it to us, and originally included a tiara as well. However, that is kept in our vault for safekeeping. This dress was actually worn by Rarity during the Grand Galloping Gala, Twilight finished, glancing up at the intricate fabric. I remember she spent hours just cleaning it after that disaster of a night, and as she remembered that one night, she began to remember others as well. All those nights spent drinking tea and conversing with her friend had kept her sane over the years, and she would always look forward to her visits to Canterlot. Twilight turned away from the original to look at the replicas. They were certainly Rarity's designs, but they were miles different from anything Rarity had made herself. The plaque mounted next to them stated that each replica dress was created from designs and sketches Rarity herself left behind, crafted with synthetic materials to resemble what would have been available at the time in articulate and precise machines. They were copies, Twilight decided, copies of something long gone. She turned to gaze at the holographic Rarity, with a pair of red reading glasses perched on her muzzle, expression deep in thought. I think I'm ready, she said. Starlight clicked and whirred in response, and the two left the holographic Rarity to her work. Although soft-spoken, Fluttershy actually holds an incredibly extensive repertoire. Not only was she the element of kindness, but her accolades also include being the first warden of the Everfree Forest, animal rescue specialist, and senior environmental advisor for Twilight Sparkle's administration. Fluttershy's room was quiet, decorated with a mix of fake trees and live plants. Hidden speakers played animal sounds to further immerse Twilight in the scene, and an indoor water field in the corner of the room completed the look. Her individual accomplishments should not be scoffed either. Her reformation of Discord, for example, is one of the most notable reformations in history, on par with the Changeling Reformation, the redemption of Lonesome Moon, and the return of the late Queen Chrysalis, Starlight reported. The hologram of Fluttershy didn't seem to notice their entrance. She sat by a makeshift river, surrounded by rabbits and raccoons, all vying for her attention. Unlike the other rooms, however, this one held considerably less display cases. You may notice this room is a bit barren in regards to artifacts, Starlight explained. That is because most of Fluttershy's legacy was tangible in other ways. Her work in animal care is further documented and explained in our sister museum, the Museum of Natural History. and in the ever-free National Parks Museum. Twilight nodded, leaning against the railing which separated her from the running water. Fluttershy giggled as a bird perched itself on her shoulder. Starlight, do you know what happened to Fluttershy's cottage? Starlight clicked and whirred, summoning the information from the database. Fluttershy's cottage was destroyed during the Everfree fires. A replica was built in its location and is used by the National Park Service as an animal care centre and field research site. Twilight sighed at that, eyes falling on a plaque mentioning Discord's reformation. She hadn't seen much of the Lord of Chaos recently, but he was most certainly still around to terrorise the current element bearers. From what she had heard though, he was noticeably colder to the element of kindness. She recalled a tea party with both Fluttershy and Discord present, and how she had enjoyed being able to relax and unplug from the hectic life of a politician. Fluttershy was always there to lend her ear and her heart, even to the most undesirable of ponies. Twilight had made a constant effort to hold herself to the same level of patience and understanding Fluttershy did. But even after thousands of years, Fluttershy still outperformed her. Fluttershy giggled again, and Twilight pulled away. Her heart felt as if it were about to burst, but she swallowed hard and swore to persevere. Let's go to the last room, please. Twilight complied, and they left the serene forest scene behind. This next room may be hard on the eyes. If you have an underlying medical condition, I would advise you to skip this room or apply your shielding devices should you have them available, Starlight warned before the next door opened. I'm fine, Twilight remarked, clearing her throat before speaking. Okay, then let's meet the element of laughter. The doors swung open and Twilight was met with a triumphant blast of confetti. Her eyes were simply assaulted by a very pink room, complete with balloons and party decorations hanging from the ceiling. Energetic music pumped out of the speakers, giving the entire room a vibrant feel. It did nothing to help with the lead in Twilight's chest. In the middle of the room, rotating on a pedestal, was a sleek and recognisable bright blue party cannon. Twilight approached it, a painful nostalgia swirling in her head as she put her hoof on the barrel. Twilight suddenly found herself face to face with a pair of eyes. Gah! Twilight recoiled, her horn sparking with energy, before the foam in the cannon poked its soft, poofy mane out of the barrel and waved at her. Pinkie Pie, the legendary party planner of Ponyville, was perhaps the best fit for the role of element of laughter. A mare also known for her longevity and spontaneous behaviour, Pinkie Pie made the world a better place just by being in it. The holographic Pinkie hopped out of the cannon and trotted around to the rear, fiddling with the fuse and adjusting its course. Twilight gasped for her heartbeat still racing. She scrambled to her hooves, suddenly feeling quite dizzy. As she leaned against the wall, Twilight looked up to see a large photograph of her friends and herself, gathered around a large table with a birthday cake in the middle. She felt like throwing up. Are you alright? Starlight asked. Should I summon medical services? I'm fine. Twilight's voice sounded echoey, as if she were submerged in water. I need a minute. Starlight floated by her side. Shall we continue to the next exhibit on Twilight Sparkle? That won't be necessary, Twilight said hurriedly. With that, she turned and stumbled out of the room. Her stomach churned as she retraced her steps, the holograms of her old friends staring as she passed. Twilight bit down hard on her lips, tears blurring her vision as she stumbled through the main hall. As unearthed memories racked through her mind, she remembered Spike's first birthday in Ponyville, and the Grand Galloping Galas, and Rarity visiting Manhattan, and Rainbow's acceptance into the Wonderbolts, and Pinkie's visit to the Yaks, and Applejack overworking herself, and Fluttershy's short career as a model. She remembered Starlight and Trixie, and Luster, and Sunburst, and Shining Armour, and the cakes, and Zecora and her parents, and...
Twilight stumbled down the steps, and from her mouth tumbled a forlorn and despairing scream. As she fell to the ground, the bomb inside of her went off, and Twilight's heart exploded. She didn't know how long she lay on the grass before she snapped out of her haze. Twilight was laying in a grassy field just behind the museum, overlooking the Starlight, Glimmer, University of Friendship, and Old Town Ponyville. The sun was just setting overhead, with the silhouettes of Pegasi and vehicles dotting the air in the distance. Few clouds hung overhead, white and puffy and natural. They drifted by aimlessly, paying little attention to the alicorn far below them. Twilight was exhausted. Her eyes were still red, and her throat raw from crying. Apparently she had caused a disturbance with her breakdown. But everyone had left her alone now. Alone with nothing but her thoughts and fractured memories to keep her company. She let out a sigh, but it held no mirth. Twilight looked up at the sky and had an idea. She barely had the strength to move her hooves, but a pale white sphere formed around her horn. It glided up into the air above her, and when it made contact with a cloud, it began to whirl faster and faster. Soon it had divided several chunks of clouds into segments and began shaping them. Twilight smiled a bit wider, guiding the ball with her last reserves of brain power. After a few minutes, the clouds became faces. From the shapeless forms Twilight carved her friends. She made Applejack complete with her Stetson, and Rainbow with a mischievous grin. Next to them she crafted Fluttershy hiding behind her mane, then Rarity with a needle in her magic, and Pinkie Pie mid-cheer. When they were done, she seized more clouds and continued her work. Even as her eyes began to droop, she crafted Spike taking a note, then Starlight flying a kite, and Trixie performing a spell. Each face brought a dozen more, and soon Twilight was creating dozens of faces from her past. Lyra, Minuet, Moondancer, Bonbon, Applebloom, Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo, Cheerilee, Starswirl, and the Pillars, her parents, and her brother. The list went on, until Twilight's chin fell, and the ball of magic dissipated without any further instruction. And that was how Celestia found her, leaning against a tree and fast asleep, with faces of her friends keeping vigil above her, surrounded by the memories of their names, nostalgic but not broken, tired but not alone. And above her, the skies carried on forever.